Han's son was taken aback when he saw what emerged from his sea of soul. It was an umbrella. It was thin-framed and elegant, like the sort you'd see fancy women use. Its color was blacker than the filthiest coal though. Even its handle was. When the umbrella appeared, it flew above Han's son's head. Beneath this umbrella, Han's son felt a veil or shroud envelope him. The cold and the shriek were gone. Han's son noticed, if he was able to stay within the umbrella's covering radius, all the negative and detrimental effects were filtered and kept away. Is this the Geno core of the Dongxian Sutra? Han's son quickly reviewed the information of the Geno core. Self-Geno core. Bronze bulwark umbrella beneath the protective canopy of the bulwark umbrella. No power was able to breach the defense and ravage them. Bauer had returned to normal, and she seemed surprised by the sudden disappearance of the cold and sound. She examined the umbrella that now shielded her. Han's son went over to check on the dragon lady and Cheap Sheep. The lady was now doing fine. The sheep was breathing in a raspy wheeze. It looked like the umbrella had manifested just in time, as the sheep had to have been hanging on to its life by a measly thread. Han's son healed Dragon Lady and Cheap Sheep as best he could for the time being. For the Dragon Lady, chunks of ice and frosty air were expelled from her mouth and various orifices. She was doing well, but the same could not be said for Cheap Sheep. He was doing poorly despite the healing. He couldn't even speak. Are they gone? Dragon Lady said with a strained voice. Not yet, Han's son replied, taking a look outside the bowl. She couldn't sense anything outside, but that may have been a result of her condition. Han's son, however, even though he could not detect much, could just feel a battle continuing to rage. Fortunately, the bulwark umbrella had appeared to protect them when it did. With relief for their newfound safety, the group rested for a while as Han's son tended to the sheep. But suddenly, a sound that was as loud as a toppled mountain was heard. And then, a soft and unnerving silence enveloped them. It sounds as if there might have been a victor, Han's son thought to himself. He wasn't yet going to move from where he was though. He didn't know who was fighting, or what the fighting was about. If he emerged, and the winner was in a foul mood, he'd be foolish to reveal himself. So they waited where they were for a few hours. Nothing stirred for the duration of that time. Han's son decided to return the umbrella, and Dragon Lady her bowl, to cut and shovel their way through the snow that had almost buried them. Dragon Lady employed her various kitchen utensils. Everything around them was white. The mountains, the trees, the fields. All of it was perfectly blanketed in virgin snow. That was scary, Han's son thought to himself, now that their frightening ordeal was over. If it wasn't for the bulwark umbrella, they'd be dead. Han's son wondered if the shelter Dragon Lady had mentioned might have suffered the same freezing fate. If it had, it was very likely the occupants of the shelter would not have survived. Han's son hurried Dragon Lady to guide them to the shelter, but not out of concern for the inhabitants. Had they all died, it'd make for great easy pickings. There'd be plenty of flesh and Geno cores for the taking. Dragon Lady started taking them there, but it was a struggle. The landscape was vastly different now, having been buried by so much snow, and she feared that she might lead them astray for 1,000 miles. The snow lay thick across the land. Dragon Lady had decided to find the shelter by choosing a direction and following it, as a crow would fly. But it was difficult for them, for they'd have to dig an entire trench that led there. The snow was too thick and too soft for them to delicately journey across. Han's son really wanted the treasure though. And after a few hundred miles of nonstop walking, they thought they should have been close. Unfortunately for them, they were lost. But at least they were not in danger. It seemed as if the snow had reset the land, and everything within the snow globe radius had been killed. There was nothing left alive to threaten them. Never mind then. Forget the shelter. Let's just get out of this place. There's nothing else for us here, Han's son said, with a dismal tone. They selected a new direction and decided on leaving the snow-devastated landscape behind, opting to find fonder pastures. After 1,000 miles of walking, they discovered nothing. They might as well have been back where they started, for each horizon was another line of white. Oh, wait a minute. Something is up ahead. Cheap Sheep, who was doing better now, drew their attention. Han's son and Dragon Lady climbed a slope that the sheep had pointed to, and there, in the snow, was an anomaly. Looking closer, They realized it was a tree. Let's take a look. If it survived when everything else didn't, it must be something pretty special. If it bears fruit, we're rich. Han-sun quickly jumped before it, ensuring he'd be the first to grab its treasures. The tree was 10 meters tall, and pink flowers dressed the branches. It was like an oversized pink bonsai. It possessed a lovely scent. It was strange, seeing this tree stand out amongst the snow that had covered everything else. As if it had a bulwark umbrella of its own. It seemed as if the tree had been shielded by some force that provided it a radius of protection. There was no snow circling it on the ground, either, and you could see the grass below as clear as day. There were a few creatures beneath the tree as well. Han-sun imagined they had been hiding there, using the eaves for shelter. Unfortunately, the tree must have only protected them from the cold and snow, but not the noise. The creatures looked as if they were drunk, falling asleep. When the sheep saw the drowsy creatures that were unable to fight back, it ran over to them. Don't! Han-sun stopped Cheap Sheep in his hasty approach, and moved closer to examine what state they were in. A while later, a 3-foot-long centipede emerged out of the back of one of the creatures. It was plated in gold, like a luxurious bracelet. The gold dragon. Dragon Lady pulled Han-sun back immediately. You know what that thing is? Han-sun asked her. Dragon Lady nodded in confirmation, and said, it is the mutant creature known as the gold dragon. Its geno core is gold class. We can't even hope to fight that thing. It's injured by the screams. Perhaps we can kill it? Han-sun said, trailing it with hungry eyes. The gold dragon bit into the head of another sleepy creature, and began slurping down the brain juice and mush that was inside. The creature squealed in pain, but it was unable to do anything. Having been injured the day before already, it soon gave up the ghost. When the gold dragon let go, the creature's head had a massive cavity in it. It had been completely drained, leaving it like an empty coconut. Sickened and a little frightened, Cheap Sheep leaped behind Han-sun for safety. A creature with a gold geno core that may or may not be injured severely. I know for a fact its plates are extremely hardy, but that doesn't take much to deduce. Dragon Lady frowned, expressing it was a foolish notion to attempt attacking the sickly insect. Do you know what it's made of? Han-sun asked. Dragon Lady replied, saying, its geno core is metal robe. Once it latches onto an opponent, it won't let go until its prey has died. The metal robe tightens the squeeze, so it can't be shaken loose. No one can escape the clutch of the gold dragon. Han-sun listened to her words intently, then turned back to look at the centipede and frowned. Dongxian Aura told Han-sun it was extremely injured, and that it would be best to kill the fiend now. You guys stand back. I'll try. After observing the insect for a little bit longer, Han-sun decided to try his luck, and see if he could defeat the creature. This was the best chance he would get to kill a gold core creature anytime soon, he reckoned. So Han-sun summoned his bulwark umbrella and butler doll. Then, they went towards the centipede dragon. The gold dragon noticed their approach and unleashed its metal robe, grabbing butler doll. Butler doll's eyes flashed red to petrify and turn the centipede to wood, but it was unsuccessful. It was most likely because the butler doll was far too weak compared to the mutant gold dragon. Now, the moment Han-sun witnessed the butler doll get snatched, he exhausted all the power he could in a single strike. He wanted to attack the gold dragon the moment the metal robe couldn't be a threat to himself. It was occupied, and now there was an opening. The robe tied the butler doll up, but it didn't even seem like a brain feeding would be necessary to kill it. The butler doll was shattered into pieces by the squeeze. The metal robe was then quick to switch targets and go for the next aggressor. Turning itself into a gold beam, it shot towards Han. Senator Butler doll had been killed far too quickly, but Han-sun was not yet ready to strike the dragon. Han-sun swung his bulwark umbrella towards the metal robe, and as he did this, Han-sun summoned his crystal egg and lobbed it at the gold dragon. As first, it seemed as if misfortune was going to strike, as the centipede was able to muster the strength necessary for a dodge and perform a clean evasion. Fortunately, luck was on Han-sun's side that day. When the egg missed, it struck another of the creatures near the tree. Then it ricocheted off that creature to ping off the back of the gold dragon. Han-sun returned the egg to his Sea of Soul, and then, with his horn in hand, tried to stab the dragon. The metal robe grabbed hold of the umbrella and tried to snap it. Han Sen knew he'd have to hurry, especially after hearing the bulwark umbrella creak, as if it were on the verge of snapping. It was an impressive piece of gear, but it was only bronze class. It may have been stronger than the butler, but it wouldn't last long going up against a gold-class Geno core. Not sure how long the umbrella would last, Han Sen shifted into 5th gear. The gold dragon noticed Han Sen coming for it, and so it leaned forward, wanting to meet its target. Han Sen raised his horn and cast Ghost Slash. When the rubberized dragon had just about reached his face, the horn was plunged directly into the centipede's body. Its shell had become much softer, but not to the extent Han Sen had witnessed before. The creature was still formidable. The horn was unable to plunge entirely through the centipede's body, and after a long drive, found itself being flung back in a way. Noticing the horn didn't work, Han Sen then decided it was time to make use of Super Spank. If Super Spank worked, the body of the gold dragon should shatter completely. Han Sen wanted the creature's flesh, but he had no choice now, given the situation he was in. Gold Dragon was injured and debuffed, but it was still no foe to underestimate. It was a violent, squirmy little thing as well. With great anger, it fiercely went after Han Sen, shining with a gold light. Han Sen felt his hand get cut, but he endured the pain and tried to break a part of its sequential structure through the Dongxian Sutra. Super Spank was able to destroy the weakest part of a foe and initiate a chain reaction, but this enemy was so strong, it was incredibly difficult for Han Sen to do even that. Pang! Han Sen committed to the strike and tried throwing his weight into knocking over the first domino. Dragon Lady and Cheap Sheep were worried. If Han Sen's horn had not been able to penetrate the gold dragon, would there be much of a point in him using his bare fists? Surely, a slap had to be weaker. Confused and concerned, they watched in bewilderment as his palm was driven effortlessly through the gold dragon, as if the frightening creature was merely composed of water. Boom! The moment Han Sen drew his hand back out of the creature's body, it gave out an ear-piercing scream. Then, the entire thing shattered and became dust that glided along the gentle breeze. Dragon Lady and Cheap Sheep were frozen, trying to comprehend how Han Sen had just managed to slap a gold Geno creature to death. Mutant creature gold dragon killed. No beast soul gained. Gold Geno core received. Gold dragon lock. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 mutant Geno points randomly. The metal robe, now titled Gold Dragon Lock, softened its grip on the umbrella and entered Han Sen's Sea of Soul. Gold Dragon Lock. Gold element gold Geno core. Although the flesh he'd have been able to eat was destroyed, and he had lost Butler Doll in the battle, Han Sen reckoned it was a worthy exchange. A gold Geno core was nothing short of spectacular. Boss, you are too good. Cheap Sheep couldn't help but exclaim. As he trotted over to Han Senator, a warm welcome wasn't given, though, as Han Sen kicked his sheepish companion to the ground for referring to him as a boss again. I told you not to call me boss. Although he would never admit it, Han Sen was afraid of Cheap Sheep and the curse that might be following it around. There were 2 more primitive creatures beneath the tree, whereas the rest were ordinary creatures. Their brains had all been sucked dry, but the bodies still had meat that was just begging to be eaten. So Dragon Lady did just that. She prepared a gorgeous hot pot for the 4 of them, and then they all gathered round to keep warm and eat the creatures merrily. Suddenly, they could hear the sound of crunching snow. Something was approaching, but it wasn't coming very stealthily. And when Han Sen turned to take a look, he saw a creature not too far from them. He could see that it was injured, even from the briefest glimpse. The creature looked like a red horse, but it was small and young, more like a pony. There was a deep cut across its belly, and it was bleeding. Its movement was a pain-inducing stagger, and it was clear that the creature was having trouble doing so little as standing up. When the pony was a mere 10 meters away from the band, it fell over and collapsed face-first into the snow. Try as it might, it could not rise again. The red pony looked exhausted. It managed to raise its head, but that was all. And with a whimpering sound and a softly rolling head dressed with an upset expression, it looked at Han Sen and Bauer. as if it were pleading for their assistance. "Ha ha, now that's a delivery service," said Cheap Sheep, looking at the pony with much excitement. He jumped up, summoned a horn, and approached the pony, ready to slit its throat and silence its gentle wails of pain and fear. "Ouch!" Bower quickly battered the sheep over the head, and after expressing her disapproval of the sheep's actions, went over to kick the horn away. Bower went to the red pony and stroked its head, saying, "Dad, can we save it?" Han Sun looked at Bower and the pony and told her, "Sure." Ordinarily, Han Sun would not save it. It looked like a weak ordinary creature he could not do much with anyway. After the two creatures fought, morphing the landscape into the icy wasteland it was now, even the gold dragon had found itself badly injured. It was difficult to imagine how the pony had survived all by itself. Even if it had managed to not freeze to death, how had it endured the killing screams and screeches that almost brought an end to Han Sun? And although it was severely injured, the pony at least seemed conscious and aware of their discussions. Even though it might have made a nice meal for them, Bower had wanted to save it. So, Han Sun was not going to disappoint her. With his holy light, he began to heal the pony. The holy light he used was still weak, despite Han Sun's advancements. So to stop the bleeding and stabilize the wound, he used medicine and stitches to begin with. Han Sun brought some cooked meat over to the pony to see if he could help it get some of its strength back, but it was rejected. The pony didn't want it. So Bower tried giving it some of her milk powder. It was fortunate Han Sun had brought a lot of milk powder with him when he returned from the Alliance. There would be enough for the both of them, thankfully, for the pony greatly enjoyed it. After picking up sticks and moving on, Han Sun got Cheap Sheep to transport the pony and bring it along with them. As expected, the fluffy sheep complained a lot. Not that anyone cared. Han Sun spent some time examining the gold dragon lock. When Han Sun simulated its energy flow, he swiftly understood how to make fine use of it. He practiced using it with Dragon Lady, and at a distance of 20 meters, she was not able to evade it once. A distance that was any bigger than that was trickier, though, as it gave Dragon Lady more than enough time to dodge. The lock was very strong, too, and not even Dragon Lady's cleaver was able to break it. Silver Geno cores and primitive creatures would be no match against it, then. This will come in handy when I need to tie people up. In the future, I should be able to depend on it a lot when I go out hunting. Han Sun was thrilled with the Geno core he had managed to procure, and he believed it to be a very handy and worthy addition to his growing arsenal. The party trudged through deep snow for another 10 days, with no sign of the land improving. Over the course of that time, however, the pony's condition improved a lot. By that 10th day, it was able to stand on its own 4 hooves and walk alongside them, turning the traveling quartet into a quintet. Unfortunately, the pony was unable to speak the common language, and thus, Han Sun was not able to interact and talk with it as much as he would have liked. They eventually reached a mountain, one that was unfamiliar to Dragon Lady. After trekking across it, there was another. They descended and ascended that one, and after doing that once more, they eventually came across a shelter perched upon the loft of one last mountain. A little while later, Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra told him they were in an area that was home to humans. There are humans here. Han Sun was delighted to know others of his same kind were around. Who is that? Hopefully it's Old Man Ji, Han Sun thought to himself. He knew the chances of that were slim, but it was a nice thought for him to hope for. Unfortunately, he'd have better luck winning the lottery multiple times before bumping into someone he knew in that sanctuary. Han Sun followed a trail towards the shelter he had spotted. His Dongxian aura senses were tingling, informing him there weren't just humans in the area, but creatures too. The detection of humans there grew fainter for Han Sun, as his attention shifted to the shelter that was occupied by a ratio that favored a mixture of spirits and creatures. There was something up, not too far from Han's senator. As the distance between them closed, Han Sun was able to see it was a green cow, merrily grazing upon the snow-dressed grass. The green cow, seeing the approaching quintet, looked surprised. Cheap Sheep asserted himself as a diplomat and instigator of negotiations. He quickly trotted forward and said, "Boss Cow, what is this place? Who owns the shelter here, bub?" Green Cow heard what he said and replied, "This is Shadow Mountain. The shelter is called Shadow Shelter. The owner is a human by the name of Nan Litian." Green Cow informed Cheap Sheep that the human welcomed all in his shelter and was a very accepting and generous person. Han Sun had not expected a human to own a shelter that was primarily inhabited by creatures and spirits. And as for the title of the shelter being Shadow Shelter, that was remarkably strange. The Alliance knew of only 4 human-owned shelters, and this name was not on that brief list. If a human did indeed rule the place, he could easily return to the Alliance as he pleased. If that was the case, how had Han Sun never heard of him before? From what Green Cow told them, he sounded like the sort whose name would carry some weight and fanfare back home. Does this demigod like to maintain a low profile? Does he like keeping things on the DL? Han Sun curiously pondered. Green Cow told them it was a gold shelter too. Nan Litian's power was comparable to that of a mutant creature or a royal spirit. He allowed creatures and spirits to join his club, and he had built a formidable alliance with those he commanded. He had done very well for himself, and he had achieved something Han Sun frequently had in other sanctuaries. Joining a shelter and being allowed to come and go was common, and often just required a small tribute. For this shelter in particular, those who joined it would have to cough up a primitive Geno fruit each month to be allowed to stay. If you paid extra, you were even allowed your own room. "Boss, this fella sounds like you. He even belongs to your hairless kind. Do you think we'll find suitable refuge there?" Cheap Sheep asked. Han Sun shook his head, knowing humans could frequently pose the worst threats. They were never predictable, and Han Sun knew he couldn't waltz in with the assumption he and Nan Litian would become chums. He hoped they would, but he knew it was probably unlikely. Still, Han Sun could not go even if he wanted to. He would have to pay the toll of 1 primitive Geno fruit, and that was something he lacked. Han Sun asked Green Cow where he might be able to find such fruits. Green Cow answered, saying that the most dangerous thing one should be wary of was not rival creatures or rival spirits, but the plants themselves. It was common for many to band together and cooperate to retrieve the Geno fruit. Just as Han Sun turned to leave, Green Cow went on to say, "I say, Moo, you seem like a talented chap. Would you like to join my team? We are all primitive, and are planning to amass a whole bundle of Geno fruits." Han Sun and Dragon Lady thought following Green Cow would not be a bad idea. "We would gladly join you, but we haven't yet collected a single fruit," Han Sun said. Green Cow told them, "That's okay. If you want to join, we'll welcome you with open arms." Seeing Green Cow be so generous, Han Sun swiftly agreed to join her and her fellows. Then, on their behalf, Green Cow paid the fee that would enable them to stay at the shelter. Green Cow, after bringing them to Shadow Shelter, seemed to look forward to introducing Han Sun and his party to her sure-to-be misfit allies. Shadow Shelter was a gold shelter, and it was very much like a city. There was that metropolitan vibe with the hustle and bustle. It was a melting pot of various races and kinds, all working together. It was a charming place to be. The civility came as a surprise, too. There was no aggression to one another, and every being there seemed charitable and caring. "Old Cow, did you trick this entire party to follow you back here?" As they came in from the gate, a spirit spoke, directing his speech at Green Cow. Han Sun and Dragon Lady looked at Green Cow with squinted eyes, unsure of what the spirit meant. Whatever the meaning was, it didn't sound very positive. Green Cow was quick to respond, saying, "Please don't pay heed to him, Moo." The guard of the shelter laughed and said, "You keep tricking poor folk into joining your team, so they can follow you on another futile venture to Hidden Valley. You must have spent the lives of 200 thus far. This is getting silly. How many have actually lived, following your stupid expeditions to that place?" The guard then turned to Han Sun and said, "I suggest you guys keep your distance from this one. She can talk her way out of a paper bag, and she's as slippery as an eel in an oil slick. Don't let those sweet emerald udders charm you." "Green Cow, have you been dishonest with us?" Cheap Sheep asked. "Slow down a second and let me explain. The guard never paints anyone very flatteringly. And if you fellows don't want to go, I won't force you. but we should discuss these matters in proper detail. I was planning to later, with full transparency and all, I swear. Moo. Green Cow was tripping over her words. Han Sun was not too surprised, and he knew he shouldn't have expected free lodging without strings attached. It was shady from the get-go. Han Sun was not afraid of the conniving conspiracies that might have been wrought against him, though. But that aside, he at least had a place to stay. Let's go then. Let's talk, Han Sun said. After Green Cow paid the toll, and everyone got set up, they all went to her room for the discussion. On their way there, the creatures and spirits all looked at them strangely. Some had a humorous look, whereas others looked as if they held pity for them. Regardless, it seemed Green Cow had built herself quite the reputation. I assure you folks, the Hidden Valley is where the Starsea Beast is buried. If we can find its bones, we will be showered with the most magnificent of rewards. Inside the room, Green Cow reclined backwards on 2 hooves against a wall. With her 2 raised legs, she alternated between crossing them casually, patting her chest, and playing with her udders. Han Sun had come to the understanding that the Hidden Valley mentioned by Green Cow was once occupied by a sacred blood creature named Starsea Beast, who had been very territorial. It was dead now and had been for quite some time. Green Cow had heard a story recited by a person who had ventured into Hidden Valley, that there were vast swathes of treasure there. That was the catalyst for her ardent desires to venture there, in the hopes of collecting, at the very least, the bones and geno cores. However, the valley had been taken over by a variety of strange plants. They were lethal, and countless creatures and spirits had lost their lives in pursuit of Green Cow's goal. After getting all those people killed, you expect us to go there? Who's to say it won't be just a repeat? Sheep said. You have to take my word for it. I know how to get the treasure this time, minus bloodshed. You must trust me, Green Cow pleaded. Sheep was quick to respond with a rebuttal. If you know how to get there safe and sound, why do you need us? Green Cow said. I just do. Okay. Do you really want to know the secret of how to get to the treasure and avoid harm? I'll tell you. The last time we went there, we discovered a cave in the valley. The bones most likely reside there. But unfortunately for us, the cave had a massive stone blocking its entrance. I was unable to push it away. Green Cow continued her explanation, saying, If you two follow me, and adhere to my guidance, I can assure your safety. No grievous harm will come to you. If you are unable to push the stone, what makes you think we can help with it? Han Sun asked. I may not have been able to move this hefty boulder out of the way completely, but I was able to make it wiggle. With you lot there, it should definitely be possible to move it out of the way entirely, Green Cow said. Han Sun wouldn't mind collecting the bones there, and he was interested in the plants Green Cow had briefly mentioned too. The geno plants did not provide people benefits, but Han Sun imagined he might be able to get the black crystal to feed on them. When the bulwark umbrella finished its formulation, the size of the black crystal had reduced once again. It had shrunk by another 10%, and it would be quite concerning if this continued with each genocore he created. The black crystal was now 20% smaller, and Han Sun thought a little bit of nourishment was all it needed. Han Sun still had the Blood Pulse Sutra to unlock a genocore for, and whatever else he might learn in the future. If he kept allowing it to shrink, the crystal might disappear entirely. The black crystal, through its ability to absorb life forces, might be able to recover its power and size with the plants. Of course, Han Sun wasn't going to believe what she told him entirely. He was dubious regarding the validity of her claims, and to avoid danger befalling Bauer, he decided to return to the Alliance and drop her off, just in case. Han Sun chatted with his mother and Ji Yinran while he was there for a bit, but just before he returned he received a call. It was Old Man Ji giving him a ring, and when Han Sun answered he said, Hey, what's up? Old Man Ji didn't frequently seek Han Sun out, and the chats they had together were usually organized through Ji Ruojian. I was looking for you earlier. We have a demigod association meet coming up, where we exchange information to broaden our pool of knowledge regarding the fourth god's sanctuary. You're eligible to join now. Are you interested in attending the next meeting? Old Man Ji paused for a brief moment, and then went on to say, "Of course, this won't be forced upon you. It's not imperative that you come. You don't have to join if you don't want to." "No, I'd love to. It benefits everyone after all. Is there an entry fee, by any chance?" Han Sun asked, genuinely interested in the event. "There are no fees, no. But you will need to sign up for it. And then attend via the virtual community. I can call for someone to guide you there," Old Man Ji said. "That's okay. I can go by myself," Han Sun said. "Ordinary people aren't able to, so just wait there." Old Man Ji then hung up the phone, rather abruptly. Han Sun did not think anyone would be coming soon, so he went to see Ji Yanran again. The next day, an envoy arrived to guide Han Sun there. Han Sun thought it was strange, and he wondered why he couldn't simply register through Skynet. Before joining, a test also had to be conducted. It's just a formality thing. Everyone has to go through this, so don't think much of it, Old Man Ji said, explained to Han. Senator Han Sun looked at the machines and equipment they had, and he noticed they looked quite different than the usual ones he used to check his fitness. These looked state-of-the-art, and of a much higher quality. Inside a room, there were 3 men and a woman. They were watching Han Sun via video feed. These were the founders of the association. They were the oldest demigods. If Han Sun had a good memory, he'd remember one of them as Zhu Donglai. And the blue-haired gentleman, there was called Green from the Lante family. There was another demigod in the room, who looked as cold as ice. He was the Steel Fist demigod named Jia Sherdao. He was the owner of the Iron Fist Martial Hall. The female demigod amongst them was far younger than the rest, but her contributions were grand, and the respect given to her by Zhu Donglai and Green was immense. I didn't expect Han Sun to become a demigod so soon, especially after taking the time to max out all his Geno points. I wonder what his fitness is. Zhu Donglai wondered out loud. Zhu Donglai regretted giving up on taking Han Sun as a disciple before. He had found someone else to practice the Purple Manor Sutra with, following Han Sun's injury in the Third God's Sanctuary. He hadn't expected that a person whose body was believed to be destroyed, even by the likes of Luo Haitang, could recover and go on to achieve such greatness. Now that Han Sun had become a demigod so swiftly, Zhu Donglai was feeling profound remorse. He wished he had listened to his gut instinct and not given up on Han Sun so quickly. Because Han Sun had already become a demigod now, there was no real opportunity for him to take the young man as a student. And it wasn't as if the student he currently had was a poor performer. A demigod who has maxed out their super genes won't be much stronger from the get-go. Success in the Fourth God's Sanctuary is, more than anything, reliant on the Geno cores you collect. This will be no different for him. Jia Sherdao spoke to no one in particular, addressing his peers as if he was a teacher. Green smiled and responded, Han Sun must be much stronger than we were. I am interested to see what powers his Geno cores possess. It will be difficult to tell indeed. And I don't think Han Sun practiced the technique of the Luo family, either, Zhu Donglai said. The woman did not say a word or interest herself in the conversation. With silent eagerness, she watched the video feed intently, awaiting what she could learn. And as she did, the others occasionally glanced her way, seeing if she had any input to provide. She acknowledged this, but it did not prompt anything. Han Sun entered the testing chamber. There was a large pool before him, holding a liquid of an unknown substance. Old Man Ji had already told him what to expect. It most certainly wasn't water. It wasn't even liquid. It was a swarm of nanomachines, and if he used his talents on them, they could calculate and more accurately gauge the power he possessed. Tests like this were far more accurate than what he was used to, and in a real battle, you usually punched below the fitness level you might be given. By fighting these nanomachines, you could learn about your own strength in much greater detail. When Han Sun entered the pool, he felt strange. It really did feel like water, but it wasn't wet. The nanomachines were all around him, lapping like gentle waves against him, brushing against every pore across his skin. It was a strange sensation. Suddenly, the nanomachines began to tighten around him. He felt as if he was under pressure. Han Sun knew now was the time to begin the test, so with his power, he began fighting back against the pressure that wanted to squeeze him. Everyone watched Han's Son, and the feedback of numbers that were relayed on screen, reflecting the power he possessed. No one wished to speak now, and even Green kept his mouth closed, and his eyes fixed to the video. Han's Son was the very first demigod to max out their genes before entering the fourth god's sanctuary, so they were incredibly keen to learn if this had benefited him a lot. 5,000. That's very powerful. He really must have maxed out to reach this figure so soon. Zhu Donglai was ecstatic. 5,000 was the bare minimum required for a person to join the Demigod Association. Very few demigods were capable of doing what Han's Son had just displayed. Demigods that had only maxed out their sacred blood geno points before ascending started at a fitness level that was far below 5,000. They'd have to spend much time hunting to reach this. Doing so required maxing out their ordinary geno points, at least, and that was no small feat when a person started with such a low fitness. There was every chance the smallest ordinary creature could kill them, surviving entry to the fourth god's sanctuary and returning to tell the tale. That was attributed more to luck than it was to skill. Old Man Ji had spawned in a geno fruit forest. There, he was able to immediately scoff them down and max out his geno points relatively quickly. Hansen's first display had shown them a figure of 5,000, but they were keen to see if he could unleash even more power. But what they saw next was so spectacular, the muscles on each of their faces went slack, allowing their jaws to hang agape. The 5,000 did not change, and on the graph that was like an electrocardiogram that tracked the output of power, it flatlined. What? That is scary. How can he perfectly control such power? Green said. Green was amazed at Hansen's ability to dictate the power output. It was like he had dialed himself to deliver a power of 5,000 and leave it like that, without the slightest wavering. Zhu Donglai said, "This is excellent. This is control beyond what anyone else has accomplished. Might this have something to do with his geno core?" Jia Sherdao frowned and said, "Young people love to show off as soon as they've received a slight modicum of power. This is nothing more than a fancy trick." He believed Han's Son was showing off. But the truth was, Han's Son was afraid of frightening them all with a true display of his power. It'd be too much of a shock for them if he was to instantly double his output and show them a power of 10,000. Furthermore, he didn't want to expose what he was capable of, and he preferred having targets who underestimated him. He didn't want any potential enemies to know what to expect if they ever fought him. He did this so the others would acknowledge he wasn't weak, but also to hide his true ability. Unfortunately, he didn't know this was upsetting Jia Sherdao. "I'll do the combat test," Jia Sherdao said. The others weren't going to stop him, and so they just nodded. They knew why he did not like Han's Son, and that was because the Iron Fist Martial Hall had always been in competition with the Huangfu Martial Hall. Han's Son had chosen to cooperate with the Huangfu family and not him, which felt like a slight. Ever since, he had nothing nice to say when others spoke of Han's senator. Everyone thought Han's Son made a good choice, though, much to Jia Sherdao's irritation. The missed opportunity of training someone who went on to become a great hero had plagued his mind ever since. The association existed primarily due to the need for detailed analysis and dissection of topics regarding the fourth god's sanctuary. If you didn't have the power to back up information you could provide, in general, it would not even matter if you were a demigod. Talk was cheap after all. That was why these tests existed, and the threshold for passing and becoming a member of the elite demigod association was proving you had a power of at least 5,000 fitness. The combat test was to provide a new demigod a chance to prove their worth and display the extent of what was possible for them. The older members could come to understand and learn more about the new members, so they could teach, guide, and inform them. Anyone who was worthy of joining the Demigod Association was thought of as stalwart. They held a high level of respect for one another. For reaching that point was not a common feat. They all sought to help each other, and they would teach as they would like themselves to be taught. It was like a collective of millionaires, except they would always dip into each other's pockets, and that was fine. If someone was poor and could not cover the cost of another's dipping, no one would allow him to take from the pockets of others either. The combat test was an effective way of gauging the latest opponents, and while it didn't offer any immediate, tangible rewards, it paid dividends down the road. Hansen wasn't here to show off, but he did not want others to think he was weak either. He didn't want to embarrass Old Man Ji, most of all. He had, after all, personally invited Han Sun there in the firm belief he would be a valued member of the association. Good job. Old Man Ji arrived near Han Sun and patted his shoulders. The way Han Sun showed the demigods his ability, by perfectly hitting 5,000, had brought a shock to many of the demigods. Old Man Ji thought Han Sun had handled the first test well, too, and it had left plenty of room for others to guess what his true strength could amount to. I hope I didn't embarrass you, Han Sun said. Embarrass me? You made me proud. Come, allow me to introduce you to the OGs amongst us. You're also going to have to battle one of them, and if you perform well enough, you can consider yourself a fully fledged member of the association. Old Man Ji laughed. Han Sun was brought to a large martial hall, and there, Old Man Ji introduced him to his associates. Han Sun had heard of Green, Zhu Donglai, and Jia Sherdao before. The woman amongst them was the only one Han Sun was unfamiliar with. When Old Man Ji introduced Han Sun to them all, he did not introduce him to the woman. She was almost like a ghost in the room. The woman was very quiet, and Han Sun thought she might have been a silenced secretary. But she seemed to brim with untold secrets and an air of mystique. There was definitely something about that woman he couldn't quite put his finger on. Old Man Ji said there were 4 other founding members, but he thought it was extra strange to see him gloss over the woman and not introduce her to him or him to her. She looked young, but you could immediately tell she was strong. Han Sun would rather fight all the other demigods at once than go up against her. Her being special was the only explanation for Han Sun to feel this way. That being said, the woman did not look special, but one thing was for sure. Her face was incredibly pretty. Not even spirits could carry the beauty she so softly cradled. The woman wasn't just pretty in appearance either. Her beauty transcended her physical form, painting the air around her with a gorgeous glow. She carried an aura of unfathomable elegance. Han Sun had seen many beautiful women in his lifetime, but this woman was greater than them all. He immediately recognized her to be, in his eyes and perhaps the eyes of all others, the prettiest woman he had ever seen. Han Sun was then hit with a strange sensation, and he recalled someone recounting to him a feeling that was exactly what he himself was now experiencing. After searching the dusty filing cabinets of his mind, he remembered when Uncle Bug spoke to Han Sun about the self-proclaimed God and the wishes it could grant. He said there was a beautiful woman amongst them that did not make a wish. There were only 2 who had not made a wish, so, provided she was this woman, Han Sun made sure to now pay extra close attention to her. "Gah, that's silly," Han Sun admitted after wondering a while longer. He thought he had made quite a stretch to connect them, and any semblance was most likely just a coincidence. Zhu Donglai informed Han Sun that Jia Sherdao would be the one competing against him. Right before Han Sun went forward to proceed with the battle, Old Man Ji slinked up beside him to whisper something in Han Sun's ear. He said, "In the third god sanctuary, when we had to decide on partners, we chose Huangfu over Iron Fist. I am afraid he will seek to hurt you. You must exercise great caution. If things turn awry, just concede. There can be no harm in that." "I will be careful," Han Sun said, for his reply. Han Sun already knew this due to him having a good relationship with Huangfu Pingqing and Huangfu Jing. The latter of the 2 was more widely known as Queen. Their martial hall was also the greatest in the alliance. But life was like that, and sometimes you had to make choices that would hurt others. Still, Han Sun wasn't afraid, and he wasn't going to allow Jia Sherdao to bully and make a mockery out of him, no matter what he tried. Han Sun entered the martial hall, where Jia Sherdao was already waiting. Han Sun needed to stay alive in the fight for 10 minutes, and usually, the senior member would go easy on the new member. But this clearly wasn't going to be the case. Jia Sherdao immediately looked at Han Sun and said, "Give me everything you've got. Let me see what's so special about you, and how the maxing out of one's super geno points can make a big difference." Han Sun did not respond to what he said, but merely acted polite and bowed. "It is nice to meet you." Han's son was not going to use his self-geno cores, for if they broke, it'd be a while before they could be reconstructed. So Han's son summoned a golden rope that fired at Jia Sherdao like a lunging snake. Jia Sherdao was extremely confident in the white-knuckle power his fists could deliver, so he didn't summon a Geno core. The Iron Fist Martial Hall was made famous by his Iron Fist Slash, a brutal move when coupled with his fitness level. He had even managed to max out his ordinary, primitive, and mutant Geno points, placing his fitness level at over 15,000. 8,000 of those levels were from mutant Geno points alone. He believed his Iron Fist could beat and destroy anything, even silver Geno cores. He was impressed that Han's son could create a bronze Geno core, but he did not think he had any that were greater than that. So Jia Sherdao was comfortable in the prospect of using only his fists. He did not think he needed to summon his own Geno core, but he thought something was amiss the moment Han's son lashed a whip-like item towards him. The item was frighteningly quick. The anticipation of seeing what Geno core a new combatant would wield was always exciting, as they came in all shapes and forms. The creativity of some ranged from almighty to hilarious. But this was Han's son, and the anticipation to see what he had created was through the roof. Jia Sherdao's fists began turning black, and they drove themselves into the incoming beam of gold. The Iron Fist Slash move had destroyed many bronze and silver Geno cores in the past, with just one fell swoop. He was supremely confident the same result would befall Han Sen's. But when his fists connected with the light, the tense muscles in his face quickly unfastened themselves. A metallic clang rang out, as he felt his fist barrel into a material that was as tough as it was soft. It was of a chewy texture. He could not break the gold dragon lock, and he immediately felt himself be ensnared. Interesting. His Geno core is a rope. That'll certainly keep him tied up. Zhu Donglai laughed. Green thought it to be as fascinating as it was humorous, and he laughed and said, Jia Sherdao has clearly underestimated him then. I bet Han Sen's Geno core has a softening, cushion-like power. Old Man Ji did not say anything, and merely continued watching. Han's son had already told him what his self-Geno cores were, so he knew that what he was making use of now was not any of those. But Old Man Ji was still very curious to learn the class of the Geno core Han's son had used. Old Man Ji settled on the belief it was a silver Geno core, and a very good one at that. While it seemed to display a power more commonly expected in a gold Geno core, he didn't think Han's son could get his hands on one of those. They thought Jia Sherdao had made a slip, and that he had not imbued all his power into the strike he wished to perform. They thought he had let his cockiness get the better of him, and as a result, allowed Han's son to get the better of him as well. He was able to break silver Geno cores with ease, and he himself had a gold self-Geno core. Aside from this self-Geno core, he had many bronze and silver ones. So this initial capturing did not spell doom for his combat against Han's senator escaping the snare. He and the others believed would be quite easy. Old Man Ji hoped Han's son would soon put the core away, though, as it would be a great shame to see such a brilliant Geno core be broken. But Han's son wasn't going to do that. Han's son had to rely on this Geno core to gain the upper hand, unbeknownst to the others. He couldn't risk using his other Geno cores, as they'd end up broken. Although self-Geno cores could be broken, and then later regenerated, doing so would put great strain on the body. It would also take a long time Han's son couldn't really afford right now. Han's son wasn't going to let this happen, and thinking this was a great chance to stress test his gold dragon lock, he was keen to learn whether or not Jia Sherdao could break free. He was confident in the lock, though, and he knew Jia Sherdao's fitness didn't rival a top-dog mutant creature. There was every chance he couldn't escape its snatch. Jia Sherdao tried to maintain his cool, but he had to let a frown show. He used all the strength he could, but no matter what he tried, he could not get himself free. Everyone looked on in great surprise. They could see his muscles rise, webbed by stressed-out veins. It looked as if his muscles were going to break through the fabric of his clothing any second now, redefining what it meant to be ripped. But the rope just tightened even more, and it did not show any sign of breaking. And eventually, it began to shred the clothing, exposing the man's bulging body. Things quickly took a concerning turn. The rope did not relent in its tightening, and it eventually began to wear into the skin, drawing blood. Jia Shidao's face changed. His power was like a volcano, but the measly-looking rope had bested him. Jia Shidao tried gunning his muscles a multitude of times in the hopes he could break free, but nothing came loose. He could not earn himself any slack, and blood began to dye the rope and drip to the hall's floor. It was a very awkward-looking scene, truth be told, and as they watched, Green and the others' faces began to distort. They were shocked that Jia Shidao could not escape what was essentially a rope. He looked to be in an awful condition, made worse by how confident he had been when he walked out there. He wanted to prove to Han Sun that the young man had missed out not cooperating with him. He looked like an utter fool now. Jia Shidao had no clue what to do himself, so he decided to summon his gold Geno core. He knew his bronze and silver ones couldn't help, and if he summoned them, only for them to break, the embarrassment would only increase. This gold Geno core he had summoned was a pair of giant scissors laden with fish teeth. They looked to have been forged of black steel, and they were frighteningly sharp. Old Man Ji was surprised, seeing him summon his Geno core scissor slash. He was glad to see Han Sun had come so far, and he was this powerful. And he was more than impressed to see he had put Jia Shidao in a situation where he had no choice but to summon his most powerful Geno core. The Geno core scissor slash was controlled by the owner's mind. Without delay, it flew over to the tightening cords and attempted to snap down and cut the gold dragon lock. Old Man Ji felt awful watching this unfold. He had hoped Han Sun would call back his Geno core, and he expected the phantom scissors to cut through and break the item with ease. He thought it was a great waste. But when the teeth-laden maw of the scissors bit down on the rope, all that occurred was a flurry of sparks. The rope was unbroken. Green's eyes opened wide, unsure if he was seeing things correctly. He could not believe the gold dragon lock was able to withstand the chomp of those scissors. Those in the group had known each other for a number of decades, so they were well aware of how powerful Jia Shidao was. He had possessed scissor slash for the longest time, and they all knew how terrifying its cutting power was too. The fact it could not break Han Sun's rope was shocking. Jia Shidao's face turned grim. He kept chomping down on his bindings madly, but it achieved nothing. The ferocity of his cutting generated a blinding fireworks show. But still, it was all to no avail. There was still 10 minutes on the timer, and even with all that time, Han Sun did not think his opponent would break free. Even if he gave him an additional half an hour, Han Sun thought there'd be no threat. Do you know what Han Sun's Geno core is called? It's not a bronze Geno core, is it? Surely it can't be. Zhu Donglai asked Old Man Ji, having been perplexed. Zhu Donglai knew it was poor form to ask what the power of someone's Geno core was, so he only asked for its name. Old Man Ji stroked his beard and with a stuttered chuckle balked. How am I supposed to know? Why don't you ask him yourself? Zhu Donglai believed Old Man Ji was lying. He thought the old man did know what it was, but had chosen to hide it for some reason he could not even guess. But Old Man Ji wasn't telling a falsehood. He was as clueless as everyone else in the room. For the most part, Old Man Ji knew that Han Sun owned a crystal egg, but that was it. For the next 3 minutes, Jia Shidao frantically hacked, clamped, and cut at the ropes that had ensnared him, but no progress was made. As he realized the direness of his situation, his reddened face began to lose color and go pale. When Han Sun saw him stop resisting, he relaxed the lock's grip on him. Jia Shidao's face then turned green, and with a stiff jaw said, "You have passed the test." Jia Shidao quickly left the arena, and then left the area completely. He was far too embarrassed to remain. Old Man Ji quickly ran out and proudly pulled at Han Sun's arms, dragging him over to meet his peers. Green and Zhu Donglai were very friendly to Han Sun, which was nice to see. And Han Sun was glad not all were as spiteful towards him as Jia Shidao, who had obviously been harboring a grudge of sorts. The last thing he wanted was to make enemies, especially amongst the demigods. The woman didn't say anything though. She was as stone-cold and silent as she had ever been. Han Sun thought it was strange to see her just there, and for the others to care about her so much, despite the lack of interaction. The woman continued to sit where she was without saying a word, like little more than a sculpture. After they left, Han's son asked Old Man Ji, "Who was that woman? Is she one of the originals?" Old Man Ji responded saying, "Yes, she's an OG. But to be completely honest with you, even I have never heard her speak before." Old Man Ji then had a thought that seemed to brighten his mind. With raised eyebrows and sly eyes he said, Don't you try anything. I know she's pretty, but you need to keep that thing holstered. Don't you think about doing anything to her that would hurt Ji Yanran. If you upset her, I'll kill you with my old bones." Han's son gave a wry smile and said, "What are you talking about?" I was genuinely curious why Old Man Zhu and Mr. Green seemed to admire her so much despite her not really doing much of anything. Old Man Ji said, "She is a mystery, I'll give you that. I know she was one of the very first demigods, but beyond that, your guess is as good as mine. Perhaps Zhu Donglai and Green know more about who she is?" Han's son was surprised to hear this, and he thought to himself, "She cannot be the woman Uncle Bug mentioned, can she? I now need to visit West-South System, take the airship and return." Old Man Ji walked away then, but after a few steps, stopped in his tracks. Then, he left a few more parting words. "Again, don't do anything to upset Ji Yanran. That woman is the age of your grandmother, anyway." Han's son called after him, "What kind of person do you think I am?" Old Man Ji laughed on his way, but his next few words were tinged with a lingering concern from long ago. He said, "That woman is too pretty to be true, and even I was once tempted. And given the strange forces that govern her mystic behavior, there's even the chance you'll never see her again." After that, Old Man Ji embarked and his ship took off. Han's son understood Old Man Ji's worry. The woman was very weird, and she certainly wasn't some pretty girl you'd find at the cafe. Everyone knew to exercise caution when in her presence. Han's son could only take public transportation home, and since there were none available for the time being, he decided to relax in his hotel room. Han's son entered the sanctuary while there, to check up on Dragon Lady. She had made a lot of friends, and gathered a lot of information, which she promptly shared with him. Green Cow was telling the truth, it seemed. Still, there was no hiding the fact there were no other survivors from the expeditions into Hidden Valley. That was cause enough for concern. While Han's son was chatting with Green earlier, he asked if he knew about a demigod called Nan Litian and Shadow Shelter. Strangely, he had never heard of either. Han's son spoke with his friends in the sanctuary, and after a while, he decided to once again go back to the Alliance. He went to his room, and before he took his coat off, he noticed he wasn't alone. On his sofa was a beautiful woman. When Han's son saw the person sitting there, he was in shock. It was the woman from the Demigod Association, the mystic woman. It was the woman who did not say a word. "Why are you here?" After Han's son said this, a thought sprang into his mind. He wondered if she might have simply been a mute, and if so, asking her a question was a little inconsiderate. "I was looking for you." The woman spoke with a tone that was almost like that of a little girl. It was a sweet and soothing voice, a little high in pitch but incredibly friendly. "You can talk?" Han's son asked with surprise. "It's not difficult," the woman responded. "I never heard you speak before, and I thought maybe you were a mute or something. It was a misunderstanding on my part, I apologize." Han's son said, feeling a little awkward. The woman now looked at Han's son directly, and she said, "You are different than him. You're different than Han Jinji." Han's son was shocked. The formalities were over, clearly, and she was diving straight into the deep end. As for the differences she was referring to, he wasn't quite so sure what she was getting at. Perhaps she was merely referring to his appearance, but that wasn't exactly significant, since he was 3 generations down. Han's son did not know which Han Jinji she was referring to though. Was it his great-grandfather? Or Teacher Han of the Blue Blood Special Forces? "Are you talking about Teacher Han of the Blue Blood Special Forces?" Han's son asked. The woman replied, "You are different." "Of course we are different," Han's son said, acknowledging she must have known a great deal about Han Jinji. To him, this was practically a confirmation she was the woman in the 7th team. The one who did not make a wish. The woman's attitude suddenly turned to one of disdain, and she said to him, I cannot believe you describe your great-grandfather as if he was a stranger. You members of the Han family have always been so obscene. Han Sen frowned and said, What do you mean? My great-grandfather is Han Jinji, but he has nothing to do with the Blue Blood Special Forces. The woman, again with a frown of disdain, said, Pa, you can try to trick others, but you can't fool me. You are his heir, and there is something coming that you'll never escape. Think about what might happen if they found out about your relationship to Han Jinji. Who? What? What are you talking about? Is this a warning? Is there someone out there looking to kill me? Han Sen asked, bewildered by this strange conversation. You know what I mean. You know just as much as I do, if not more. The woman briefly paused, and then went on to say, If you're going to talk to me with this attitude, I think we should call it quits and stop. I didn't come here to talk to you, behaving like this. Han Sen said, Lady, you're confusing me. I'm being honest when I tell you that I am not related to Teacher Han. My grandfather was a member of staff there, but you seem to be getting offended for no reason at all. The woman looked at Han Sen with a different expression now. You really don't know? The woman said. If there's something you think I should know, then don't hold back, Han Sen said to her. With a strange expression, the woman then said, It doesn't matter. You are already a demigod, and they are sure to find out sooner rather than later. After a long and unsettling pause unfolded between them, she spoke again. Fortunately, you are different. Different enough that you might even live. She had said something along the lines of that a few times now, and Han Sen still had no clue what she was getting at. Her mystic arrival in his room was no longer the pleasant and revelatory encounter he was expecting. What concerned Han Sen the most was who she was referring to, and so he asked, Who are they? Do you mean Blood Legion? The woman looked as if she had been worn out by an ignorance Han Sen was unaware he was conveying. She said, Improve yourself. Just do it. Improve and you might live when you meet them. After that, the woman turned to leave. Han Sen quickly asked her, Can you at least tell me who they are? Who are you talking about? The woman left the room without responding. When Han Sen decided to chase her out into the corridor, she had disappeared. What in the alliance was she talking about? What did she mean? Does she think I am Teacher Han's heir? Or was this some sick game she likes playing, trying to confuse others? Han Sen's mind was a wallow of questions. People said Han Jinji could not have possibly had an heir, and many people believed Han Sen wasn't his heir. It had caused friction with quite a few individuals. This time it was different though. This woman was so sure he was an heir, it had caused her to storm off. If Han Jinji was a member of Blood Legion, Han Sen's family should have still possessed some blue blood. These people are too arrogant. Can't they speak with some modicum of clarity for once? Han Sen thought he might have gotten used to the mystique and ambivalence of these older people by now, but that clearly wasn't the case. If that generation hadn't been dropping like flies, he would have learned everything he wanted to by now for sure. There was only one takeaway from his brief talk with the woman, and he understood and agreed with it. And that was the need for him to improve. When he arrived home, he visited the Demigod Association's virtual community. There he found an abundance of information regarding various genocores and vast swathes of maps to peruse. The content available for him, in terms of learning material, far exceeded the expectations set by Old Man Ji. Unfortunately, none of the maps available showcased Han Sen's region of the Fourth God's Sanctuary. That was normal though. The Fourth God's Sanctuary was gargantuan, and there were only 100 humans currently living there. Han Sen had been the king of the Third God's Sanctuary, but even he had not come close to exploring that entire place. Back in the sanctuary, Han Sen learned Dragon Lady and Cheap Sheep had gone off hunting. The red pony he had recently healed had remained behind. Han Sen brought the pony and Bauer to the gate, seeking to go out so they could hunt as well. Nan Litian is back. As Han Sen approached the gate, someone called out, and people began to gossip amongst themselves. Han Sen was curious to see who Nan Litian really was. Thus far, the man had been a complete enigma. After walking outside the gate, Han Sen looked ahead to see a human riding atop a black unicorn. Han Sen could clearly see it was a human, and if he had to venture a guess, he would say he was around 30 years old. Of course, looks could be deceptive. The unicorn trotted up the way at a slow, almost meandering pace. It gave Han Sen a chance to observe the man and his steed, but also vice versa. When the man caught sight of Han Sen, he brought his unicorn to a complete standstill. There they both locked gazes. Han Sen could at least tell this man was totally new to him, which came as a relief. He wasn't someone from long ago he'd have trouble remembering, something which was an all too common occurrence. The man's eyes were stern though, and their lock on Han Sen would be defined as fiery, if they weren't also so sullen. It looked as if he viewed Han Sen as a thief, slinking out of his home, and he wished to do him harm. Han Sen picked up Bauer, and casually readied himself to leave, as if the tension manifested was just a figment of the man's imagination. There was trouble brewing, and even though Han Sen could not tell why, he knew it was best if he made himself scarce. This was clearly Nan Litian's territory, and if Han Sen remained and made himself an enemy to the human, he'd be greatly outnumbered. The space in Han Sen's paces began to widen, until he found himself sprinting away as fast as he could. Before he realized it, he had run a mile. The red pony was following after him too. It looked to be struggling to keep up with Han Sen, and if one did not look closely, it almost looked as if the pony was chasing him. But it managed to stay with him at least. Nan Litian did not say a word, but he obviously seemed to have a bone to pick with Han Senator. He turned his steed around, and took off after Han Senator. The unicorn had to be a mutant creature, and its speed was greater than Han Sen's, so it had little trouble catching up. And noticing this, Han Sen knew he was in trouble. He knew fleeing wasn't going to be the solution to this sudden standoff. Unfortunately, he could not think of anything else to do. If Nan Litian had taken over a gold shelter, then he must have had a gold Geno core too. This was different than what he had experienced with Jia Sherdao, and Han Sen could immediately tell that this opponent was far stronger. He had taken over a shelter, after all. Han Sen figured he could use his gold dragon lock to trap and halt Jia Sherdao's approach. He seemed to come for Han Sen blindly, so there should have been no trouble there. But he wouldn't change his course, or do anything else, until he knew he absolutely had to. The unicorn was fast approaching, and it was almost on Han Sen's heels. The infuriated rider atop it clutched a spear in his hands. Primed to skewer Han Senator, it didn't take long for Nan Litian to let it fly, and as it brushed Han Sen's clothing, he dove out of the way like a bat. Its speed was nothing short of frightening, though, and even with his jade skin activated, the spear managed to graze him in his evasion. And even that was enough to draw blood. Han Sen realized the gulf in fitness between the two was far too great. This called for diplomacy. "Why are you attacking me? What did I do?" Han Sen cried aloud. Han Sen wished to receive a response, and at least delay a potential follow-up attack that might have been primed to finish him off. "You know why? Why else do you run?" Nan Litian said, as he reached for another spear and swung it around like a loon. Han Sen summoned his gold dragon lock, and then said, "I wasn't running away from you. I'm just going for my daily sprint. I'm intense." The rope weaved itself around the spear, then continued forward to ensnare the rider. Nan Litian was quick to react though. He let go of his spear and dodged before he found himself tied up. The gold dragon lock had been unable to trap him, but it had managed to pin down his spear and horse. The unicorn fell on its shadow and rolled across the ground for a dozen meters. Nan Litian was visibly surprised by what Han Sen had managed to do, but that only fanned the flames of his hatred for Han Senator. The glint of murder that was previously residing in his eyes had now turned to one of full-on genocide. He summoned the spear back, and it reappeared in his hands. In an instant, he brought it directly before Han Sen, almost not providing him a moment to react. With his phoenix techniques, Han Sen was just able to muster the necessary speed to dodge the first few strikes. But the attack was relentless, and the swipes kept on coming. It was a horrifying scene, and Han Sen had rarely felt himself thrust into so much danger. There was no competition here. Han Sen's latest nemesis was by far his superior, and try as he might to dodge, Han Sen couldn't help but gather a collection of lesions and wounds from the hounding madman on his heels. And no matter what Han Sun pleaded, nothing would slow Nan Litian down. He had no clue why the man was lashing out at him like this. But things were taking a very disturbing turn. Disheartened by what was going on, Han Sun felt his hope begin to sap. He silently cursed Cheap Sheep too. Ever since he had met the wretched Cotton Ball, he believed he had suffered nothing but bad luck. Seeing the attacker not relent, Han Sun only had one choice left. So he brought out both of his horns and tried to block the man's attack. Boom! The horns immediately broke, and then Han Sun was sent flying a few hundred meters. But this was what he had hoped for. The speed at which he barreled away was what he wanted, and with this speed, he could leap an even greater distance away. Nan Litian did not expect Han Sun to do this, and he was mildly impressed. He wasn't going to let that stop him though. He looked at his still-trapped unicorn, and then turned back to look at Han Senator's spear in hand. He continued his pursuit, and the speed at which Nan Litian came was frightening. He was too fast, and nothing Han Sun did allowed him to outrun the spear-wielding maniac. Dodging the next attack successfully, Han Sun quickly switched on his Dongxian aura. He hoped he could find a way in which he might leave the danger of that place for good. Wait a minute, I'm on the path that leads to Hidden Valley, Han Sun suddenly realized. Han Sun thought it best to take refuge in Hidden Valley, but another 30 miles of travel was no small distance with his life in perpetual danger. He stumbled again, and acknowledging he was going to fail the latest dodge, he summoned his bulwark umbrella for a defense. The umbrella clashed against the spear and repelled it, but it was not without cost. The sound it made was terrible, and the umbrella sounded as if it was on the precipice of shattering. With the force of that strike, Han Sun and the umbrella were blasted away. But it was the perfect opportunity for Han Sun to gain even more distance on his pursuer, once again. Although Han Sun was bleeding quite a bit, he was in a good mood right now. He had regretfully made use of the umbrella, half expecting it to break, but it had survived. He thought maybe his Dongxian Sutra or Black Crystal had reinforced it, and made it stronger than it should have been. With the umbrella's support, Han Sun felt a lot more confident in the prospect of remaining airborne for the rest of his flight to Hidden Valley. Nan Litian wasn't so willing to let Han Sun go though. He shot up into the sky, swiping, slashing, and reaching with his spear. He was completely out of control, and his thirst for Han Sun's blood was monstrous. Han Sun used his umbrella to block an attack he wouldn't be able to evade. It was a success, but the force sent him downwards, spiraling into the rocky ground below. Cast across the coarse stones, his body was thrust between two large rocks and became wedged. A neighboring boulder was disturbed and began to roll, crushing Han Sun's hand into a bloody mess as it went. Before Han Sun could drag himself out of the stony landslide, the man and his spear were on him again. Han Sun was in the direst of situations, and the worst thing about it was that he had no idea who this nemesis was. He couldn't fathom a reason why Nan Litian would come after him. He had done nothing to warrant this attack. If he was from Angel Jean's Zhao family, it might make sense, but it was unlikely. They had a thirst for fame and renown, and nobody knew who Nan Litian was. Furthermore, people of the Zhao family seemed to revel in pumping gallons of genetics mutating serums into their veins before getting into a fight. This man had done no such thing. It couldn't have been the man from Iron Fist Marshall Hall either. Han Sun had just fought against Jiao Sherdao, and he was nowhere near as powerful as this man who hounded him. Stop. Are you from Blood Legion? I am a good friend of God's retribution. Han Sun settled on the thought he was someone from Blood Legion. With his hazy ties to them, he thought it best if he played on that association. Hearing this name, Nan Litian suddenly stopped still, as if a switch had been flicked and he was paused. As a torrent of relief washed over Han Sun, Nan Litian suddenly said, Of course you traitors are good friends." That wave of relief suddenly rolled back. Then the man exerted even more strength and speed into the spear set to skewer Han's senator, getting himself free. Han Sun rolled and evaded the attack. Han Sun regretted mentioning God's retribution, and he knew now he had made things worse. But it had at least cleared one thing up for Han Sun. It proved to him that Nan Litian probably was a member of Blood Legion. Pang! The umbrella blocked the next attack again, but it sent Han Sun careening into a wall. Collapsing back down to the ground, he did so with a mouthful of blood. Han Sun was in agony, but he held it back and dodged the next strike. Then he said, "I am a friend of your vice president, baby ghost. You've got the wrong guy." Nan Litian then shouted, "Nonsense! How can you be a friend of the vice president?" Han Sun was incredibly angry over his mistreatment, and now, he'd had enough. He responded, "Fuck you. You keep saying I'm a motherfucking traitor. But do you know whose heir I am? You are holding the relic. You are Han Jinji's heir, so who else?" Nan Litian continued to attack as he spoke. Han Sun had been firing on all cylinders, exhausting all the power his 10,000 fitness could provide. His opponent must have had a fitness level of 20,000. Fortunately, he had jade skin. If others had suffered what Han Sun was going through, they'd have been killed many times over. "You mean this necklace thingy? I found it on the ground. I picked it up and thought it looked cool," Han Sun said, as he revealed the 9-life cat pendant. Han Sun wanted to buy himself some time, so he could successfully escape into Hidden Valley. "You really are the traitor's heir. Just like him, you're full of shit." Nan Litian saw right through the con, and then he exerted even greater strength in his attacks. Fuck! Han Sun was cut right across the shoulder. The blade cleaved through his armor and his flesh, leaving his arm dangling. Hidden Valley was still some distance away, and if things continued like this, there was every chance he could die. Han Sun decided to stop dodging. In one hand he held an umbrella, in the other, a crystal egg. Pang! The spear hit the umbrella, sending Han Sun flying back. Unable to maintain his grip, his fingers slipped, and the umbrella was cast across a rock out of reach. As this happened, Han Sun threw his egg at Nan Litian. The man dodged it, but when the egg missed his head, it ricocheted off a stone in the direction of his ear. He lifted his spear and knocked the egg away, fearing what power it may have harbored. But the egg was still able to work its magic on the weapon that had caused Han Sun so much pain. It turned the spear to rubber, but not the man wielding it. The egg returned to Han Sun, just as Nan Litian sought to strike him down with one final blow. Reaching for the umbrella, Han Sun managed to grab it by the handle, bring it forward and open it. Pang! The rubberized spear collided with the umbrella. Han Sun had hoped for it to be a flaccid hit, but the power of the spear was too great, and it managed to maintain some of its hardness. When it struck Han Sun, he was still knocked back a good distance. He was thrown back through the air, heading in the direction of a rocky surface. But fortunately, there was a definite reduction in the damage that last hit had dealt him. It did not make him any worse for wear. While Han Sun was in the air, he brought out his crystal egg again, and then he lobbed it at the wall he was on a crash course towards. When the egg hit the wall, it pinged back to Han Sun's hand. Where it had struck was now as soft as a cushion, ready to catch him. The wall was like a sponge, and he was able to walk away from it without harm. He leaped forward, knowing Nan Litian would be on him like a hound on a pork chop. He raised his umbrella and aimed it at his nemesis's face. Nan Litian put away his softened spear, and instead brought out a green sword. With it he performed an upward slash. Han Sun summoned his crystal egg, and threw it once more. The egg was not thrown on a distinct, clearly defined trajectory, and it just flew around in the air like a crazed firefly. It eventually came to a stop in front of Nan Litian, and the moment he tried to grab it, the egg pierced through his hand like a bullet. It almost managed to reach his face. Suddenly a bell appeared. It covered the egg, and then dropped to the ground like a pillar of firm stone. Han Sun could hear his egg bouncing around inside the bell, and swiftly knew there was no chance of the egg getting itself out. The bad thing about the egg was that it could not break things. It had no real strength of its own, so now, trapped in an enclosed space, it could do nothing. Dong! 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 Nan Litian struck against the umbrella another 3 times, until it was knocked free from Han Sun's strained grip. "Go to hell!" Nan Litian screamed, as he tightened his clutch on the sword he wielded, and brought it down towards Han's senator. Seeing the green sword descend, Han Sen couldn't help but smile. Nan Litian thought Han Sen was either slightly deluded or just flat out crazy. He firmly believed he was about to end the pest and slice him in two. But suddenly, Nan Litian felt a pain in his eye. He blinked, and a second later Han Sen was gone. He had dodged the strike, and then he noticed he was grabbing a hold of his chest. Nan Litian roared in fury, moved away, and then used his fist to punch at Han Sen, who was in the process of delivering a palm strike of his own. Pang! Nan Litian's fist and Han Sen's palm collided, but no shockwave was generated. Han Sen's fingers were inside his fist, but strangely, no blood came out. Buzz! Nan Litian's body twitched. He tried to scream, but something jammed the noise in his throat, and no sound was made. After a pause of silence, he coughed up a torrent of blood. Nan Litian was in immense pain, as if the entirety of his being was being pulled apart. It was like he was suffering a Charlie horse with each and every muscle. The pain continued to increase until he could no longer remain composed and hold it together. He was losing control, thrashing about like he was suffering a violent seizure. Han Sen was surprised to see Super Spank fail to break Nan Litian's sequence structure. It was obvious Nan Litian was just too strong compared to Han's senator, but while he may not have been able to annihilate the man, the attack had at least delivered an insufferable amount of hurt. The sequence structure had most certainly been damaged somewhat, and Han Sen knew he'd just have to pull harder if he wanted the rest of his enemy to break. Just as Han Sen was about to do the same thing again, Nan Litian switched to the defensive and summoned a shield. Catcha! But Han Sen's palm shattered the shield with no trouble. Nan Litian was in agony and shock, but still, the prevailing emotion was anger. His bloodlust for Han Sen was only heightening. With the green sword still in hand, he flailed it around aimlessly in the hopes of striking Han's senator. Due to the difference in fitness, Han Sen could not efficiently keep up and dodge Nan Litian's blisteringly speedy strikes. Swiftly, Han Sen raised his umbrella to block the attacks that were coming his way. With an opportunity presenting itself, Han Sen ducked to the side, down where the bell lay. He shattered it and took his egg back. Without stopping, Han Sen took off in the direction of Hidden Valley once again. Nan Litian followed after him, but kept his distance. From behind, he fired out gusts of power at Han Sen as he went. While Han Sen was able to keep using his umbrella, it didn't deflect all the incoming damage. He still had to suffer more and more pain while he was on the run. Fortunately, Nan Litian was not able to keep up too well, following the agony he had been in. He slowly fell behind until Han Sen was out of sight, having undoubtedly escaped into the Hidden Valley he had been so desperately trying to get to. Nan Litian continued after him though. He could tell where he was going, and slaying Han Sen was his #1 goal right then. Hidden Valley was a large, sprawling valley, but it was knotted, twisted, thorned, and tangled by a variety of different genoplants. The trees there were enormous and thick, creepy vines wreathed their way up and around each gigantic trunk like tinsel. After entering the valley, not even the sun could penetrate that expanse. In the denseness of that place, Han Sen felt as if he was treading through a green cave. The moment Han Sen entered the tangled complex that was Hidden Valley, he felt his Dongxian aura become overwhelmed. The knotted labyrinth was almost too much for it to process, and it suffered, becoming little more than a garbled transmission. Of course, Han Sen did not need to use it like radar. He could still detect and sense the life forces of the land around him. Thrusting into that messy region, Han Sen made sure to remain fleet of foot. Nan Litian was still pursuing, and he swung wildly at the plants that sought to slow his feet. Han Sen was not slowed down by the brush though. He utilized his Dongxian movement and heavenly go to sidestep every vine and leaf that reached out to slow him down. Amongst the staggeringly tall trees and plants, vines wreathed their way through that wretched landscape, giving Han Sen flashbacks to his time in the third god's sanctuary. Many of those vines were so thick, not even Nan Litian could cut his way through them, and he had to clumsily dodge around them instead. For the first time that day, Han Sen was at an advantage. With the delicate grace of his maneuvering, He went for the deepest, furthest, creepiest reaches of Hidden Valley. Green Cow told Han Sun there were many strange growths in the valley. There were trees composed of hideous, tangled snakes. And there were even vines that had bloodshot eyeballs that blinked ferociously. Although most of the plants in that area were just there, and did not seek to bring harm to those brave enough to explore, the ones that did were extremely dangerous. Han Sun had to stay on his toes, not only for the enraged madman chasing him, but for what he might unwittingly find himself running into. But this was sort of what Han Sun had hoped for. The last thing he wanted was to become swallowed by a man-eating plant, but he needed to lead Nan Litian into a hostile plant. If he was crafty enough, he could get the plants to free him from his pursuer. Suddenly, Han Sun detected a nearby plant that possessed a mammoth life force that blazed like the brightest bonfire. Han Sun ran towards it, ready to risk alerting its attention not to him, but to Nan Litian, who was still hot on his heels. When he was 10 meters away from that life force, the knots of the overgrowth swarmed Han Sun's vision, obscuring where and what exactly that plant was. It was all a great mess. This had forced Han Sun to slow down, and it had provided Nan Litian the opportunity to catch up. His enemy thrust forward with his sword, ready to deliver a final strike. When his sword found a target, though, the sound of a metallic drang rang out. Han Sun raised his head, now alerted to Nan Litian's alarmingly close presence. When he searched for what his foe had hit, he noticed the jade-like trunk of a tree he had not seen before. It must have just appeared there, and when Han Sun examined this tree, he looked down to observe the roots. There, half submerged in the soil, were many jade bulls. Only their heads were sticking out of the soil, and one of them had taken notice of Han's senator. The bulls stared at him with red, frightening eyes. Nan Litian must have struck the horn of one of those bulls, and Han Sun now noticed the fiery life force he had previously detected was a combination of the tree and those bulls. Moo! Suddenly, the bull Nan Litian had struck made a sound. The bull stomped its way out of the soil with the ground-shaking march of an elephant. It lowered its head and exhaled a flame-tinged lungful out of its twitching nostrils. It was mad, and it looked ready to chase down not just Nan Litian, but Han Sun as well, making a fine kebab with its horns. Its speed was terrifying. Before Han Sun could bring himself to dodge the creature, it was before him. Han Sun only had the time to reach out and grab the horn, but when his fingers fell upon it, the bull lifted its head upwards, throwing Han Sun into the air, towards the twig-pricking tops of a tree. He broke through several branches on his way upwards, but he found himself brought to a stop against something soft. Han Sun felt himself fall into the center of a silver flower. The bud inside was around the size of a double bed. It was plush and comfy, a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Han Sun felt a wash of relief come upon him, and for a brief instant, he thought himself safer than he had been all day. But he soon saw that this was not a place for respite. Han Sun's landing there was not a coincidence, for he saw Nan Litian also fare an upward launching. His nemesis of the day ended up on another flower exactly like his. Han Sun wished to escape before something worse was to occur. That which was most wretched often disguised itself as the fairest after all. And as soon as he tried to make a move, that proved to be true. The pleasantness of the flower swiftly evaporated, as a number of vines reached upwards to tie Han Sun up with the ease of a shoelace. Han Sun turned his gaze towards Nan Litian, and the same was happening to him. He too had been captured by a flower. They were wrapped up so much, they now looked like mummies. Han Sun thought it might have been a carnivorous flower, but after it wrapped him up, nothing else occurred. No digestive acid was released, and no chomping teeth were revealed. Moo! The bull shouted in their direction again. Then it returned to the soil. The bull went inside head first, and all they could see was its tail, sticking out at the base of the tree like a stubborn root. Han Sun could not imagine how strong and hardy the tree was. But with nothing better to do, Han Sun was now able to examine it and record its finer details. He noticed there were 8 bulls encircling the tree. The tree also had many more of the silver flowers the two had been trapped inside. Han Sun looked around, and saw Nan Litian struggling in an attempt to escape. It was a far tougher rap than even he anticipated. "Why are you chasing me? Can you just tell me?" Are you really willing to risk your life this much, if it means you get to kill me? Han Sen asked. Han Sen still had super spank, so if he wanted to escape, he believed he could. But seeing as nothing else was going on, Han Sen thought it best to ask as many questions as he could, while his enemy was also restrained. I need to kill the traitor, Nan Litian coldly responded. I thought you wanted my 9-life cat pendant? Han Sen asked. Who would want that? It's just a trinket belonging to your family. Nan Litian spoke in a voice that suggested he was humiliated by the question. Han Sen eyed him queerly, thinking his reaction to be strange. Why wouldn't you want your Blood Legion relic back? Han Sen asked with a frown. Nan Litian's face turned dour, and he returned the question with one of his own. Tell me, are you Han Jinji's heir? My great-grandfather is Han Jinji, but not the one from the Blue Blood Special Forces, Han Sen said. Nan Litian frowned, as if he was thinking of something. Is he really not the heir of Han Jinji? Nan Litian murmured to himself. He paused before addressing himself once more, saying, But if he wasn't, why would he have the relic? And there's no way he could carry that on him. You still didn't tell me why only my family wants it, Han Sen said, thinking his enemy's self-narration was a little creepy. It doesn't matter if you're not Han Jinji's heir, but you know my identity, and that is a transgression that does not allow me the pleasure of letting you live. You must die for this, Nan Litian said, summoning a dagger he could try to cut Han Sen with on the adjacent flower. They were both trapped like mummies, and there was nothing Han Sen could do to dodge. He only had his demon heart ring, his crystal egg, and his bulwark umbrella. He summoned the umbrella to block the mind-controlled dagger. The dagger flew against the umbrella, and it could not break the established defense. Nan Litian summoned his green sword then, and had it propped to take aim at Han Sen's throat. Han Sen did not have the time to reposition the umbrella to block the green sword that was now coming for him, and he was left exposed to its attack. With super spank, he tried to pull and unfurl the vines that had wrapped him up. Unfortunately, no matter what he tried, the plant did not budge. He then believed it to be a sacred blood tree, but that didn't mean much right now, given the circumstances. Seeing the sword come for him, only one viable option remained for Han Sen to try. He activated Super King Spirit, in the hopes it would provide enough of a boost in power to free him. Han Sen's body, his eyes, and his hair all turned white, the latter growing extremely long. It floated menacingly all around him, as if he was underwater. But before Han Sen used his strength to tear off the vines and bring ruin to the flower that had trapped him, they decided to let him go free. At first, Han Sen believed it to be an act of self-defense, not wanting to let itself get hurt when it detected the power he now wielded. But then, the vines that had encased him moved over to the sword that was alarmingly close to decapitating him, and tangled it up. It had done so to protect him. What's going on? Han Sen thought this was extremely strange. A tree that had gone to lengths to wrap them both up was something he believed to be hostile. The flower then created a platform for Han Sen to step on. Nan Litian looked on in shock, unable to believe a powerful genoplant would side with Han Sen, as it was doing now. Why do you have the aura of a spirit? And why do you smell like a creature? What are you? Nan Litian had never seen anything like this before. He was well and truly flabbergasted. Han Sen looked at his Super King Spirit body now, and he saw how it propagated the sense of him being both a creature and a spirit. The sense of countless different creatures filled him up, many of which were ones that not even Han Sen himself could recognize. Han Sen's thoughts suddenly turned to the name Super King Spirit. Ordinarily, a level that was higher than a King Spirit was dubbed Emperor. The term super was a tier definition given to creatures. It wasn't until now that Han Sen realized it could harness the power and aura of a creature, as much as a spirit. The spirit in the title of this form was more likely a general term, a synonym for energy, soul, or essence. It didn't exclusively mean he became an actual spirit, of the sanctuary's definition. Who I am does not matter. Due to your repeated attempts of murder, your life is forfeit unto me. Han Sen walked back towards Nan Litian, harnessing and manipulating the shock his nemesis had just experienced. Under Han Sen's feet, the flower continued to generate platforms for him to walk upon. More and more platforms came as swiftly as Han Sen moved, forming a perfectly safe walkway for him to tread. They guided him to Nan Litian. Han Sen came before his foe and asked, "Who are you in Blood Legion? What are you regarded as?" Nan Litian, who was still trapped, said, "I am a successor of Li Hen." "Are you one of the 13? Han Sen asked. Although Nan Litian was strong, Han Sen did not think he was as strong as God's retribution. "I am not him. I merely carry his torch." Nan Litian rushed to speak. "Is there a difference?" Han Sen didn't know too much about how Blood Legion worked, so it was a legitimate question. "You need the purest blood to become one of the 13, and I don't have it," Nan Litian answered. Han Sen suddenly heard a noise. Turning to look at where it had come from, he saw Bauer riding Red Pony, coming his way. Red Pony had delivered Bauer to Han Sen safely, it seemed, not wanting the bulls to hurt them, in case those wild creatures sought to give them the same treatment. Han Sen leaped down to meet with them on the ground of the valley. "Dad!" Bauer jumped into Han Sen's arms as soon as she could. Red Pony had Han Sen's gold dragon lock clipped to its behind. Han Sen wondered why, then realized that it had dragged the black unicorn here on Han Sen's behalf. Han Sen was delighted, not expecting Red Pony to be so kind as to do that for him. Red Pony dropped the gold dragon lock to the ground so Han Sen could take it back. When Han Sen examined the state of the black unicorn, he wagered it must have tried to wrestle its way free. The binding ropes of the lock had dug deeply into the creature's flesh. It was a ghastly sight. The black unicorn choked on its attempted screams and squeals as the lethal cords of the gold dragon lock dug into its body. Its throat was being crushed, robbing it of air. Its eyes began to twitch and flicker, slowly rolling back into its skull. Han Sen pulled out his only horn and thrust it into the creature's neck to hurry along its death and stop its suffering. With the power of the Super King Spirit body, it was a trivial task. The horn slid through the creature's jugular like a hot knife through butter. Mutant creature Wind Unicorn killed. Beast soul gained. Geno core destroyed. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 mutant Geno points randomly. Han Sen retrieved his gold dragon lock and turned back to Nan Litian. He asked him again, "Why do you people not want the relic?" Nan Litian answered, "Only the president should have it, otherwise it'd weaken your blood." "Do you mean the blue blood powers?" Han Sen asked for clarification. Nan Litian, fearing for his life, was keen to answer whatever was asked of him. He answered, "It weakens our blood, if it is in our presence. While it is indeed precious, only the president can possess it." "Does that mean Han Jinji was the president?" Han Sen was shocked at this revelation. If only the president could have it, and make use of it without any negative repercussions, then the only logical conclusion that could be formed was that Han Jinji was the president of Blood Legion. But if he was the president, then why would Nan Litian call Han Sen and Han Jinji traitors? "He's just a traitor," Nan Litian said. "Then what relevance does he have to Blood Legion? How is he recognized? He's on the tip of everyone's tongue, it would seem." Han Sen was getting frustrated. "He's just a follower," Nan Litian said. "Didn't he have blue blood?" Han Sen asked. "He was captured. Why would he have blue blood?" Nan Litian seemed surprised. Han Sen retreated into thought for a moment, telling himself, Baby Ghost was right. He wasn't a part of the organization. But why do the older people seem to think he has blue blood? This makes no sense. "Why did you capture him?" Han Sen asked. "That is a secret." Nan Litian began to cough and froth blood from the corners of his lips. He seemed to be dying. Han Sen was taken aback. He leaned forward to open the man's mouth and prevent him from drowning on his own fluids. But Nan Litian kept his jaw shut and merely smiled. Then he exploded. It was too late for Han Sen to realize what was going to happen, and so he summoned his bulwark umbrella to avoid getting soaked in the soggy, gooey mess that had previously composed the person known as Nan Litian. Han Sen, umbrella firmly in hand, shielded himself from the spray. The power of the self-destruction knocked Han Sen back, but he was caught by the plush composite of the flowers. Did he talk that much to distract me? Did he self-destruct in one final bid to bring me down with him? Han Sun viewed the horrendous scene with disgust, seeing bits of his flesh, the remains of his entrails, and his blue blood painting the surroundings. Han Sun had seen God's retribution's blood before, though, and he could immediately tell that Nan Litian had not been lying. His blood was much lighter. The pendant then suddenly burned brightly. When Han Sun checked it out, he noticed it was starting to shine. The blue blood began to lose its unnatural color, reverting to an ordinary red color again. He wasn't kidding. The pendant really does weaken the blue blood. Han Sun was surprised. When the process of reverting the blue blood into red blood had finished, the pendant returned to its daily dormant state. Although Nan Litian had killed himself, Han Sun had at least learned a little bit. Baby Ghost had told him Han Jinji was captured by Blood Legion, and what Nan Litian said backed that up. It seemed to be the truth. Then why did some people believe he had blue blood and couldn't have an heir? Han Sun was calm and composed after this though. A surprise considering what he had just had to endure. He knew there were many questions left to be answered, but it seemed he was being drip-fed revelations on the regular, and it would only be a matter of time before he had all the answers he needed. And he had a tingling sensation that told him it wouldn't be long now. He was getting very close to the truth. With Super King Spirit mode still activated, Han Sun dragged the Wind Unicorn out of Hidden Valley. Kindly the plants also swayed, bent, or moved out of the way on his approach too. It was like the entire plant-clogged valley was forming a path for him. This means I can enter this place safely, doesn't it? If Green Cow wasn't lying, then maybe I can really find the Starsea Beast. Han Sun planned to go back, but he had to deal with the corpse of the Wind Unicorn first. Han Sun skinned the Wind Unicorn, then peeled and chopped it up into a variety of different cuts. He didn't want others to recognize the creature when he returned. If the creatures in the shelter were still semi-hostile towards him, they might not appreciate learning what had happened to their glorious master and his steed. It could prompt another attack. When Han Sun returned, the shelter was in a right state. Nan Litian's creatures and spirits had all died, following his self-destruction. Well, it's now or never. I can't think of a better opportunity to claim this place. Han Sun went towards the spirit hall as soon as he could. There, Han Sun saw one spirit and two creatures vying to be the next ruler of the shelter. Han Sun could tell the spirit was royal class, and the creatures were mutant class. They saw Han Sun approach, and when they did, they turned to look at him. Han Sun was taken aback. The three beings in front of him were as strong as Nan Litian, by the looks of them. They wanted to claim the shelter, but they seemed dubious and afraid of something. It came as a bit of a surprise. When Han Sun entered the hall, they all stared at him at once. They knew the place very well, and they knew who inhabited the shelter. They did not expect to see Han Sun show up, someone who was mostly a stranger, to try to fight for it. What's more was the fact that it was only a human, and one who did not seem particularly strong. The spirit smiled to him and spoke. Another human? We were controlled by a human for so long. Do you really want another? Maybe we should deal with him before we decide what's next. After that, the two mutant creatures looked angrier. Han Sun thought to himself, damn, spirits still have a hard-on for hating humans even in this sanctuary. They'll use any excuse to kill a human, if they have to. To cool the situation, Han Sun pleaded to the creatures that seemed undecided and said, please don't listen to him. We only have one life, and yet, spirits can respawn. If he betrays you people, that comes as no cost to him. It's a little unfair, don't you think? The two creatures turned to the spirit and growled, with their lips raised and teeth on full display. The spirit stared at Han Sun with intense eyes. Han Sun inspected the three that were there, wondering how he might pull things in his favor. The spirit was blue, and he wielded a blue crystal greatsword. He had blonde hair. One of the two creatures looked like a white tiger. It had 6 ears, but apart from that, it looked like a proud and glorious being. The other creature looked like a robot, and it was made of black metal. Do you remember how Nan Litian treated us? We were treated like worthless slaves. He was a horrible person, with one hell of a mean streak. And the conditions of staying here? Have you all forgotten? The spirit made his case for why he should become leader instead. Han's son rebutted with, I don't know what sort of person Nan Litian was, and how he treated you all, but I'm not him. And what's more is that you are free. I will let you keep your freedom. I've dealt with spirits before, and I know how cruel and callous they can be. They enslave humans and treat them as poorly as they do creatures. Anything in a spirit's service is controlled via a tight leash pulled by an iron fist. It is no way to live. Han's son then went on to say, I'm a human with a bronze geno core. How can I fight you all? As he spoke, Han's son summoned his umbrella to prove to them it was bronze. When they saw it was a bronze geno core, the creatures turned to look back at the spirit. The scene had been brought to a standstill. Han's son was thinking how he might take the shelter. He didn't want to back off and miss this opportunity, but he also knew he could not fight the three of them. The three were only a little weaker than Nan Litian himself, so the odds were completely out of his favor. He wouldn't stand a chance. Han's son thought it might be best to just back out and let them duke it out before swooping in when a wounded victor emerged. Committing to this idea, Han's son took one step back. But when he did this, the metal robot swept forward and stopped him from leaving. How about a deal? The metal robot offered. What deal would that be? Han's son looked at the Robomon with interest. This was a surprising turn of events. I will help you take down the shelter and give you control. I only want the mine, the metal man explained. The spirit then said, Metal demon, why don't you just ask me? Join me and we can crush these vermin. We can crush the six-eared freak. Make me ruler, and you can have the mine. The white tiger roared when he heard what he had been called. Metal demon responded to the spirit by saying, The human is correct. If you became ruler, we would all be enslaved. The spirit's face turned glum hearing this. Do you really think a bronze geno core human can beat me in Six-Ear? Metal demon said. Don't presume Six-Ear is with you. He hasn't pledged allegiance to any one side yet. Metal demon continued. Six-Ear, you want the garden, don't you? How about you take the garden, I take the mine, and the human gets the rest. Six-Ear heard this and roared in agreement. What do you think, human? Does this satisfy you? Metal demon said. I'm just happy to have a roof over my head, Han's son said, agreeing. Six-Ear and Metal demon began to dubiously approach the spirit, slowly and carefully. They had their plan. Han's son wasn't sure how they were going to engage the spirit in battle, but he followed after them with care. The spirit, however, was of an unswayed resolve. He had no fear, and he balked at them, saying, Pa, you guys are all so naive. Do you know why I have bothered talking to you filth for so long? A sudden aura of immense evil and power raced into the shelter. Upon its arrival, shock struck the hearts of the creatures backing Han's senator. An additional 2 spirits had come. One was tall and imposing, as it was a 4-meter-tall giant that wielded a massive hammer. The other was short. It was plump and stocky, and it was no taller than Hansen's waist. The hammer it wielded, however, was larger than the giant's. They did not mask their presence or life force. They wanted the others to see that they were just as strong as the other spirit they had come to aid. 3 versus 3. Those are the odds I like. But tell me, are you as confident as you were just a few moments ago? The spirit smiled callously. The white tiger with 6 ears and metal demon looked ill. They preferred to share the shelter with a weak human than accept the cruel rulership of a spirit. While they were confident in tackling the one that had first confronted them, they had not expected him to have backup on the way. Their presence there now scared them. What's more, the reinforcements had entered the hall through its only exit. They had to fight no matter what. Even if they sought to flee, they'd have to battle their way out. I'll spare your lives if you subject yourselves to my will and accept me as your new master. And as for you, the spirit turned his head to address Han's son now, and he said, Well, I can't grant you the same generosity. Humans must die. You're getting ahead of yourself, don't you think? You're already talking as if you own us. Han's son smirked. No, but your delicate, petty existence rests in the mighty palm of my hand. The spirit drew his blue greatsword and pointed it at Han Sr. The deal is unchanged. You two take on tall and small, and I'll get the big cheese. Han's son issued a command, and immediately cast a gold beam of light towards the advancing spirit. The blonde spirit swung his greatsword at the beam. Six-Ear and Metal Demon, still allied with Han's son, did as ordered. They both went to engage the two spirits that had come to support their master. They did not think Han's son could beat the spirit, though. In fact, they were planning on fleeing. All they hoped was that Han's son had what it took to occupy their primary enemy long enough, so they could escape. Tall and Small both smiled like ghastly twins. They swung their hammers with alarming ferocity, ruining the scape of the hall in their bids to make jelly out of the creatures that tried for them. And with each shockwave came a debilitating effect the creatures were unable to avoid or withstand. Like the momentarily disturbed surface of a gentle pond, a pulsing ring flowed out from each strike. When those shockwaves reached the creatures, their movements slowed and made them more susceptible to being hit. The creatures looked at Han's son whenever they could, hoping he could continue keeping their enemy busy. But when they saw what he had done, they were in utter shock. The blonde spirit had been tied up by a golden cord, like a strung hunk of pork. With a horn he swiveled in hand. He was casually approaching the spirit. Shortly after, that same horn was plunged deep into the blonde spirit's heart. Tall and Small caught a glimpse of what had just transpired in the short amount of time they had spent in combat, and they quickly suffered a pang of shock mixed with a dollop of fear. They turned around wishing to run. Since they were no longer swinging their hammers to slow down their opponents, the two creatures were able to chase after and nip at their behinds. Listen up, you primitive screwhead. Lesson number 1. Know who you're dealing with before you start swinging that puny little sword of yours around, Han's son callously said, as he slowly and excruciatingly pushed the horn deeper into the blonde spirit's heart. The spirit was in too much pain to respond, and he died swiftly after. His entire body shattered. Han's son knew it was not over yet, though. The spirit wasn't completely dead, and there was a large chance he'd return as soon as he had mustered his courage back to try again. As for the tiger and Robomon creature, Han's son did not go after them, and the enemies they were hounding down. Instead, he immediately called for Moment Queen to claim the shelter. Shortly after, the place was rebooted and fully operational once more. There were still others in the shelter who had not vied for ownership, and they eagerly awaited learning who the new master would be. Unfortunately, the two creatures were unable to catch up with Tall and Small. They returned to the spirit hall shortly after, empty-handed. Will you hold up your end of the bargain? Metal Demon asked Han's senator when they made the deal. They hadn't realized Han's son was strong enough to so easily slay the blonde spirit like he had. As such, they wanted to treat him with respect. Of course, the mine and the garden are yours, but you two are now responsible for the well-being of the shelter, as much as I, Han's son said. Han's son did not mind having two mutant-class allies by his side. Of course, and if the spirits dare show their face again, we'll be here to fend them off. The two creatures were incredibly happy, as they had become unsure whether or not Han's son would stay true to the deal they had struck. If he did not, with the strength he possessed, there'd be little they could do to change his mind, after all. The way Han's son had killed that spirit made them almost afraid to interact with him. They then had a discussion on how best to proceed in controlling the shelter, and how it should be operated. The others in the courtyards were worried about what would become of them too. They still did not know who the new master was, and most of them were leaning towards escape. If a powerful spirit had taken over, they could all kiss their freedom goodbye. The person with the most worry there, however, was another human. There was another demigod there, and his name was Su Mianhua. He was a professor of genetics in the Alliance. When he came to the fourth god's sanctuary, he was fortuitous enough to spawn nearby. Nanlitian found him and knew who he was. Shortly after, he was led to the shelter, where he was granted accommodation. He had even been provided much free flesh to level up at a greater pace. But it was not all peachy. Su Mianhua had been imprisoned in the shelter, and not even allowed to return to the Alliance. He had been forced to remain inside the shelter to do research on Nanlitian's behalf. Su Mianhua knew Nanlitian, often went out to murder creatures for the sole purpose of getting him to do more research. But while the requirement to do research had been forced upon him, over time, he had grown to enjoy it. It became a hobby of sorts, and he was really into it. The technology in the sanctuaries was fairly primitive, but he had made grand advancements in the time he had spent there. He needed more time and more materials, though. He had run low on supplies recently, so he was quite interested in whether or not a new leader would tolerate his hobby. If the new owner was a creature, there'd be a high chance he would be killed outright. After the many years of research, while he had collected many geno points, he had done no combat training. He would be hopeless in a fight, so if he was cast out of the shelter, it'd be as good as a death sentence. All the spirits and creatures stared at the spirit hall, ready for the announcement of who their next leader was. Who do you think the new master will be? Metal Demon. That Robo-Boy's Geno core is indestructible. Nah, my boy Six-Ear. That tiger eats metal scrap for breakfast. I saw them chase two spirits out. It has to be one of them. Perhaps they're even cooperating. I still think Metal Demon should be the master. He's a cool guy, and there's not a bad circuit in his body. Well, let's be honest here. As long as it's not a spirit, we're good. If a spirit takes the mantle, we're all going to have to sign contracts. Yeah, I hope it isn't a spirit. Spirits are trash. As the crowd formed to gossip, speculate, and await the reveal of their new master, something appeared and walked out before them. Everyone went deathly silent when they saw. If the next master wasn't up to par, and was not very favorable, there was every chance of them leaving. Six-Ear and Metal Demon came out together. They did so side by side in a fine condition. It did not look as if they had done any fighting. But then they parted. Someone else was coming, walking through the center to overtake them both. It looked like a spirit was going to assert the mantle, or at least, that's what their first glance told them. They quickly sought to run off and abandon the shelter, in fear of entrapment. They thought a spirit had taken the shelter over, and that it had already claimed Six-Ear and Metal Demon. Sparing an additional second to see who it was before racing off, the audience then noticed it wasn't a spirit. It was almost too short to be one, and surprisingly, the person looked rather similar to Nan Litian. It's a human. A number of them balked in unison. This came as a grand surprise for each and every one of them. Hardly anyone there knew Han Sun, and so they wondered where he had come from, and what had led him to becoming their new master. Green Cow looked at Han Sun from down below, and asked aloud, to the attention of no one in particular, "How did that bloke get into the spirit hall, Mumu?" Su Minhua was equally confused. He believed he and Nan Litian to be the only humans in the remote proximity of Shadow Shelter. As the creatures all mulled about in confusion, Metal Demon stepped forward to speak. From now on, Han Sun will be the new master of Shadow Shelter. If I see any disobedience, I will subject the rowdy party to a fierce shredding. Six-Ear, the white tiger, then let out a roar to agree with what the robot had said. All in the assembly were in shock. Each and every one of them could not believe their latest master was another human. And what's more, he had garnered the full support of the two standing at his side. Only Su Minhua was truly delighted to know a new human would be the latest master. He's the new master? Green Cow again spoke aloud. She struggled to keep her thoughts inside her mind, and now her eyes too. They almost fell out of their sockets, as she struggled to comprehend the fact that the man she had tried to half swindle was to be the new master of the shelter. Don't expect much change. The rules you knew before are still in place. No oath or contract is put upon you to remain here. Your freedom is intact, and you can all continue living here. So rock on, I guess. Han Sun finally spoke, with a casual tone of voice that sought to comfort any fears they were harboring. Han Sun wanted them all to feel safe. The more people who happily lived there, the more taxes he'd be able to receive. With Six-Ear and Metal Demon by his side, the fears of the shelter's occupants were soon laid to rest, and business swiftly returned to normal. Han Sun gave them the mine and garden, as was promised in the bargain they had made. That wealth was also payment for them to remain in the shelter, as guards for Han Senator, They would also maintain order in the shelter while he was away. Han Sen returned to the spirit hall, where Moment Queen was waiting for him. Is something wrong? Or did you just drink a glass of curdled milk? Han Sen asked. Moment Queen was quick with her response, and with obvious concern she asked, Are you going to stay in this place for long? Yes. Han Sen knew there would be no strong creatures or spirits nearby that could threaten him. It was a well-built shelter that had come with a pre-installed army. His biggest enemy would be the blonde spirit he had faced earlier, and made quick work of. Han Sen was only going to get stronger in the time to come. So even if the spirit returned to try his luck once more, Han Sen did not fear him. And in the days to come, Han Sen would make it his objective to max out his primitive and mutant Geno point tallies. I hope you can spend some time to open the Geno core storage, Moment Queen said. Can you have one here? Han Sen asked. Old Man Ji had already told Han Sen about Geno core storages before. They were similar to the spirit bases, in that they were individual places that had access points across the sanctuary. The only real difference was the fact you needed a Geno core to gain access. No matter what race you were, as long as you had a Geno core, you could gain access. However, when you were inside, you could only bring along one Geno core, and that would be the one used for access. For your time there, all the others were off limits. Whenever you beat an enemy, you'd receive an item that could reinforce Geno cores. It was also a tiered place too. You had to ascend the ranks, unable to skip any. Everyone had a ranking there, but it was one that was tied to the Geno core used. In the gold Geno core storage, Old Man Ji was ranked somewhere around 8 million. Han Sen was interested in learning more about the Geno core storage, though, ideally from first-hand experience. I wonder what the rank my umbrella and egg are. It would be great if I could reach the top 10, Han Sen thought to himself. Shadow Shelter had a Geno core storage. Opening it, however, would require 1,000 genes. To reach this sum, Han Sen would only need time. Genes could be paid for in the blood of others, but ordinary and primitive Geno points would do too. There were many creatures in the surrounding area that could sate Han Sen's current lust for Geno points, but there were also a great many creatures already residing in the shelter. For now though, Han Sen wanted to return to Hidden Valley. He wished to go alone, for he didn't want anyone else to see his Super King Spirit ability. When Dragon Lady and Cheap Sheep came back from their joint hunting expedition, their return was full of surprises. They had missed out on everything that had transpired. This is a strange thing, girl. It looks like a battle has taken place, Cheap Sheep said, while spinning his head around to observe the slightly tattered shelter. Dragon Lady thought it was weird, too, but she did not care much about it. Cheap Sheep approached the nearest creature to him and asked it, Was the shelter attacked? Don't be shy now. Tell me what happened, bub. Woof, woof, woof. The creature responded. Cheap Sheep was shaken, hearing what had occurred. He said, What? Boss Bub Han Sen became the master of this shelter? And we missed it. Dragon Lady was intrigued, hearing of Han Sen's involvement. She stepped forward to join the two and asked, What happened? Cheap Sheep turned around and told her. Somehow, somewhere, the previous owner of this shelter died. Han Sen fought like the brave boy that he is and claimed ownership of the place. I suspect that's him leastways. It'd be awkward if there were two Han Sens walking around, bub. While he was not going to distrust what his ears had told him, Cheap Sheep struggled to believe his boss Han Sen had what it took to conquer a gold shelter. Come, it is best if we see for ourselves, Dragon Lady said. When they entered the spirit hall, there they saw Han Senator Cheap Sheep was quick to lower his head and plant his face on the ground, licking his boots. Han Sen was strong, he knew that. But it was a shocking thing to realize that he had taken over a gold shelter. It was no small feat. Cheap Sheep spent a wistful moment traversing memory lane, and he recalled how it wasn't so long ago when the two of them were running away from Dragon Lady herself. Of course, Han Sen had gotten lucky more than anything. If it really was a fair fight after a proper assault, he wouldn't have had what it took to take down the shelter. He was the blessed recipient of fortuitous circumstances. an honor he frequently received but never took for granted. However, Han's son had been very busy since he became master of the shelter. He couldn't squeeze in the time necessary to visit Hidden Valley, as he very much wished to. He ate the unicorn during what little time he had spare, though, and he managed to receive 9 mutant geno points. Those 9 points brought his fitness level up by 720. On a street in the shelter that day, there was a woman that looked very much like an angel. She was walking a dog. The dog was of 2 shades. Its back was black, whereas its underside was white like the finest pearls. The woman was clad in a most spectacular armor that was polished to a blinding sheen. Her plating was so clear it could be mistaken for a mirror. On her back were beautiful but sturdy wings. Master Nan Litian is dead. This was a wasted trip. The dog spoke. The woman merely said, "Then we should at least take a moment to check out the new master. I suppose, if he managed to claim this shelter, he must at least have a gold geno core." The dog scratched itself. Then it went on to say, "You didn't have to come here, you know. We only have to tell them we are from Sacred Shelter. They'll obey pretty quickly after that." The woman smiled and said, "This is Outer Sky Shelter's territory. We can't cause trouble here." "Why a human anyway? We have many of them back in Sacred," the dog remarked. "It was a mission given to me by my mother, and it's something that can only be accomplished by a human. That's just the way it is," the woman explained. The dog perked its ears up then and said, "Ah, there. In the plaza. The human we seek is there." The woman nodded, and then they both headed for the person they had spotted. Han's son was collecting blood in the plaza. If they provided him 1 drop of their blood, they could stay in the shelter for a month. Naturally, with such cheap payment, many had gathered. The queue was quite impressive. Han's son had made the announcement a few days prior. Now, for any who wished to stay in the shelter, the first thing they'd do was donate blood. When the woman and her dog arrived in the plaza, they stood and watched Han's son go about all the creatures, collecting the blood they were so eager to part with. "I hate to say it, but he doesn't look all that special. And you're saying this is the guy you need now? The task is exclusive to him? What is it exactly? Because this guy is plain." The dog was not impressed. The woman said, "It's just easier for humans to do this. And they need to be strong as well." The woman watched Han's son intently. Her pupils split into 2 while she looked. Han's son immediately felt as if he was being watched. And it wasn't by the eager blood donors. He didn't care too much about it, as long as the force that watched him was not hostile. The woman shared the same reaction the dog did, though. She was disappointed by what she saw in him. "What's wrong?" Dogs could pick up bad vibrations. The woman turned around and just said, "There is no need to meet with him. His fitness is barely primitive, and he has a bronze geno core. We don't need him. How can the creatures admire him so much? How could he even take over this shelter in the first place? Do you want me to kill him?" The dog's eyes glinted with the look of murder. "This is Outer Sky's territory. It would be best not to expose ourselves," the woman said, pulling the dog away. "Well, since we're here, shouldn't we look around?" the dog pleaded. "Fine. Sure." Han's son had not noticed their presence there, as he was too fixated with the blood drive he had established. Single file. "Hey you. Stay in the line. No. You can't reserve spaces. Hey, cut that out. You yeah. Keep moving, keep moving. Oh man, and just what are you doing? This isn't the time to squat, young bub. Wait a minute, what the? You don't take a dump on the street while you queue. You dirty, disgusting thing. What in the sanctuaries is the matter with you? Do you have no respect for the master of this fine shelter? Do you have no respect for yourself?" Cheap Sheep was trying to keep order in the line. Taking advantage of his friendship with Han's senator, the blood drive had been going on nonstop for days by now. When creatures learned they could stay at the shelter for an entire month for the cost of a droplet of blood, they came from all around. The place was jam-packed and stuffed to the gills with creatures, all wanting a roof above their heads. After a while, Han's son thought it best to take a break and let Cheap Sheep handle the proceedings while he went off to Hidden Valley. And so that's what he did. He He was keen to find the Starsea beast. Bauer had gone off with Ji Yinran on vacation for some time, so he went to Hidden Valley alone. The Geno plants were as gracious and kind as the last time he was there, and they formed a path, leading him wherever he wished to go. There was a wild abundance of different types of plants populating that valley. It was like one grand botanical ark. Green Cow hadn't lied at all, and there really were trees with snakes as well. They posed no threat to Han Sun now though, and they simply slithered away whenever he drew near. Of course, Han Sun entered the valley in Super King Spirit mode. And just like Green Cow had told him, there was indeed a cave. At its entrance, a large boulder barred entry. Strangely, however, there was a single word carved on its face. Han Sun recognized it to be a big stone tablet that had been cut and placed there. The word on it was simple sky. This looks familiar. Han Sun recalled where he last saw something like this. The rock looked just like the one he had seen in the Valley of Time in the Third God's Sanctuary. When I was in the Valley of Time, I thought I saw the word knock carved upon a similar, half-buried tablet. Then there was another tablet, which had the words Person 1 engraved on it. If these 3 tablets were combined, then it would produce the word Destiny. Han Sun narrated to himself. Han Sun thought this had been cut from the same stone. If these really were cut from the same tablet, and the third really has just happened to conveniently appear here for me to find, then that's more than just a coincidence. It's rather spooky to be honest. Han Sun continued to narrate to himself. Han Sun punched the tablet, and was unable to deal damage to it, just as he hadn't been able to deal damage to the other cuts in the past. Shocked, and thinking this was confirmation, Han Sun thought to himself, who was capable of cutting up the tablet in the first place? I fear meeting that fellow. Fortunately, the tablet had merely been placed there. Han Sun was able to just push it out of the way. It was no small feat, however. It was a good struggle to get it to move, and Han Sun had to exert all his strength to get it to budge. The cave behind it was large, and there were many jewels and treasures there. It was as if Han Sun had pushed aside a fat dragon to reveal the gold it had kept behind it. The entire place sparkled delightfully. Han Sun walked inside with awe, and at the far end of the cave, he noticed the giant skeletal remains of some creature. It looked like the skeleton of a large dinosaur, but even bigger. He imagined it was the sort he might have seen strung up in a museum someplace. Strangely, however, it glowed. It was the skeleton of a long-dead creature. That much was plain to see, but it glowed. It was hauntingly pretty. Han Sun used his Dongxian aura to give it a scan, and he confirmed it was indeed dead, and not some creature whose appearance was that of a skeleton. Green Cow was not lying then. Han Sun wanted to see if there were any Geno cores left there. It was a sacred blood creature, so its Geno core would have been gemstone class for sure. Han Sun was strong, but not even he could slay a sacred blood creature yet. So far, it was impossible for him to obtain a gemstone class Geno core. Unfortunately, much to his dismay, he was unable to find one. This prompted Han Sun to think, did it shatter when the creature died? Han Sun continued to scan the immediate vicinity, and the skeleton in particular. He noticed the skull of the skeleton was giving him a much stronger reading. Han Sun climbed into it, and found something inside. It was an orb, one that fit neatly into his hand. It was very much like a baseball in terms of size, but it was a beautiful thing. It harbored a mystical quality, and inside, one could be the presence of all the stars of the universe. Or so it seemed. Han Sun did not know what type of creature it was, but when he sprayed the orb with water, it began to shine very brightly. It is a gemstone Geno core, Han Sun yelled, filled with much delight. Put it down. Suddenly a voice rang through the hollow of that cave. There, Han Sun saw a woman with wings approaching. Alongside her was a dog. Give me one good reason to. Han Sun could immediately tell she was a creature, not a spirit. The woman paid no heed to what he said, and she simply turned her attention to the dog at her side. Black doggo, do your thing. The dog howled and crooned louder than any wolf. It brought its head back down to face Han Sun, and opened its mouth. Then, an array of lasers fired towards him. When Han's son saw the beam, it was too late for him to dodge. Instead, he threw his fist at it. Boom! An overwhelming force of power sent Han's son spiraling into the cave wall, causing it to collapse and bury him. He lost his grip on the Starseed orb as this happened, resulting in him dropping it. The woman picked it up, frowned, and said, "This man's life force is strange." The dog responded saying, "It's too late to say that. After my laser, he is practically dead. I suppose. He was not needed anyway." The woman and her canine companion then left, as swiftly and as silently as they had arrived. The dog, following her closely from behind, said, "Well, we can't say it was a wasted trip. It's a remarkable thing, getting our hands on a gemstone genocore. Yourself genocore just reached gemstone class, didn't it? Now you've got another one. You're a very lucky person, if I might say so, milady. It's only a gemstone genocore. Yes, but you got it yourself. You worked for it. That is far better than being gifted one, as you were given by the master of sacred shelter." A hand shot out through a mound of rocks and rubble. Within the haze and mist that cloaked it, a light began to shine, brighter than the midday sun. The beam must have been the power of a sacred blood creature. And what's more, it had the power of silence, which could kill a person in an instant. Without Super King's spirit, he would have died. Han's son examined the empty cave he was now standing in. He was bitter at what had transpired, and while gritting his teeth, he vowed to take revenge on the people who had done this to him. They were strong. Too strong. I need to hurry up and max out my mutant geno points quickly. That'd be the least I need, if I hope to take out that dog. Sacred shelter is what they said, wasn't it? Oh, I'll remember that. They're going to regret making an enemy out of me. Han's son was suffering a mixture of emotions right now, all tinged with negativity. He turned around, however, and then saw something. Where the dog's laser had blasted, another cave had been revealed. That cave was incredibly bright, and the shining lights dispersed the dusty haze that choked most of the cave. Inside there, Han's son saw an egg that was around 1 meter in size. It seemed to have been decorated by a number of stars. Oh wow! It looks like I might not be walking away empty-handed after all. Is that a Starseed beast egg? Han's son's pain had been alleviated somewhat, and so he limped over to examine it with greater clarity. A gemstone genocore was a fine thing to find, but it wouldn't do anything to increase his genes. That egg, however, might be able to increase his geno points. Han's son quickly took out his horn and put it to the shell, ready to drill a hole inside. With all his strength, Han's son began drilling a hole with his horn, so he could help himself to a big suck. The shell was thicker than expected, though, and a flurry of sparks flew dangerously close to his now squinting eyes. A while later, he noticed he had managed to bore a small hole in the eggshell. Thinking he might have gone through, Han's son planted his lips firmly on it, thinking he could suck the contents out. Unfortunately, he had not drilled in deep enough, and no sweet, yolk-white nectar was available to be tasted. So Han's son swapped his lips for an eye. He tried to get a look at whatever was inside, but he was unable to see. So with his hands, Han's son tried to fit his fingers in the hole and dig away more of the shell manually. Half an hour later, the hole had become the size of a ping-pong ball. He tried using his horn again, but after a few more drill sessions, the egg suddenly shattered. There was no juice inside, but there was a small 3-horned dinosaur. It had 3 horns and it was blue. The 3 horns looked as if they had been made out of crystal, tinted the color of the night sky. Lights twinkled inside, as if they were a reflection of the sparkling cosmos. This has to be the baby of the Starseed beast, yes? It must be. A baby would provide more genes than the undeveloped yolk would. That much was for certain. Han's son was going to grab it and take it with him, regardless of whether it was alive or dead. The thing had its eyes shut, so now was the best time. But that quickly changed when Han's son leaned down to grab it. The eyes opened, and in an ever-cute newborn immediacy, it jumped up and began to waddle around. Han's son thought of dubbing it a galaxy beast, in reference to its gorgeous horns. He also thought naming it was silly, since he was already planning to make it his supper. And when he reached his arms down, ready to throttle it to death, the baby creature saw it as a sign of affection. Then it leaped into his arms. Han-sun was surprised to see this. He thought he'd have to fight the creature if he wished to get it. But he wasn't a complete sucker for cute creatures. And as he stared into its mesmerizingly beautiful blue eyes, it began licking his face affectionately. "If you lick me again, I'll kill you," Han-sun said, as he put the creature down. Galaxy Beast dropped onto its bum and stared at Han-sun, who towered above it. "This is a great opportunity to get Sacred Blood Geno points. I hope you know that. So forgive me for this. And don't take it to be anything personal," Han-sun said, as he raised the horn up high, primed to strike. Survival of the fittest. The strong survive. The weak die a horrible death unfairly. In the next life, become a lady. Folks like me might treat you better. Han-sun then launched his arm towards the creature, putting all his strength into the strike. Galaxy Beast remained still, curious what Han-sun was doing. It was as innocent as could be. I. Han-sun beat the creature with his horn a number of times, but it remained unfazed. "I have to be cruel here. I need power to kill that mangy mutt. But this thing must have the ability to soften the will of an enemy." Han-sun picked the creature up, and it resumed trying to lick his face, as it had earlier. It was an adorable thing, truth be told. So he forcefully turned it away to keep its puppy dog eyes from working their wizardry and softening his resolve. "I am a man. A shining example of a man. This is just a creature. It's food." Han-sun raised his spare hand high, horn glinting in the faint light of the cavern. He was ready to bring it down on the little thing hard. But as much as he wanted to do it, something in him resisted when the time came to bring it down. He raised his hand, but then brought it down. He raised his hand, but then brought it down. This went on for quite some time, and each time he failed to do the deed, he cursed himself harder. Galaxy Beast, hearing Han-sun muttering sour words under his breath, squirmed in his hand to turn around. It looked directly into Han-sun's eyes and tilted its head, wondering what was going on. "You are a sacred blood creature. Can't you look the part? Show me your teeth or something," Han-sun pleaded, knowing he couldn't bring himself to slay such a cute creature. Galaxy Beast then sunk its head below its shoulders. It winced and its eyes flickered, as if it was on the verge of crying. "Stop that. Quit this cute nonsense. Act like a sacred blood creature. Come on, try and rip my throat out. That's what you really want to do, isn't it? Isn't it?" Han-sun's pleading was about to reach frothing at the mouth levels. A second later, though, Galaxy Beast's levee broke, and a flood of tears erupted. "Fine. Whatever. Stop crying. You're going to make a scene. What? What might the trees think of me, huh?" Han-sun had now silently admitted to himself he wouldn't be able to do it. He just couldn't, and that was who he was. Han-sun patted the little creature's head softly to comfort it. Almost immediately the tears stopped. Then, with its sticky tongue, Galaxy Beast began to lick Han-sun's hand jovially. "Fine. You want a job? You can be a part of my guard, okay? If you can bark ferociously enough, that'll do. Baby steps. I will expect more of you in the future. But you've only been alive for 5 minutes, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now." Han-sun tried to give it his best father voice. Galaxy Beast crawled along Han-sun's arms, and then perched itself on his shoulder, as things tended to do. Then it licked his face again. "Hey, what did I say? Not the face. You'll give me pimples." As Han-sun said this, though, he noticed something. He was feeling better. He was actually healing with each sloppy lick. Then, all of a sudden, Galaxy Beast spat out another Starsea orb. It hovered for a while, but then dropped into a cubicle of water that enveloped Han-senator shortly after. Han-sen's body was fully healed. Drool or not, that's impressive. A water and healing elemental combo? Nice. Exchanging the orb for this little creature was now looking like a worthy swap. Han-sun deactivated his Super King Spirit mode and decided to return home. Oh, that mud is going to get what's coming. That woman, too. Ugh, what a despicable hag, Han-sun told himself. People didn't often get the better of him, but when they did, it really stung. He had heard them speak of a place called Sacred Shelter, so Han-sun fancied asking around about it. Intel was the first thing he needed, before plotting his revenge. He discovered that Sacred Shelter was a super shelter. Unfortunately, the master of it was a super creature by the name of Sky Lord. It looks like that woman is rather high tier. Typical. Picking bones with the biggins already. Whatever the case may be, it looks like I might need more than just mutant geno points to settle this feud. Han Sen spent much time deliberating how he might serve his favorite cold dish. Han Sen was bitter to his very core. Things like this didn't happen to him. Things like this shouldn't happen to him. Him of all people. He was going to do everything in his power to settle the score. Leveling up was the #1 task on his agenda, to begin with. And he started by maxing out his primitive geno points. When the woman and the dog saw Han Sen, he was in Super King Spirit mode. The next time they met, his attackers wouldn't recognize him as the person they assaulted in the wilds. Moment Queen came to tell Han Sen they had collected 1,000 genes, and that he could visit the Geno Core storage. Han Sen wished to check it out first, and spend some time there. He wasn't sure if the woman and her dog were in the vicinity, and if he was out and about outside the shelter, he feared he might encounter them too soon. The Geno Core storage access point looked very similar to a teleportation device. However, it wasn't mechanical or electrical, and neither were there any fancy tools or strange screens that offered technical readings that meant pretty much nothing. There were a number of neon patterns and designs adoring it though. In the center was a stone plate. There was a word etched on its center, but Han Sen did not know what it meant. Han Sen stepped on it, thinking about which Geno Core he should use first. You could not use the ones found in the field, as they weren't self-Geno Core. You had to use a core produced by your own body. Most people would only ever have one self-Geno Core, but Han Sen had already obtained 2. I'll try the crystal egg. Han Sen, more than anything, just wanted to see what the place looked like. After summoning the crystal egg, the strange word came to life like a hologram around him. A second later, Han Sen found himself standing before a big tablet, on which a lengthy message was scrawled. Han Sen found himself unable to read what was written, but he felt as if he understood it regardless. It was a leaderboard, and it told him the names of the top 100 bronze Geno Cores he could expect to find. Number 3 was called Heart Wheel, he noticed. There was also something else written beside it, as an addendum. It said Sacred Shelter. It wasn't just the one in third place either. Han Sen looked at the top 100, and noticed many of the Geno Cores there were from Sacred Shelter too. It proved it was a strong place indeed. There were still a lot of Geno Cores without the additional text. So Han Sen wondered if they belonged to Sacred Shelter as well. As Han Sen surveyed the ranking list, a man made of stone began to move. He spoke to Han Sen saying, "Welcome to the Geno Core storage. Your rank is 100 million behind. Would you like to conduct a test?" "Who are you?" Han Sen looked at Rockman. "I am Geno Core storage. Geno Core storage is me. You may treat me like a Geno Core," Rockman explained. "Are you saying the Geno Core storage is a special Geno Core?" Han Sen frowned. "Yes," Rockman answered. "Then who owns this Geno Core?" Han Sen asked. Rockman spoke with a monotone voice and said, "The fourth god's sanctuary." Han Sen proceeded to ask a few more questions, and he ended up learning quite a bit about the Geno Core storage. After that, he agreed to start the test. In the Geno Core storage, you did not have to fight for every rank. The test would give you a rank depending on the Geno Core's own performance, and the rank would move up and down in accordance to its power. 100 million, 10 million, 1 million, 100,000, 10,000, 1,000, 100 top 10 and number 1. Every bracket, or rank, you reached, your Geno Core would be reinforced. It made your Geno Core stronger, but it did not shift its level to a higher tier like from bronze to silver. Han Sen wanted to earn the number 1 spot, so he could earn 9 reinforcements for his Geno Core, and then move up to the silver Geno Core storage. If he did this every time, he would always find himself stronger than those who did not reinforce their Geno Cores. But being number 1, out of the hundreds of millions vying for the same title, was no small feat. Fortunately, The Geno Core storage battles were not entirely dependent on the Geno Cores. It also depended on the master and their proficiency in combat. Even if the crystal egg wasn't the best, he could use his own powers to reach the first place. Han's son gave the crystal egg to Rockman. Then Rockman opened his third eye and shined a light on the egg. As it shone, Rockman's eyes displayed numbers. It looked like a slot machine. Han's son watched the numbers go from a very high amount to a much shorter amount. The crystal egg's powers was good, but its shortcomings were not difficult to discern. He believed it could reach the 10,000 bracket though. The crystal egg could not deal damage, so its ranking could be low. Regardless, it wouldn't bother him too much if that turned out to be the case. As the numbers shown by Rockman reduced, Han's son was quickly given a shock. Wow, it reached the 4-digit range. It's less than 10,000 now, and it keeps going smaller. Is the crystal egg really that strong? Han's son could not believe his eyes then, when he saw it breach the 3-digit range later on. The crystal egg did not deal damage. Sometimes it was useful, but Han's son did not think it was worthy of being deemed that strong. When the numbers reached 2 digits, Han's son started to think there may have been a problem with the test. The crystal egg had major flaws, and he found it rather difficult to believe it had reached the top 100. The numbers in Rockman's eyes continued to descend. Every time they moved, Hansen's heart jumped. This was crazy. It was as if he was dreaming. And eventually, Rockman's eyes displayed the number 1 and the number 0. His heart was going to leap out of his chest. The crystal egg had reached the top 10. That meant it had already earned 8 reinforcements, right off the bat. He thought he'd have to fight it for a long time to reach this point, and he never thought the sky would drop a big biscuit that would allow him to skip all that battling. What was even crazier was that, after reaching 1 and 0, Rockman's eyes closed. The numbers disappeared. The third eye that shot out the illuminating light displayed the number 9. And it didn't stay still. No way, it's still going on. This must be fake. The crystal egg cannot be this strong. Hansen's eyeballs almost fell from their sockets. The numbers shown by the third eye was like a joke, continuing to go down. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. No. My heart. Hansen clutched his chest. The test had far exceeded his wildest expectations. He stared at the numbers intently. When the eye reached the figure of 1, time stood still. Hansen was delighted the crystal egg had reached the first place out of all the bronze Geno cores that existed. Is it really that strong? Hansen wondered, but he thought to himself, was it because of the liquid the black crystal released when the egg was created? But the crystal egg just doesn't feel like the sort of Geno core that could be considered the best. Regardless, I like it. As Hansen thought of this, Rockman said, the test has finished. The crystal core in bronze Geno core storage has reached the first rank. It will show up on the bronze Geno core storage leaderboard. Would you like to display the name of the shelter? No. Hansen exclaimed. If anyone discovered the number 1 spot had been taken by a nameless gold shelter, the super creatures and emperors would be paying him an unfriendly visit in no time. Geno cores could be leveled up, and reaching such a high rank in the bronze Geno core storage would draw a lot of attention his way. Especially for the crystal egg. It hadn't fought at all, and it reached the first place through a simple test. It was far too shocking, and it had undoubtedly rocked the entirety of the fourth god's sanctuary. Black Mountain God, why do you insist on bothering me? Would it not be better to challenge Real Demon instead? Inside Geno core storage, an elegant spirit was speaking to a creature with black wings. My heart will destroy your King Bell and claim its rightful place atop the leaderboard, Black Mountain God said. My bell is soon to become a silver Geno core, and when it does, Real Demon will be crowned number 1. So, why don't you just stop pestering me for once and go challenge him? God King said. But I want to beat you before you obtain a silver Geno core. You are my nemesis, don't you see? Black Mountain God pleaded. God King snorted and said, but I have already defeated you 100 times in a row. Aren't you tired of this yet? Black Mountain God answered, this time I really won't lose. Black Mountain God summoned a Geno core that looked very much like a wheel. Then he spun it towards God King. For as long as I am here, you will never claim first place. God King summoned a big bell above Black Mountain God's head. The battleground rumbled and roared with the surging of frightening powers. As this occurred, the leaderboard tablet outside their combat began to shine brightly. King Bell had descended a rank, and in first place was now written Crystal Core. The fight between the two came to a swift end. They both stood absolutely still, staring at the leaderboard in disbelief. To whom does that Geno core belong? They both asked at the same time. They had never heard the name before, and all of a sudden, it had usurped the first position atop the leaderboard. And they knew for a fact that God King had not lost a single fight to anyone. This meant it had reached first place immediately after entering the Geno core storage. Their shocked faces soon turned sour. They thought the idea that a Geno core had reached first place without even fighting was preposterous. When God King conducted the test on his arrival, he managed to gain a place in the top 100. That was a remarkable achievement at the time, and even he had to fight tooth and nail against a number of opponents to climb upwards to the top. Each fight was a ghastly trial and half. This was the case for everyone, though pretty much no one had ever heard of a Geno core that allowed its wielder to skip directly to first place. What kind of Geno core could that be anyway? Black Mountain God's tone was starting to seethe with bitter contempt. He could hardly face looking at the leaderboard now. He had toiled hard with the dream of getting to first place, putting in an incredible amount of effort every day. Yet, despite all his work in hard-fought battles, he had yet to beat God King. It hurt him to see someone easily achieve first place, without so much as lifting a finger. God King's King Bell had been reinforced 9 times. First place did not mean too much to him, but it still made him a little sick to think of what had just happened. And he felt worse for Black Mountain God, who he knew had tried so hard. For a Geno core to show up and immediately knock him off his throne, he could hardly imagine what power it must possess. Everyone in the Geno core storage was shocked, seeing it appear at the top of the leaderboard. Did King Bell become a silver Geno core? No, it's in second place now. Are you blind? Oh yeah, you're right. But what kind of power can overcome King Bell? I don't think it beat King Bell. Then how does that work? How could the new Geno core reach first place without beating King Bell? I know every Geno core that is featured on that leaderboard, trust me. But that new Geno core? I've never seen it before. That is brand spanking new. If that is the case, how did it reach the top of the leaderboard? Are you stupid? Seriously, don't you know anything? It was crowned first place after spawning, through the whole testing thing they conduct. Is such a thing even possible? I didn't think so. But that's the only semi-plausible scenario I can think of. Whoa. So if what you're saying is the truth, how powerful must that crystal core truly be? I bet it belongs to a super creature, or the son of some emperor or something. Surely, even if a super creature had generated this Geno core, it would not be possible to achieve such power. If this is legit, it's a little unfair, don't you think? It is crazy. What manner of life form can achieve such a feat? The crystal core's appearance on the top of the leaderboard had shaken the entire fourth god's sanctuary. Even the creatures with maxed out Geno cores were shocked. This was a truly remarkable occurrence. Go and find out who owns this Geno core and find out what it does. The owners of most large shelters began issuing such commands to their subordinates. Although it was only a bronze Geno core, it was the sign of a rising power they would soon need to be wary of. There was an extraordinary talent there, one they would do well to learn about. Those tasked with discovering Han Sen's identity were usually operating on the basis of either one of 2 primary objectives. Either their master wanted to exterminate the owner of Crystal Egg before they became too strong, or form an alliance with Han Sen in anticipation of his future strength. Of course, every attempt to find him was just a stab in the dark. The name of the owner was not listed, and neither was the shelter it belonged to. Still, the term crystal core was on the tip of everyone's tongue throughout the fourth god's sanctuary. Quite strange, when you take into account the fact that nobody even knew what it did. Han Sun watched as his Geno core was being reinforced. Each beam of light was a reinforcement, and after 9 such beams, the process was finished. Immediately, Han Sun could tell the egg had become much stronger. When Rockman finished, Han Sun took the egg back into his possession. Its shape was very much the same, but it featured a prismatic glow in its interior. It shone with 9 separate colors. It could make for a stunningly pretty gemstone. It looks like my genes and skills are just too damn good. The Geno core that I created took first place. Ha! Was there any doubt who was the best? I'm not even sure why I was surprised. Han Sun had let it go to his head a little. Han Sun thought the black crystal must have helped somewhat, but he firmly believed it was primarily a product of his own body. Although it had been reinforced 9 times, however, the egg still couldn't kill creatures outright. It couldn't even inflict the minor damage. It did make Han Sun wonder how it could be worthy of so simply securing first place. With his goal of becoming number 1 complete so soon, Han Sun was a little at a loss on what he should do next. If the crystal core secured the number 1 position, the bulwark umbrella can't be very far behind, can it? It saved my life more than the egg has after all. Han Sun wondered what the result might be for that. But he wasn't keen on testing that out just yet. And that aside, he needed to accept a challenge first. If Han Sun had not entered, he wouldn't have to comply with the Geno core storage's quota. Now that he had entered, however, he was required to fight at least once a month to maintain his position. If he lost a fight, his 9 reinforcements would still be in place. But if he did not comply with the once-month quota, and didn't show up to battle a challenger, the reinforcements would be wiped and he'd have to start all over, without the benefit of a test skip. So no matter what, Han Sun had to make Shadow Shelter work, and keep it operational, so he could fight at least once a month in the Geno core storage. Not all Geno cores could challenge him, however. Only cores within 1 level of his own could challenge. And since the crystal core was number 1, the challengers who could fight him had to be within the 1 to 10 bracket. Although it was only a once-month thing, Han Sun was eventually going to enter his bulwark umbrella as well, and the same requirements would apply to that. But they stacked, and that meant Han Sun would have to battle twice a month. Furthermore, Han Sun would eventually formulate a Geno core for the Blood Pulse Sutra and his Super King Spirit. While that would mean he would have to fight 4 times a month, that wasn't where his biggest issue lay. Rather, it would make hiding his identity a struggle. As Han Sun mulled this over, Rockman suddenly spoke to him. He said, "King Bell of the 2nd rank wishes to challenge you. Heartwheel of the 4th rank wishes to challenge you." Han Sun was told that at least 7 others wished to challenge him. None of them were too concerned with becoming first place. Rather, they just wanted to know what power the elusive crystal core wielded. Aside from Real Demon and the combatant at number 9, the top 10 had all requested a battle with Han. Senator Han Sun viewed the list of competitors and pondered which he should fight first. It wasn't as if he could avoid the fight either. If he didn't fight, his reinforcements would be removed, and he'd be back to where he started. He wasn't afraid though. Han Sun had a lot of confidence in himself, and he didn't think anyone of the Bronze Geno core tier could defeat him. Even if he had to battle the son of an emperor who had a Bronze Geno core, Han Sun wouldn't be afraid. He had what it took. But even Han Sun himself wished to test out the powers of the crystal core now. It had improved a great deal, but what those improvements were, he wouldn't have a clue until he tested it in battle. So, Han Sun decided on accepting the challenge from Heartwheel. He was the highest rank of the members that came from Sacred Shelter. Han Sun was still pining for revenge over what had transpired in Hidden Valley. He wasn't going to waste a single opportunity to exact vengeance on the people that occupied that wretched place. He was out for blood. Of course, Han Sun did not wish to expose his identity. If they learned who he was and came after him, Shadow Shelter would be destroyed in no time. It would be best if I hid my identity. Han Sun donned a set of armor and removed any pieces of apparel or clothing that might give away his identity. Challenge declined. Desired opponent has accepted another challenge. God King was disappointed hearing this. Black Mountain God had a different reaction, however, for he heard his Rockman say, "Challenge accepted." Desired opponent has accepted your challenge request. The bronze Geno core tablet then warped itself to form a black hole of sorts. It was a tunnel that would lead the opponents to their designated fighting grounds. Black Mountain God flapped his black wings and did not hesitate a second before flying through the tunnel. Upon arrival, Black Mountain God examined the place of battle. It was an ancient city, half buried amidst a desert. An aura of mystique and secrecy permeated the atmosphere of that place, hinting at a wild and untold history that lay buried beneath its sands. The powers of Geno cores were all different, so the battlegrounds changed to suit the challengers and avoid providing any environmental hindrances to the cores. Black Mountain God then saw his opponent emerge from another black void tunnel. He locked him in his sights. Black Mountain God frowned upon seeing his enemy. All he could see was a black shadow, and he could not even make out his opponent's face. Han Sun had also used Dongxian aura to hide his entire body, since it had reached that level. He could be properly seen if his opponent was considerably stronger than he was. And just in case that didn't work, he was clad in armor. There was always the chance his enemy had a Geno core that could boost their eyesight, so he made sure to wear armor in the event that might happen. My name is Black Mountain God. I hail from Sacred Shelter. Tell me, what is your name? Black Mountain God was unable to see his opponent's face, and neither could he tell whether the shadow was a spirit or creature. The fact that he might be a human did not even cross Black Mountain God's mind. He wanted to be number one more than anything, and he wasn't really interested in who his enemy was. Unfortunately, Sacred Shelter had told him to do what he could to unmask this new rival, and so he had to at least ask. Han Sun threw the crystal egg towards his opponent. It barreled through the air, spinning like a bullet as it went. Black Mountain God was surprised, to say the least. He wasn't expecting such haste from his enemy, and with the number one Geno core coming right for him, he swiftly summoned his heart wheel. He was a creature too. If he died then and there, he died then and there. The heart wheel's radius of yellow light was wide, and in that light, the crystal core was frozen stiff. They were both shocked, seeing the egg get stopped still like that. They were both expecting more from the number one Geno core. Black Mountain God was especially surprised for this, whereas Han Sun was disheartened more than anything. He expected a finer performance, considering it had been reinforced 9 times. Black Mountain God could not believe it was practically over already. He cast his heart wheel with even greater strength, confident he had stopped the egg for good. Heart wheel was one of the best bronze Geno cores in the sanctuary, and under the light it emitted, the crystal core began to melt. How did I become number one with such a garbage Geno core? Han Sun now knew he'd have to get his hands dirty if he wanted to win. Black Mountain God couldn't believe he had destroyed the Geno core with the power of his heart wheel. Was that a Geno core storage error? Or am I just fortunate enough to wield something that strikes the crystal core's weak spot? Black Mountain God then took off into the air. He had a spring in his step, and he wished to melt the egg as much as he could, and reduce it to nothing but dust in the wind. The shell was half melted as this occurred. With the light continuing to increase in volume, it wouldn't last. It was sure to be game over very soon. Han Sun wanted to attack Black Mountain God and stop what the heart wheel was doing. There, he could use his full power, and he was still confident he could beat down the winged wretch. Han Sun had come here for revenge after all. He wasn't going to lose again to a crony of Sacred Shelter, and on top of that, grant them first place on the leaderboard. But then, Han Sun suddenly felt as if his crystal core was exuding a strange power only he could feel. Han Sun was shocked, and watching his melting egg continued to fill him with a strange sensation. He thought to himself, the crystal core looks like an egg, and I've even been referring to it as an egg for the most part. What if it actually is an egg? What if there's something inside it? Han Sun could sense it becoming stronger, so he stopped going after Black Mountain God and just stared at the crystal core. Black Mountain God had no clue what was happening, but he believed it to be something swell. He was thrilled with himself, and he giddily cackled. "Pa! This is the first-ranked Geno core. Today is the day I become number one, for I am going to utterly annihilate this thing." Mwahaha. Han's son stood atop a decaying sand-worn tower, watching his precious egg melt. It was the shell that was melting, and Han's son could now most certainly tell there was something powerful residing inside it. Catcha! The eggshell finally began to collapse, and from the spots where parts of the shell had fallen to the ground, intense beams of light were shining upwards. What's going on? Is something changing? Did I get ahead of myself? Black Mountain God frowned, but he was still fairly certain in his ability to beat it. The Geno core had been sitting in the light for the longest time. It was like an ant under a magnifying glass, and he knew it should have been destroyed by now. There was definitely something amiss. Black Mountain God then exerted even more power and strength to destroy the egg. He wanted it gone for good, just in case something else was to happen. More of the shell began to crumble into nothing beneath that light, and the entire composition of it became thinner. But eventually Black Mountain God got his wish. The egg had entirely crumbled into nothing of note, and it simply looked like the trampled egg of some forgotten creature in the sand. The two combatants looked at the broken egg, and noticed a jade-like item residing inside it. Strangely, it had no color. Han's son was shocked, seeing his egg now appear like so. The item inside was a skeleton, but it seemed composed, unlike the rest of the egg. It almost looked like a Buddha, legs crossed in lotus pose. However, it exuded a strange aura, one that was equal parts holiness and genuine evil. Han's son was surprised seeing this, and he thought to himself, did it break too soon? Was it supposed to be a Buddha, but only its skeleton has been left behind due to the light? Black Mountain God could not detect the power that resided within that jade skeleton. Still, he knew he had to be cautious, because it was the #1 Geno core he was dealing with. Black Mountain God cast Heart Will to further break the tattered remains of the egg and the skeleton within. Strangely, the searing light seemed to have no effect on it anymore. Instead, it just imbued the skeleton with what looked like a radiant coat of gold paint. It almost made the thing look holy. Something flickered in the jade skeleton's empty sockets, and they lit up like the slow rev of an old CRT television warming up. The skeleton then possessed a pair of eyes, ones that seemed to have been wrought with ice. Catcha! Catcha! The skeleton began to move, with a number of xylophonic sounds singing from its creaking joints. The skeleton was small, like a little pygmy, but it seemed so alive, like a genuine creature of its own. There were subtleties to its movement, and there was detail to its physique. Beneath that light, the skeleton began to skitter across the heated sand dunes towards Black Mountain God. The jade skeleton was rushing, with its little legs hastily leaving a small ant-like trail across the sand. Black Mountain God recalled the heart wheel and watched the pygmy approach. He had no idea what to expect from the little skeletal being, but he knew he'd rather risk breaking his heart wheel than risk himself being killed. Pang! Han's son watched the pygmy hit the heart wheel. The heart wheel did not break, and after the strike, the pygmy simply pulled its fist back. Then, the eyes of the hollow being turned dim and eerie. Is that it? Black Mountain God cackled, thinking he had seen all the ominous egg had to offer. He wanted to use his heart will to attack next, but he suddenly realized he had lost all control. He looked to the far end of the heart wheel, where the pygmy had touched, and noticed it turning to ice. The biting cold quickly webbed its way across the weapon, until the entire thing was layered with solid and unbreakable ice. The heart wheel then lost all of its power, and dropped into the sand below. Blurg! Black Mountain God spat out some blood, and felt a pain in his chest, as if a scalpel had just been slashed across his heart. Black Mountain God knew this feeling, for it had once occurred in the past, the last time his heart wheel was destroyed. But the heart wheel was still present, and the fact that he was feeling this damage confused him. In battle, if a Geno core was destroyed, the fight would automatically end. There was a systematic forced retreat put upon the combatants. But since Black Mountain God was still there, that meant the core was still there too. It had just been rendered out of service. Suddenly, the pygmy's master appeared before Black Mountain God. Han's son swung his fist towards the bewildered creature. For a being such as that was sure to want revenge one day. He couldn't be allowed to live. Han Sun was not going to hold back, and he wasn't going to show any mercy. He'd never show it to any being who pledged allegiance to sacred shelter. He was going to super spank him. Black Mountain God could forfeit the fight and bail whenever he wished to, but Han Sun had taken advantage of its confusion. And now, he had one chance to end things. One little chance he could not let escape. "If you touch me, Sacred will hunt you down," Black Mountain God said. He realized it was too late for him to escape, so pleading a few words was the only thing he could do. "Let them come. I relish the challenge." After that, Han Sun let fly his fist. Black Mountain God threw his own fist to strike back, but when the two connected, the wretch was given a shock. The winged felon felt as if it was now composed of one long winding thread. And now, that thread was coming undone. One string, one thread, began to unravel his entire existence. Before he could even let out a scream, he shattered and became one with the sand of the arena. Super Spank was far too cruel. Even though Black Mountain God was incredibly strong, he did not have the necessary power to repel the mighty strike that had become a hallmark of Han Sr., super creature baby Black Mountain God killed. No beast soul gained, and the bronze Geno Core heart will has been sealed. This creature is unavailable for consumption. Han Sun heard the announcement play, and although it was a super creature, he only just realized it was a baby. He hoped he hadn't infuriated its mother. After Han Sun killed the fiend, the jade skeleton unleashed a strange smoke. Then it turned into an egg just like it had come from earlier. Han Sun returned the crystal core, and then moved over to pick up the heart wheel that was resting on the sand. God King and the others were all eagerly anticipating the result of the fight. They couldn't watch it unfold, and they did not yet know who had been chosen to challenge the crystal core. All they could do was keep their eyes peeled on the leaderboard. Suddenly, the heart wheel at rank 4 disappeared. The crystal core ranking remained where it was. Everyone was taken aback, for they all knew what it meant. In the conclusion of a Geno Core fight, the rank usually remained the same. Good sportsmanship was highly valued, and competitors often had much respect for each other. Death was not a very common occurrence. If the rank had been wiped, though, it meant the owner of the Geno Core had been killed. It was not a very good day for those in the top 10. If someone was killed in a Geno Core fight, that meant one party was far too powerful. To kill the heir of a super creature so simply, and without fanfare, spoke volumes about the strength of the elusive owner of the crystal core. The babies of a super creature were stronger than their predecessors, and that held true for any species of creature. Still, their self-Geno cores were still tiered, starting off bronze, and in need of reinforcement. The Geno Core that belonged to Black Mountain God had, despite being bronze, often been compared to the strength of a gold Geno Core that was usually possessed by a mutant creature. He had accomplished much with his heart wheel, and he had even been known to survive encounters with sacred blood creatures that possessed gemstone Geno Cores. The fact he had now been vanquished by someone in the same tier as him was frightening. It was almost unheard of. Black Mountain God had been killed unceremoniously, and Sky Lord from Sacred Shelter eagerly wished to find out who had committed this atrocity. Unfortunately for all those who sought vengeance, the only person to have ever seen the person who possessed the crystal core was dead. It was a subject that became much discussed in the days ahead. Across the fourth god's sanctuary, the topic of the fight, and what manner of being could have conjured such a terrifying Geno Core, was at the tip of everyone's tongue. There were many guesses, too, of course. Most of them were aimed at presuming the owner of such a Geno Core was either the son of some emperor or the descendant of a berserk super creature. Not even Godslayer Luo possessed such fearsome power. Han Sun cared little for the gossip, though, and after that nifty trick with the egg, he had become enamored with it. Still, he could never get it to replicate what it had done. He couldn't convince the skeleton to emerge like a bony pygmy from hell. Does it need to be imbued with more power or something? Or does it need to be damaged sufficiently? Han Sun stabbed a few guesses. If it did have to be broken, Han Sun wasn't willing to break it himself. There was always the possibility the skeleton was growing, and the idea of prematurely awakening it didn't bode well. So, Han Sun went off to research the heart wheel that had become encased in ice. The heart wheel was known to be a cruel circular blade, but it was a lifeless block of ice now. More than anything, it had been completely sealed. And with the pygmy having returned to the egg, its unsealing was a complete mystery to Han Sr. Can the egg unseal it, perhaps? Han Sun summoned his egg and placed it on the ice. It worked. The ice began to quickly thaw and melt away. Soon after, its gold sheen returned, and the weapon looked as mighty as it first did, gleaming in the desert sun. The egg can soften things, and the skeleton can harden things. Interesting, Han Sun thought to himself. What had happened to the heart wheel was a shame, however. It was a remarkable Geno core, but due to its master having been killed, it would remain as a bronze Geno core for the rest of time. The fact that the bronze Geno core of a super creature could compare to the power of a gold Geno core was an astounding fact, which surprised Han Senator. It was even more of a shame that he most likely couldn't make use of the heart wheel. Or at least he couldn't use it willy-nilly. It was a widely recognized Geno core, and if people saw Han Sun in possession of it, it wouldn't take much effort to put two and two together. So, Han Sun went to the spirit hall, and there, he found Red Pony and Starsea Beast drinking milk. Han Sun still did not know what manner of power the Red Pony possessed, and as for the Starsea Beast, it was too young to do much. The Starsea orbit had possessed was only bronze. It soon began to dawn on Han Sun that he had no firepower. There was no proper muscle bolstering his ranks. Cheap Sheep could hardly even fight, and just went bah at the sight of someone stronger than he was. Should I get Cheap Sheep to obey Sacred Shelter? Maybe I won't even have to fight. Through the misfortune that follows him, he'd bring it down without me having to do anything. The thing is a walking thundercloud after all, Han Sun mused in half-jest. Even if he wanted to do that, Sacred Shelter was a grand distance away from where they were. Han Sun didn't even know which direction it was in. With the sheep being as weak as he was, he'd probably be looked down upon too. He'd make for a nice slice of mutton and little more, Han Sun ultimately figured. When I finally do reach Sacred Shelter, I'll make sure to bring Cheap Sheep. Maybe I can still work his curse on the wretched denizens of that place. Han Sun entertained the idea, and decided it was worth a shot. He could pull the sheep out of hot water, if things didn't go according to plan. Hey, you two. Do you know what it means to return a favor? Han Sun directed his voice to Starsea Beast and Red Pony. Han Sun had planned to let them practice, and train themselves in the safety of the shelter, and land they occupied. Beginning training while they were young would yield the best results after all. As a creature, you need to get better. This current milk-drinking laziness is a shameful display. You need to chip in and earn your bread, prove yourself valuable assets of the community and more. This requires hard work, that is true, but it is for the betterment of us all, and yourselves most of all. Han Sun then led them outside the shelter to slay a few primitive creatures, so he could max out his Geno point tally. Little Red, go after that thing. Little Star, prepare to heal your milk buddy. And heal him completely. I don't want to see a single scar or scabbing left on him, okay? While Han Sun was having fun being a coach, he heard the sound of fighting echoing in the distance. He turned to take a look in the direction it was coming from, and he found himself quite shocked. Han Sun saw Dragon Lady in full sprint, and right on her heels was a terrifying mantis out for her blood. The mantis kept on swinging its scythes as it went, in large arcs that hewed the stones and vegetation all around her. Dragon Lady did not falter or slow, and she kept on moving as fast as she could, determined to get away. In her hands, she clutched a basketball-sized egg that belonged to the mantis she had angered. After a brief stare with his Dongxian aura, Han Sun was able to tell it was a sacred blood creature. No small foe for Dragon Lady to consider taking on by herself. Fortunately, the mantis was a large, lumbering, and blusterous creature. It wavered from side to side as it went, trying to catch its prey that was swift of foot and as nimble as a squirrel. It was having great difficulty catching Dragon Lady, but even so, She was unable to completely escape its pursuit. And it'd only be a matter of time before the chef got winded, or made a slip. She used the geography as best she could to throw off the scythe beast. But still, she couldn't shake the persistent mantis. Han Sun didn't think there was much he could do to help her out. The mantis was a sacred blood creature, after all, and even he had his limits. And even though Han Sun could not see what Geno core it utilized, one thing was certain: it was a gemstone Geno core. And trying to topple one of those was a reckless endeavor with his current status. Get rid of the egg. Throw it away. Han Sun yelled at Dragon Lady. The blades of the mantis had just sliced through an entire rocky outcrop, and the land tumbled and shook. Han Sun wasn't going to step any closer. The sprinting chef wasn't following his command, though. She responded, "I can't do that. It's only a sacred blood egg. Live to fight another day, geez. It's not worth it. Just get rid of it." Han Sun wished to save her, but if she did not listen, there was little he could do. Even if Han Sun threw his crystal core at the rampaging insect, it had an effective radius of 2 meters. It wouldn't be enough to soften and rubberize the entire thing. And that was assuming it could. It was a mighty thing, even by sacred blood standards. There was no guarantee his crystal core would soften it enough to be worthwhile. Han Sun looked at Red Pony and Starsea Beast, and noticed how small and harmless they looked. Dragon Lady ran beneath the eaves of a nearby forest, and kept on running into the dense landscape of trees. Still, it did not hinder her pursuer much. The mantis marched through the trees, slicing them down as it went. Any it missed were soon toppled by the weight of its body. "I needed to get myself a gold Geno core." Dragon Lady explained the reasoning for her risky venture, as she hopped across the overgrowth. "There'll be plenty of opportunities for one in the future. It's not worth what you're putting yourself through. What's the point of getting one if you end up too dead to use it?" Han Sun could understand her plea and desire, but he felt frustrated at his inability to aid her. "But I've been here for so long, and I only just summoned this death demon dragon. I am not sure when I'll be able to do it again," Dragon Lady said. "Shit. You summoned that thing. It looks more like a mantis than a dragon, but still. Whoa." Han Sun then recalled her special ability. It was possible for her to summon ingredients to cook with. This time, however, her ingredient was getting the better of her. It should have been the other way around, but now the ingredient was about to gobble up the chef. It was nearly poetic. Pang! Dragon Lady made a misstep, and she stumbled and tripped over a tree that had been knocked down by the monster that hounded her. The death demon dragon arrived before her to take advantage of her mistake. It raised up its ghastly blades, ready to bring them down and put her to rest in a deep crater. Han Sun, realizing he had no choice, summoned his crystal core and lobbed the egg at the blades that were ready to descend. The egg bounced off the glistening steel of its weapons, and then the metallic cutters turned moderately flaccid. Dragon Lady pulled out some cutlery and blocked the softened steel with a knife and fork. Pang! The knife and fork held back the blades, but there was still a steady force descending onto her. Slowly, she was pushed back into the plush soil of the forest floor until a trench had formed. Dragon Lady spat out some blood as she repelled the cutters. It had taken the wind out of her and dealt her a good deal of damage, but she knew she had survived due to the action of the egg. The area the egg had hit had been softened. The death demon dragon was unable to kill her with its first strike, so it tried to do it again. Once more it raised its lethal butcherware. "You two? Head on home. I've got something that needs doing, but I won't be too far behind." Han Sun told Red Pony and Starsea Beast to return to the shelter. Then, he took aim and launched the egg at the mantis eye with the precision and force of a cannon. Pang! The crystal egg battered the eye of the mantis with perfect accuracy, throwing the creature off stance and making it miss the death blow it sought to deliver. "Run!" Han Sun said, after retrieving the crystal core. Dragon Lady, holding her own egg, took off running. She was quick, but her speed had obviously been impeded somewhat by the hit she had just suffered. The mantis looked at Han Sun, peeved about the intruder that had hassled it a second time, but still continued going after Dragon Lady. Seeing her run so slowly, Han's son had no choice but to take the egg off her hands. He shouted, "Give me the egg!" Dragon Lady threw it to Han's son, and then leaped out of harm's way. The blades of the mantis were just about to descend on her head, but it was fortunate she made the jump. They cut into the earth and kicked up a plume of soil, twigs, and branches. Han's son, egg in hand, then taunted the beast. He said, "Now only one question remains, mantis boy, fried or scrambled?" The rage of the mantis had been stoked even more, and it began stomping over to Han's son, blades waving from left to right, decimating the landscape between the two. Han's son's body was weaker than Dragon Lady's, but he had his phoenix techniques to dodge. Unfortunately, getting rid of the mantis for good didn't seem possible right now. But at the very least, he was able to remain alive. Han's son kept on running, with his graceful evasions making it look like a spectacular dance. The cutters of the mantis shredded the ground like a violent wake Han's son was leaving behind. The mantis' size was fortunate, for again, its huge and lumbering body made it difficult to catch such small and spry prey. But then, the mantis suddenly stopped giving chase. And from out of the mantis's forehead, something appeared. Han's son noticed it was a mini-me of the death demon dragon, an exact, but smaller version of the creature. It was 3 meters long and purple in color. It was still rather large, but that was just a testament to how big the Papa Mantis really was. Buzz! The carbon copy of the death demon dragon teleported in front of Han's senator. It was too quick for Han's son to react, register, or dodge. Dong! Han's son used his bulwark umbrella to shield himself and deflect the incoming slice of the mantis's cutter. Unfortunately, the power was too much to bear, and he lost his grip on the umbrella. The sheer magnitude of that force was so great, it sent him flying through the air. His descent was met with a loud thud, and the subsequent toppling of many trees. When he finally reached the ground, regaining his breath was a struggle, and a violent cough broke out, one that flecked the leaves in front of him with blood. It really is a gemstone Geno core. And what's more, it's a replica of itself. Han's son was surprised, but horror and shock hastily replaced the emotion, due to what his eyes saw when they came back into focus. The miniature mantis was already on him, cutters raised, ready to bring them down and finish him off. Han's son's muscles trembled in the speed of his reflex reaction, but despite that, it wouldn't be in time. He had made a mistake, and the horrid mantis was ready to slay him. Damn you! Han's son lifted the egg up and pushed it to meet with the blades. The death demon dragon's blades were, quite surprisingly to them both, stopped dead in their tracks. The force must have been deflected back into the mantis, for it ended up staggering backwards. Han's son thought the gemstone Geno core was too much for him to deal with, in his current status. He had gotten in too deep, and the mantis's recovery was far faster than expected. It was quicker than its owner, and ready to return to Han's son in another bid to slay him. Han's son started running though. There were only 2 options, fight or run, and he knew for sure he couldn't fight it. The Geno core came up behind him, tearing up the dirt in an attempt to shred the legs from his body. It had taken notice of how effective Han's son's egg was, and the mantis clearly wished to mitigate the possibility the fleeing human might use it again. As such, it aimed for his legs. Once Han's son was rendered footless and unable to flee, there would be little he could do to assert his own survival. But then, Han's son jumped and threw the stolen egg back to Dragon Lady and said, "I can't keep this up. You have to return it." No. The lady chef continued to move as swiftly as her legs could carry her. And for now, the death demon dragon and its Geno core were back on her tail. Lady Dragon knew she could not fight them, or keep up a pace that would eventually leave them behind. So she lobbed the egg back to Han Sr. "What? I don't have what it takes either. You're the one who dragged me into this. But I'm not going to take the fall. Hiya." As soon as the egg landed in his hands, the Geno core was nipping at his bum. Swiftly, he threw it back again. They were now playing a game of pass, which went on for a while. It eventually came to an end when the frenzied Geno core managed to catch the egg in between their passes. Sweet. It has now been returned to its rightful owner. How about we run away and get to safety? Han-sun said, following an injection of much-needed relief. Dragon Lady knew she'd be unable to get it back now, as much as she would have liked to. So she simply decided to follow Han's senator, but the relief and prospect of survival were short-lived. After the egg was returned to the Genocore's owner, it resumed its pursuit. It didn't seem as if it was willing to let them go. I already gave you what you wanted. Geez, what more do you want from us? Han-sun knew a lot about anger and the desire for revenge. He was surprised to see the mantis come back for them, but he knew he shouldn't have been. He wasn't one to let transgressions go either. Whatever the case, things had gone awry. Han-sun was in a worse condition than he had been in a long time. During his time in the Fourth God's Sanctuary, the danger coming for him had been steadily escalating. And now the latest threat was the worst yet. He genuinely did not know if he could make it out alive. Seeing the Genocore right behind them, Han-sun summoned his gold dragon lock to see if it could tie the mantis up and put an end to its pursuit. The mantis Genocore tripped and fell to the ground as soon as the rope came upon it. But it didn't last long. The entire body and carapace of the mantis began to swell and expand in size, as if it was inflating. The rope was useless to resist this, and it looked as if it was on the verge of snapping. Run! Han-sun shouted, continuing the stamina-depleting chase. The mantis truly was too much of a threat, and not even his gold Genocore was going to even the odds. Dragon Lady kept up with Han-sun, and she saw too how the rope was not going to last. Previously, its cords were 3 fingers thick, but now, they were only 1 finger thick. It had been stretched too much. Han-sun recalled the Genocore, not wanting to see it break in vain like that. But when it was free of the Genocore, the mantis resumed the chase. There was only one difference now, and that was the fact that Han-sun didn't have a plan. There was no solution he could think of. Go. I really should. Clean up my own mess. Dragon Lady stopped, and did not even wait for a reply. She turned around, grabbed her utensil weaponry, and ran towards the rampaging Genocore. Dong! Her cutlery was shattered in an instant, and her Genocore was destroyed. She was sent barreling through the canopy of the forest, as blood oozed from the mouth. Han-sun didn't think she'd last much longer, and it pained him to see her submit to such a fate. Her Genocore had been destroyed, and there was a gaping hole in her chest. Did you link your Genocore to the shelter? Han-sun asked. Dragon Lady did not answer this, and she just said, don't let this sacrifice be fruitless. Go now before it is too late. Seeing the Genocore advance on the chef again, Han-sun threw his lock at it once more and said, no. You have every chance of surviving. We're in this together now, so don't give up and throw away your life so easily. It's a shame to die before one can get married. Han-sun said a lot more things to try and convince her, but the Genocore would soon to break free and recommit to slaughtering the two. And soon after, the real body of the mantis arrived before them. Its towering height put Han-sun and Dragon Lady in shadow. Han-sun was at his wit's end, and this was a moment that required his all. He had a friend on the precipice of death, and if he wanted to save her, he couldn't hold back. He summoned every Genocore he possessed and activated Super King Spirit mode. Before Han-sun could finish his transformation though, he heard a scream. Then, a surge of power erupted from a nearby mountaintop. That power was like a shockwave or a tsunami that washed across the land, toppling trees and hewing rocks as it went. It seemed to have a target too, Death Demon Dragon. The ferocious mantis swung its cutters through the air, acknowledging the force that was coming for it. It tried to swing and strike the ripple of power in an attempt to break it. Roar! Then the Death Demon Dragon was done. It had been obliterated. Nothing but fleshy chunks of its being lay scattered around, in the ruined landscape that had now been painted with its blood. After it died, its Genocore shattered and faded away like a data purge. A mist composed of its blood choked the air for a while, limiting visibility, and giving Han-sun and Dragon Lady chills. It was a surreal moment, and it was as if they had been taken to a realm of the dead. A solemn, isolated place that was broken, with its topography dyed a number of senseless, freakish colors. A sacred blood creature had just been one shot. The power to accomplish something like that had to extremely horrid. Run. I think I've heard this before, back when the snowstorm hit. Two powerful forces collided that day. Han Sun pulled on Dragon Lady to move while they still had the liberty to. The lady chef was able to retrieve her egg before departure too. Whether or not the venture was deemed successful, she couldn't be sure, but she was at least happy to keep what she had struggled for. The pair ran all the way back to Shadow Shelter without stopping. Fortunately, along the way, nothing else transpired. The elite that had destroyed the mantis was nowhere to be seen. Did we luck out? Did that thing try to help us out with the death demon dragon? Han Sun wondered to himself. It had seemed like a very convenient save. Back in the shelter, Han Sun saw Starsea Beast and Red Pony grazing about. The fact they had returned as they were told, and were now safe and sound, brought much relief to his mind. Dragon Lady was in a jovial mood upon her return. With the egg safe and sound, she found a place to hide it. Han Sun had enjoyed her company thus far, but what had just occurred had made him wary. He thought Dragon Lady might be a walking time bomb, if she was indeed able to summon creatures that not even she herself could control. If she wasn't careful, and perhaps ended up summoning a super creature someday, it'd all be over for the lot of them. I need to talk to her and advise that she doesn't summon her ingredients in the proximity of Shadow Shelter, Han Sun said to himself. Han Sun was hungry after the ordeal, so he chowed down on some primitive meat. He gorged on enough of the stuff that his tally finally reached 100 primitive geno points. This had netted him an additional 4,000 fitness levels. Still, actively going out to kill mutant creatures wasn't going to be easy. That was next on the agenda. But mutant creatures frequently lived together, and more often than not, they had a boss. Han Sun had been in the Fourth God's sanctuary for some time, and he was both surprised and disappointed. He had yet to earn any mutant geno points from plants he might be able to consume. Han Sun always thought eating geno plants was the best way to collect genes. And even if it wasn't always the fastest, it was most certainly the easiest. If he was able to grow many such plants himself, things would be peachy. Unfortunately, Han Sun did not know how to grow such plants. And what's more, those plants took a very long time to grow. He'd still need a way of shortening their growth time. Although the black crystal was effective at doing this in the Third God's sanctuary, his shelter wasn't an isolated stronghold where he could make use of such techniques in secret. Others were sure to find out if he tried such a practice in Shadow Shelter. As Han Sun mulled these matters over, Green Cow informed him there was another human who wanted to see him. His name was Su Mianhua. Han Sun did not know there was another human in his shelter, but it was nice to know, so he informed Green Cow to lead him forward. The fellow seemed a little old, and Han Sun guessed he might have been old when he first came to the Fourth God's sanctuary. Han Sun thought Su Mianhua was going to ask for his help, as most humans might look to do, but he was surprised to learn that this wasn't the case. After Su Mianhua explained his purpose and what he had been up to during his time in the shelter, and Han Sun wasn't sure whether he should have been plain shocked or absolutely mortified. Han Sun unsealed the teleporter after he claimed the shelter for himself, so Su Mianhua was able to return to the Alliance and conduct tests there. Unfortunately, the Alliance didn't have the materials he sought, and the breakthroughs he sought to achieve weren't possible outside the sanctuary. Su Mianhua had just come to Han Sun to ask if there was a way he might collect ingredients for his less-than-savory deeds. To earn Han Sun's trust, though, he had to provide full disclosure regarding the purpose and intent of his research. Any findings were shared, and would continue to be too, once he was able to continue. Let me get this straight. All these years, Nan Litian has kept you in this place for the sole purpose of researching the corpses of creatures, all for genofluid? Han Sun asked. Su Mianhua answered, I've made some decent progress. It involves the use of creature blood, in which we can gain the powers of the original creature for a temporary amount of time, Su Mianhua said. Will it permanently affect or maybe damage our bodies? Han Sun asked. I don't know. There weren't any other humans around, so I was unable to conduct tests. I have been testing this on monkeys, however. Their bodies do change following injection, and after a while, those changes fade away. Su Mianhua, to his credit, thought honesty was the best policy. He wasn't going to lie about his findings and progress. Does that mean angel gene fluid contains Shura blood? Han Sun said. Su Mianhua said, I've heard that theory before, but my research is standalone. I lack sufficient tools and electronics to work on this properly though. Results still seem to be a ways off. Han Sun then thought to himself, I'm still not sure about Zero getting that geno fluid, but I know the geno fluid was taken from a Shura grave. Now with a professional here, maybe there is something more I can learn. Han Sun agreed to provide Su Mianhua some materials, so he could continue his research. But aside from the man sharing the results of his efforts, Han Sun wanted lessons on genes as well. Those lessons started right away, and Han Sun was able to grasp the basics fairly quickly. But anything beyond that threw his mind for a loop. Fortunately, a good memory was one of Han Sun's strongest assets. Most of the information he learned was in text, and that helped a good deal. Han Sun wasn't planning on being a scientist or anything. He just thought such knowledge might benefit him in the future. And as such, he didn't have to study the really complex stuff. He just wanted a rundown of the basics. So while Han Sun occasionally went out to hunt, most of his time was divided between that and these studies. Su Mianhua was very helpful and understanding too. So much so that he provided Han Sun many notes and informative studies to read and remember. His teachings were invaluable, but it was a broad subject, and Han Sun understood that getting to grips with this stuff would be a long-term affair. And right now, he was invested in learning about the methods of research. After a while, while Han Sun was observing the Shura geno fluid, he noticed something. The purple juice that was called Shura geno fluid could be combined with human geno fluid, and this mixture would provide users with elements of Shura genes. Isn't that the same as angel gene fluid? Han Sun frowned. There was a difference though. Angel gene fluid was created with the blood of Shura, but Han Sun was actually observing the base Shura juice. It didn't list the effects, however. Might Zero be a human who has used it? Han Sun wondered. Finding out would not help Han Sun in any way, but knowing this information was still quite important. Her nature had always perplexed him. Angel Gene had researched this stuff for years, but they had not yet found this out. The information was precious. Han Sun could use this information to learn a lot of money too. Not wanting to do that, though, he hid it and kept it to himself for the time being. Zhao 7 created Angel Gene, but it was a big gig. It took all his time, and as such, he had yet to become a demigod. Whether he wanted to was another question entirely. Becoming a demigod was a serious thing. It was a greater commitment than it was for any other sanctuary. Most people who became demigods perished, and for those that didn't, it could take them a long time to return to the Alliance. If Zhao 7 was absent for a long time, by becoming a demigod, the entire company could stumble and fall. It was like that all across the Alliance, however. The CEOs of pretty much every top company were weak, and even the president Ji Ruozhen was. Han Sun didn't want to be in the sanctuaries forever. He wanted to max out and accomplish everything that could be accomplished, so he could move on and do something different with his life. Right now he was taking some time off. He was at home, and he was planning on making supper for Ji Yinran and his mother. Han Yin was still in the military school, so he could only see her on Skynet. Now that she was the leader of the Hand of God tourneys, and she was the prettiest woman in the Blackheart Military Academy, Han Sun was becoming even more worried over the number of men that might try and court her. Fortunately, Han Yin had the falsified sky powers. If someone did try and hurt her, perhaps from rejection, she'd be able to take care of herself. As Han Sun made food in the kitchen, he heard Ji Yinran return home. "Ah, you're home early. I'm making dinner, but I've only just started," Han Sun said, while wearing an apron. "I was only going to the hospital," Ji Yinran said. "Hospital? Why? Is something wrong?" Han Sun looked at her with much worry. He feared something might have happened to her during his time away, and he hadn't yet been informed. The doctor said I'm pregnant, Ji Yanran said, followed by a heavy blush. I'm sorry. What? What? Han Sun paused and stared at Ji Yanran for the longest time. When he snapped from his daze, he did so with joy. He asked her, Are you saying I'm going to become a dad? Han Sun was delighted with this news. He was so happy hearing he was about to become a parent and have kids of his own. Let me see if he has any movement, Han Sun said with giddy excitement, placing his ear to her belly. Ji Yanran pushed him away and said, It's a peanut right now, don't be silly. You won't hear or feel anything. In fact, I've only been pregnant for 2 months. And besides, what do you mean by he? How do you know it's a son? Well, we already have Bauer for a daughter. I'd quite like a son I could spoil rotten. Han Sun smiled from ear to ear and went on to say, Sit down. I'm going to make you the greatest meal I have ever cooked. You are? What are you making? Ji Yanran asked. Grilled pork. It's something I learned from Dragon Lady, Han Sun said. Han Sun eventually returned to the sanctuary. There, he saw a spirit sitting on a chair in the spirit hall. Han Sun had never seen this person before, and upon seeing him, he could immediately tell how powerful he was. There was one thing he knew for sure, and it was that this spirit was not an occupant of the shelter. Metal Demon, Six-Ear, Cheap Sheep, and Green Cow were all sitting beside the spirit. I leave for 2 days. In that time, somebody has already come and claimed this place? Han Sun thought to himself. You are Han Sun, yes? The gray-eyed spirit stood up and slowly approached Han Sr. Yes, what's your name? Han Sun was on alert, but he wasn't quite ready to flip and sound the sirens. My name is Qing Lu, and I hail from Outer Sky Shelter. There is something I must discuss with you, the gray-eyed spirit said, with a look of serious concern. Han Sun had heard about Outer Sky Shelter from Metal Demon. It was a super shelter, one that had greater notoriety and fame than even Sacred Shelter. The King Bell Geno Corps, which was in second place on the Bronze Geno Corps leaderboard, came from Outer Sky Shelter, as a matter of fact. Qing Lu did not want to take over this shelter, and he hadn't come here with any hostile intentions. Shadow Shelter was already a part of their territory, and there wasn't anything particularly special about it. Qing Lu had come here in search of Nan Litian, and he was dismayed to learn he had died. While this news came as a disappointment, he also heard the latest leader was a human too. As such, Han Sun was now the person he wanted to meet with. It is no wonder why Metal Demon and Six-Ear look so uncomfortable, Han Sun thought to himself. Then, thinking it was best to respond, Han Sun cleared his throat and said, Do you need something? We have found a shelter that is, as of yet, unclaimed. It is a strange place. Many creatures have tried to venture inside, only to be brutally hurt upon entry and forced to retreat. It is as if the place was warded against spirits and creatures. What is most peculiar about this shelter is the fact that only humans can enter without harm. Now that Nan Litian has passed away, the possible task of claiming this place falls to you. You can come along to check the place out, if you so wish. Qing Lu explained the weird dilemma. Outer Sky Shelter cannot be completely devoid of humans. Why are you looking for the assistance of another human you don't even know? Han Sun asked. Qing Lu said, The shelter is controlled by a Geno Corps, so we want to succeed in one swift venture. There are 24 candidates, all of which will go. The more humans that go there, the more chance of success we have. If you join, we can provide you with free Geno fruits. The fruits that increase Super Geno points? Han Sun asked. Qing Lu smiled and admitted, We have those, yes. And while we are generous, there are certain limits. Your reward will depend on your strength and the valor you demonstrate. If you go above and beyond what is expected, however, we can offer you something extra that is sure to satisfy you and make this a venture well worth venturing. That's nice to hear, but really, if I join, what kind of Geno fruit can I expect? Han Sun was not too interested in any extra goodies. He wanted fruit, first and foremost. Outer Sky Shelter was packed to the gills with elites of the strongest variety. If they truly only needed humans for this task, the place they were going was more than creepy. Han Sen was planning to reject whatever was offered by the spirit, thinking the endeavor was too risky. He didn't know what he was being told was the truth either. It was good to have Geno fruits, but dying before he could taste them was just pointless. Han Sen was willing to go if he had maxed out his Geno points, but alas, that was not the case. We were planning to offer Nanlitian 20 sacred blood Geno fruit. They were even set aside for him. If you come along, you can have those. As a matter of fact, you can enjoy them now before you accompany the task force. Think of it as a sign of good faith, and a gesture for future prosperity between our shelters, Qinglu said. He spoke with grace. Han Sen knew it was difficult to kill sacred blood creatures, and he had only just recovered from his ordeal with the mantis. To receive a free 20 sacred blood Geno fruits was rather incredible. But still, he didn't think it was worth risking his life for. So Han Sen told Qinglu, "Thank you, but no thank you. This price is far too low." "Well, how many would you accept? Like I said, we are generous. But there are limits. Don't give me a ridiculous sum. That is all I ask," Qinglu said. "I only have a bronze Geno core. Are you sure you need me along?" Han Sen really did not want to go, but rejecting the spirit outright was rude. This was one of the many excuses he had prepared. "I know a thing or two about negotiations and diplomacy. You speak as if you really were weak. But you and I both know a simple hick with a measly bronze Geno core is not the sort of fellow who could claim a shelter such as this. And these followers, well, from their diversity and strength, they don't seem like the sort to obey a leader who, again, has only one measly bronze Geno core. This is a gold shelter after all. Now, we aren't ready to move just yet. We are still in the process of assembling the group that will go. But if you insist, I can provide you with an additional 10 sacred blood fruits. That brings the sum to 30, Han Sen said. To be honest with you, sacred blood fruits aren't what I'm after. If I could have but one super Geno fruit, I'll do it. Han Sen believed only a madman would agree to such a bargain. The spirit before him would probably balk and claim the request to be preposterous. Super fruits were extremely rare after all. But Qinglu smiled and said, "We won't force you to come along, but Sacred Shelter knows this place exists. And if they try to claim that shelter first, they will come here just as we have done. Except they won't be as nice as I am. And they most certainly won't offer you fruit and provide you the choice." Then, Qinglu tossed something to Han Sr. "If you change your mind, take this to Chilua Shelter. I'm going around to ask other humans in the meantime. If you wish to find me, once I am done, I'll be there." Han Sen accepted it, and before he knew it, Qinglu was already gone. Han Sen opened the parchment, and it was a scroll. On it, there was a drawing of the shelter they were supposed to go to. There were a few other drawings on it, too, each showcasing the shelter from a different perspective. They weren't the only ones who had found the shelter, so it most certainly wasn't a secret if they were handing maps like this out. However, when Han Sen's eyes glanced across one drawing in particular, his pupils beaded. In the drawing, a building resided beyond the gates and ramparts, one that looked like a tower. It was very wide on the bottom, but became gradually thinner all the way up. The entire thing looked to be approximately 50 meters tall. What stood out most to Han Sen was the mural that had been wrought into the stone of the construct. It depicted an entity that very much looked like a human. It could have been a spirit or a humanoid creature. But to Han Sen, there was a distinct human-like quality to it that he could not shake. Since humans were the only beings that would not get hurt when entering that place, Han Sen thought that the massive stone drawing most likely really was depicting the human body. That made no sense, though. It was common knowledge that humans had only been in the sanctuaries for 200 years. If that was so, how could there be an aged shelter with a massive mural depicting a human there? What was most important, and what was most striking about the construct, though, were the words written upon that mural. They were written in an ancient human language. "God has returned." This was the opening line of the Life Door text. as to why text from a Blood Legion technique would adorn the mural of a demigod shelter's wall. Han Sen could not even hazard a guess. Another mystery for the pile, he thought. Han Sen glossed over the rest of the scroll he had received, hoping there were more diagrams and drawings that might elucidate and depict other angles of that mural. But there were none. Weird. This building looks to have been constructed a long time ago. But why would Life Door be there, I wonder? This doesn't make any sense. I suppose there is the chance the leader of Blood Legion is a creature or spirit, especially given what the vice president was. Assuming Baby Ghost wasn't lying about his position in Blood Legion, this could very likely be true. Baby Ghost himself was a spirit after all. Han Sen racked his mind for any possible answers or theories he could come up with to explain the deepening mystery, which he was now starting to liken to quicksand. Due to there being only that one line of text to be seen, Han Sen didn't need to examine the drawing for long. So his eyes moved on. He noticed there were drawings of what appeared to be humans, all in the practice of Life Door. He could tell this by the different positions the humans had assumed, each one being a pose necessary for training Life Door. In total, there were 10 people. The fourth human he could see seemed to have been depicted with his Life Door opening. The fourth has opened his Life Door. But what about the other 6? Was Uncle Bug truly able to open his Life Door? Han Sen frowned. Han Sen was not intrigued and interested in the proposition of claiming another shelter. Instead, he wanted to learn more about Blood Legion and Life Door. And that expedition could reveal the answers he sought. Han Sen now knew he was going to be a father, though. So he decided on not following up with Qingli, despite his lingering curiosity. Perhaps I'll go there once they've done the heavy lifting and managed to secure the shelter. Going now is too much of a risk, Han Sen thought to himself. The matter was settled. Han Sen spent time with Ji Yinran every day after that, and practiced his skills vigorously. His fitness level had reached the point where his Geno cores could become silver. But he still needed to obtain the bronze Geno cores of the Blood Pulse Sutra and Super King Spirit. The Blood Pulse Sutra's bronze Geno core, through Han Sen's constant practice, was finally generating. It was simple enough to get one for the Blood Pulse Sutra, but as for getting one with his Super King Spirit mode, Han Sen had no clue how it could come about. That was a power that operated differently, and it was a part of his being. He couldn't truly practice with it. Bossman bub, we've located a mutant creature, Cheap Sheep chirped, hopping its way over to Han Sen like a grounded cloud. Han Sen flinched, still exhibiting fear whenever he was referred to as a boss by the sheep. He had repeatedly told the fluffy thing not to, but it had trouble abiding. What is it? Han Sen had asked his companions to keep their eyes out for any mutant creatures they came across. It's on Wind Mountain, bub. The sickly thing lives alone, and only comes out during the nighttime, Cheap Sheep explained. Good job. We'll check it out tonight then. Han Sen was grateful. He ardently wanted to kill as many mutant creatures as he could, but their rarity in the surrounding areas was rather dismaying. Cheap Sheep led Han Sen and Bauer to the location where the creature was said to reside. Red Pony and Starsea Beast were too young and underdeveloped to come, so Han Sen left them behind in the shelter. Wind Mountain had a valley or oversized gulch, sundering the mountain into 2 parts. It was referred to as the Hellmouth, and the winds that gusted through there were enough to lift a man completely and send him to Oz. Cheap Sheep brought Han Sen and Bauer dangerously close to the Hellmouth, which was a craggy, near 90-degree drop from the top of Wind Mountain, and said, "The mutant creature is down there in a cave. It must enjoy the breeze. But don't worry, it'll come out when it's night, bub." "Okay, you go on back," Han Sen told the sheep, as he eyed the strange mountain they had scaled. "I can't leave you here all alone, bub. Let me stay and help," Cheap Sheep pleaded. Han Sen knew the sheep was a scaredy cat, and this had to be an act to earn himself some brownie points. "No, you've done enough. Good job finding it. I'll handle the rest." Han Sen, more than anything, did not want the sheepish character to bring him bad luck. His presence almost reminded him of his escapades with the terribly unfortunate Wang Yuhang. Cheap Sheep did as he was told, but he kept on looking back at Han Sen during his departure. He was almost returning down the mountain backwards, Han's son found a place he could get comfy for a while, and there, he inflated an airbed for himself and Bauer to rest on. They spent the rest of the day admiring the sky. "Dad, is Mom having a baby?" Bauer asked with a surprisingly serious tone. "Yes, you will become a big sister," Han's son said with a reassuring smile. "Dad, when you have another baby, will you still want me?" Bauer looked visibly upset when she spoke, as if she was on the brink of letting tears flow. Han's son stroked her head, suspecting such a question might arise. He assured her, "Of course I will want you. You're my baby daughter, and nothing will ever replace you." Bauer responded by asking, "Mom can love the new baby and Dad can love me? Okay, if that's how you want it." Han's son paused to think of how he might best explain such a situation to her, and when he decided, he told her, "But there's enough room in all of our hearts to love each other equally. And what's more, you'll be a big sister. That means you'll have the responsibility of looking out for the new baby as they grow up. I'll jam my gourd up the ass of anyone who tries to mess with my future sibling," Bauer proclaimed, clenching her fist and making an upward motion. Han's son smiled hearing this. But then, he suddenly caught the sight of a big white lizard climbing up the rock wall. It was a 3-meter-long scaled creature. It really was just like an oversized albino lizard, save for the strange adornment on its head. It looked like a cauldron of sorts, and Han's son thought it was the most peculiar thing to see atop the head of a creature that was now scaling a cliff face, in the adversity of the winds that rushed through the hellmouth. When it reached the top, it faced the moonlight. It seemed extra bright on this night, and it obviously enamored the creature. The lizard stood up, soaking and bathing in its silver glow. Then after a while of this, the creature released a mist. Soon after, an orb emerged out of the lizard, and that too hovered in its proximity, admiring the moonlight. Strangely, however, it looked as if the orb was actually absorbing the celestial light. "It's absorbing the moonlight?" Han's son questioned if that was indeed what he was seeing. It looked likely, but regardless of that, he wagered that regardless of what that orb did, it was the lizard's genocore. The genocore's power was likely associated with the element of moonlight, and if that was truly so, then it explained the lizard's nocturnal outings. Han's son wished to approach the creature, but all of a sudden he heard a noise. He then saw the wild wind of the mountain literally. The wind was black, like the assault of demonic wisps. Fortunately, Han's son was in a sheltered area that protected him from the wind that now gusted all about. Problematically, however, the black wind carried a dreadful sound that deafened all else in the surrounding area. Nothing could be heard atop its howling. "What sort of wind is this?" Han's son frowned, watching the lizard and its orb remain motionless, despite the black wind that seemed to ravage it and pass up and over the mountain. Can the orb inhibit and repel wind elemental attacks? Han's son wondered, gauging the threat this foe could pose. He needed such intel to know what he could and could not do once he stepped forward to hunt it, if he tried to at all. Pang! Pang! From within this black wind, Han's son heard a number of loud footsteps. Something was hidden inside, beyond the dark streaks Han's son's vision could not pierce. Han's son ultimately decided he should not try to kill the lizard. He thought to himself, "There's no rush. I definitely need to learn more about it, and where I am too. All of this is too strange." The lizard continued to remain where it was, still as stone. The footsteps, however, were getting closer and closer. Before long, Han's son's eyes were able to make out the faint outline of a shadow, lurking in the black wind. He initially believed it to be a horse, and with the strangeness of the current events, it looked like a horse of the apocalypse. But as it came closer and became easier to distinguish, Han's son was able to see that it was actually a camel. It was a white camel and fairly large. It stood at 10 meters tall, with 2 humps on its back. Saddled between them was a spirit. The spirit had a beaked mouth, and Han's son could immediately tell it was a royal class spirit. The camel it rode upon was also mutant class, he wagered. After cresting a hill, they stopped where they were. They too watched the lizard, that had yet to move. Han-sun frowned seeing this sight, and he thought to himself, this has to be a joke. Am I going to have to compete against that spirit for the lizard? A competition over something as measly as a mutant-class creature? Oh please. The spirit's forehead began to glow softly, and after a while, this light traveled in a beam towards the lizard's orb. Han-sun used his Dongxian aura to see that the light was a black iron wind bell. The light birth bell tried to land on top of the orb, but in one swift movement, the orb pulled away and evaded the attempted cupping. The spirit seemed visibly angry after this one little failure, and so he chimed the bell and brought a stop to the fierce winds that had blanketed the mountain. Clearly, the black wind had been manufactured by him, and while the wind calmed, the simple chiming of that bell seemed to have an effect. The lizard's orb was now moving much slower than it had been. The lizard spat out a thick, mucus-like cloud of juices to repel the bell which now approached it. Then, the cauldron on its head recalled the orb in a retreat. While the bell was knocked back by the spit, the orb was given the opportunity to return. This just angered the spirit even further, prompting it to ring the bell with a greater craze. The black wind then restarted. It assaulted the lizard with a greater ferocity than before, and so thick and fast were the streaks of black. The moonlight was completely lost to sight. They might as well have been fighting in an alternate realm, one devoid of light. And as the wind battered the mountain, it showed no sign of maintaining the status quo. It kept on accelerating, until its ferocity gave birth to a black tornado that ravaged the mountainside and sent rocks and trees spiraling off into the dark. Han-sun and Bauer had previously been hidden quite well, and given a good view of the battle to boot. But now, the rocks that shielded them had been blasted away, exposing them. There was nowhere for them to hide now. Han-sun, with Bauer in his arms, thought of only one place he could retreat to for shelter, lest the two be blown away, the lizard's cave. While the lizard was up top, dealing with the crazed wind, the cave should have been empty, or at least that was the hope, for Han-sun was fast approaching it. The tornado up top was soon accompanied by many more, as the searing wind laid waste to the mountain. But then, as Han-sun raced for the sanctuary of the cave, two of the tornadoes came after him. The spirit had seen him. Han-sun frowned, unable to escape the blistering speed of the vortexes. As soon as they came for him, they pulled him into the slipstream. An unlucky day for mountaineering, don't you think? Mwahaha. Go to hell, little boy. Han-sun wasn't sure if the spirit was genuinely angry or just psychotic enough to think the ravaging winds were humorous. But he seemed to be delighted to watch the bystander human and his baby get swept up into the tornado. Inside the tornado, Han-sun soon discovered the reason why the wind was black. The wind itself was not colored, but there were streaks and streams of black sand twirling within them. The streams of sand were incredibly sharp, and coming into contact with them was brutal. The tornado that had trapped Han-sun began to grow in size, and it continued to twirl faster and faster. Steel could have easily been ground to dust inside it. The spirit no longer paid attention to Han-sun inside there, though, most likely believing the human to have been killed. The spirit thought that if the human had not had his bones twisted by the winds, then he would have been shredded by the black sand. It was a fair belief too, for no mutant creature should have been able to withstand a single moment inside such a tornado. Fortunately, Han-sun was a touch more adept than the usual creature. He could fly and move in tandem with the twirling vortex to remain alive, but there was not enough leeway to allow an escape, which was what he desperately wanted to do. Then genius struck. He opened up his bulwark umbrella, and a bubble-like shield protected him from the body-shredding winds. The umbrella was able to withstand any environmental disaster it seemed, and not a single stiff breeze or grain of sand was able to get to Han-sun within its comforting embrace. But Han-sun still had to hold on to it by the grip, and it was a grip that could escape at any moment's notice. The wind was truly brutal, and trying to keep the umbrella in his hands was no easy task. Luckily, the tornado's radius is wide. If it was smaller and more concentrated, I doubt I could hold on for as long as I have, Han-sun thought. There was at least one thing to be grateful for, as sour as the ordeal still was. The power of a gold Geno core was truly incredible. The strongest and most dangerous thing about the tornado was the black sand that twirled around like a black wind. If the sand was eliminated, the tornado wouldn't be much of a threat. Han's son maintained his clutch on the umbrella, but he knew he had to do something. So, inside that violent vortex, he inched his way in the direction of the spirit. The spirit himself, despite the works of wind being his own machination, was unable to see much. He believed Han's son would have been killed moments after being swept into the winds, so he moved his focus back to the target he had come to kill, the lizard. Two primary tornadoes now ravaged the mountainside, and the spirit focused his concentration on those. The lizard was atop the mountain, with its claws dug into the stone. Its cauldron still sat upon its head shining. It was defying the wind fairly well, but it didn't seem to do all that much in retaliation. But perhaps that was because it had reached the end of its tether, and it had no space or strength to do anything else as the wind battered it. And soon after, the black wind and sand began to almost wholly encompass the creature. The wind streams that carried the sand were like whips, and each pass they made over the lizard was like a cruel lashing. It eventually began to settle on the lizard's body, as well, as if the grains of sand were magnetized to its body. It seemed as if they wanted to suffocate the creature. More and more sand came down then, to bury the lizard. And before long it could hardly be seen, and it could no longer move. Haha, another mutant creature notch for my belt. The spirit, seeing the lizard buried beneath the sand, cackled and ceased his chiming of the bell. Shortly after, the black wind and tornadoes all whirled out of existence. The sand of those streams dropped to the ground, blanketing the mountain in black. The spirit was going to ride his camel over to the lizard, so he could claim his prize. But something occurred. All of a sudden, the camel squealed in agony. The spirit saw something appear before him. One of the being's hands clutched a horn, while the other clutched an umbrella. The horn had been driven through the camel, slicing its belly horizontally, from back to front. Then, all of its guts fell out in a sticky red downpour. The spirit was bucked off, thrown into the sand that had now been dyed red. The camel was a mighty thing, but Han's son had killed it with the greatest of ease. Assassination was one of Han's son's fortes. What he had done was take refuge in the sand that had cloaked the ground. He hid beneath it, and when the camel trotted past, he leaped up and struck. Han's son killed the camel first, because he was aware of what the spirit could do, and he had more than a few ideas in regards to how he could counter the spirit's moves. He didn't know anything about the camel, so it was best to remove the foe from the board he was most uncertain about first. That was why he took out the camel so quickly. Mutant creature wind camel killed. No beast soul gained. Geno core destroyed. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 mutant Geno points randomly. Han's son didn't care about the dismal results of the camel's killing though. Right now, he had more important things to concern himself with, like the spirit he had just made an enemy out of. Without relenting, he went for the spirit with his umbrella and horn in hand. The spirit was incredibly angry, and so he rang his bell to summon more tornadoes to prevent Han's son's approach. How dare you kill my camel? Do you not know who you've picked a fight with? I am the Sandman. The spirit was hissing and seething as he spoke, and his hands flailed like mad in a frantic ringing of the bell. The tornadoes that spawned were wicked and wild, destroying all that they came into contact with. The spirit could not wait to see Han's son reduced to dust, but he was quickly delivered a fright when he saw the effects the tornadoes had on the human. Nothing. There was no effect. Han's son cut through the tornado, not having been licked by a single grain of sand. Impossible. Han's son's horn had come right before his face. The spirit used his bell to shield his pretty face and deflect the horn. You can't kill me, the spirit said. Han's son lifted his umbrella and threw it up into the sky. Then he used his newly free hand to punch the spirit, right before catching the umbrella once more. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. Han's son, umbrella back in hand, ran towards Wind Mountain. The spirit's face twitched and warped, but he was unable to move his body. Arg! After one brief scream, the spirit's body crumbled into dust. The spirit returned to his spirit stone, but Han's son expected this. Regardless, Han's son ventured up to the top of the mountain and began removing the black sand. There was a large mound of the stuff, and after much digging, Han's son was able to find the lizard that had been buried. The lizard was not dead yet, but it was in poor shape. The black sand had suffocated it and crept its way into the lizard's body. The lungs and organs were stuffed with sand, and its death was inevitable. The lizard's mouth and nose were wet, caked in sand. It was a bad way to go out. Han's son, wanting to put it out of its misery swiftly, took out his horn and plunged it through the creature's heart. Mutant creature cauldron beast killed. Beast soul gained. Gold Geno core acquired. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 mutant Geno points randomly. Han's son was delighted at the result. Things had gotten a little heated, but aside from ending up a little windswept, he'd be walking away from the venture with 2 mutant carcasses, a new gold Geno core, and an extra beast soul to top it all off. Han's son summoned his black unicorn and bundled everything together with his gold lock. This was a fine haul of meat, and it'd keep Han's son full for some time to come. In the meantime, Cheap Sheep was still off in search of more mutant creatures for him. This would tide Han's son over until then for sure. A month later, Han's son had almost finished consuming all the flesh. He had thus far received an additional 16 mutant Geno points, which brought his tally up to 25. Currently, Han's son was in the midst of his daily training regime with Red Pony and Starsea Beast. Over the past month, they had shown great diligence and development, and they took their training times with Han's son very seriously. It made Han's son glad to see them behave that way. ABC. Han's son's training wasn't purely physical, and now he was holding up a board with the alphabet. AAA. Starsea Beast had been trying his hardest to learn, but it had been a struggle. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, unfortunately. Han's son looked dismayed. Finding out that many demigod creatures couldn't speak was disheartening, and he expected a far better literacy rate in the 4th god's sanctuary. Come on, this stuff is basic. You guys are going to have to learn eventually. Now come on, follow after me. ABC. Han's son was determined to make his followers speak. Red Pony did not seem very focused on the lesson. It didn't speak, and neither did it follow along with Han's son's instructions. It seemed very disinterested. Starsea Beast, however, was trying its best. It was incredibly focused, despite being rather dumb. Still, all it could say in response to Han's son was, AAA. Suddenly, Han's son felt a wretched energy blanket the shelter. Not wasting any time in his response, he flew over to the gate to see what might have been approaching. There, he saw Qing Lu and another spirit marching towards the shelter. The scary, menacing power was from the spirit that accompanied Qing Lu. As much as he had thus far tried to resist, Han's son had the sneaking suspicion it was only a matter of time before he was forced to go to that spooky shelter that only allowed humans. Qing Lu, I've been waiting for you, man. Han's son forced the biggest ear-to-ear smile he could, and fluffed his voice to be as welcoming as one could be. Qing Lu looked at Han's son with one eyebrow raised high enough it could have pierced the clouds. You were expecting me? Yeah. I've been so busy this last month. I was unable to catch up with you for that expedition you said you were planning. You know the one. The human team, the creepy shelter, the 50 sacred Geno fruits. I thought I said 30, Qing Lu said. They had come there expecting to use force to get Han's son to go along with their plan. This was most unexpected. Someone who was willing to go was always a better choice than someone who had been forced to. Communication was far better in such circumstances. I was going to accept the 30 you offered last time, but now that you're here, well, I can only suspect you've been to the shelter and failed. Clearly, the risk and danger of that place are far worse than you expected. Add an extra 20 for the hazard pay, and I'm your man, Han Sun said. My balls. Consider them busted. Oh well, fine, I accept. 50 it is. The other spirit finally spoke. The way that spirit held himself was different from Qing Lu, and it was clear to see he was of a higher rank. How should I refer to you, sir? Han Sun said, approaching the two in a casual manner. The Emperor's sixth son, Wuxia. The spirit puffed his chest and put his chin up when he said this. Then he lessened his threatening aura to one that was far more approachable. That's a mouthful. I'm Han Sun, nice to meet you, Han Sun said. Wuxia then stepped forward to say, I like cooperating with smart men. Pack up your things and we'll head out. Okay. Han Sun returned Bauer to the alliance, afraid there might be much danger on the road ahead. Particularly so at their destination. Han Sun didn't bring anyone else with him on that trip. He just went alone with the spirits. On the road, Qing Lu and Wuxia explained many things to Han Sun, and what had occurred in their previous attempt at taking the shelter. They had ended up sending 29 men to that shelter. 3 had returned from that place, in a grievously poor condition. Even those were dead now. A few of those humans even had gemstone genocores, but it hadn't seemed to matter at all. They had all been killed. Sacred Shelter had also sent a bunch of humans as well. Only one of those managed to crawl out, then later died. It was impossible for them to find a decent pool of humans to try to take the shelter individually. So the 2 shelters had now decided to cooperate for their next venture. Wuxia, now that I am a part of the Outer Sky Shelter territory, perhaps you could tell me more about what I will be walking into? The more intel I have going in, the better I can perform. Han Sun knew the mission would be dangerous, so he would have preferred going in with at least some semblance of an idea of what he might face. Wuxia looked at Qing Lu, prompting him to speak. He said, Unfortunately, we don't know much about the shelter. And as for what our previous team faced on the inside, there is no proof that can verify the claims made by the 3 who made it out. Han Sun wasn't sure what the implication was, but he frowned. He allowed Qing Lu to continue talking, after a pause. The 3 men that returned claimed the same things, but when pressed to elaborate, their explanations for what transpired when they were all killed were different. Still, we were fortunate to hear much of anything, with the pain they were in following their escape. What did they tell you then? Han Sun asked with a frown. They told us that when they entered, they saw something horrible in front of the palace there. That was where most of the men who entered died. 3 made it out, as we have stated. Qing Lu went on to say. But the 3 men described what killed them differently. Han Sun didn't say a word. Qing Lu continued. They all said they saw a bronze coffin inside the palace. On this coffin was said to reside a fox or a cat with a red body. They all spoke of this, so we can assume that part to be fairly sound. Han Sun thought to himself, a 9-life cat maybe? Was the cat alive? Or was it something inanimate? Han Sun asked. If it really was associated with Blood Legion, being a 9-life cat, there was every chance he could survive. Han Sun was proficient with the Blood Pulse Sutra, and furthermore, he was in possession of the pendant. Perhaps the shelter was warded to prevent those who weren't affiliated with Blood Legion from entering. If anything transpired on the inside, the least Han Sun could do was pretend he was a member. I am not sure. The details were sparse, Qing Lu said, shaking his head in regret. One of them said a beast emerged and slew everyone there. Another said there was the statue of a beast there, and that everybody simply started to die after they opened the coffin. The other person claimed that after seeing a beast there, they all started killing themselves. Could they all be hallucinating different things? Han Sun asked. It is not out of the realm of possibilities. But then, why would they have died after escaping with their lives? Wuxia said. Han Sun nodded. There was no reason for the perfectly capable humans to die. If all they had experienced were hallucinations, there was something wrong with all this. There was no doubt about that. How did they die? Were they severely wounded or something? Han Sun asked. They had no wounds. Their blood crystallized, clogging the blood flow and preventing proper operation of their organs, Qing Lu explained. Han Sun did not say anything, but he most certainly believed the shelter had a connection to Blood Legion. If the red beast or creature, there was the 9-life cat. Han Sun was starting to think he'd get the answers he had been waiting for. This was a big opportunity, and it would be silly to squander it. Yu Xian and Qing Le did not take Han Sun to Outer Sky Shelter, and they delivered him to that spooky shelter directly. When they arrived, Han Sun saw 3 humans. They were right, saying it had been difficult trying to assemble a new team. There weren't many humans in the 4th God's sanctuary, and the ones who had been killed on the last mission had been reported as missing in the Alliance. It was a spectacular feat, knowing they had managed to assemble nearly 30 humans for the last venture. But that also made it profoundly upsetting, learning what had occurred to each of them. It was difficult finding more humans to replace those that were lost, and it'd take a lot of time for the shelters to recover that number. And what, please tell me, was the point in bringing a bronze Geno core human on this expedition? A female spirit scoffed, while looking at Han Sun with her nose upturned. Yu Xian was very polite to her despite her tone. He said to her, "Sister, you know finding humans has been difficult for us all. After what last transpired, he is willing to try, so why not allow him?" The female spirit smiled then and said, "Mr. Li, your allies may not be the hardiest, but I pray you are successful." "I'll do what I can," Mr. Li said, with a coarse voice not so different from toned grunts. Han Sun looked at this Mr. Li, who was a human, and observed him. Han Sun was surprised, seeing a human garner such respect. The woman's spirit seemed to hold him in high regard. The man looked to be in his 30s, and he'd undoubtedly be an accomplished fighter. Just like Han Sun, he was hiding the true extent of his power. The female spirit almost spoke like a student would, before their master. Next to Mr. Li were another 2 humans. One was old, and the other was young. They were both very powerful from the look of them, and it was highly likely they possessed gemstone Geno cores. The 2 of them stood next to Mr. Li like bodyguards though. Clearly, Han Sun would be the odd man out. Han Sun thought to himself, "It looks like this Mr. Li really is well respected. He and the others must be the big guns of the spirits. They're at their wits' end, trying to secure this shelter, and it is highly unlikely they would call upon such strong humans, unless this was their last and only shot. If these 3 really are that powerful though, how come I've never heard of them before?" Han Sun waited at a camp near the shelter for 2 days, before the expedition was set to begin, and they could leave for that enigmatic construct. He was able to see the shelter faintly. From the distance the camp had been established. The entire time they were there, an eerie fog draped the serrated walls and ramparts, pooling over to drown the grounds they stood upon. "Little brother, when you are in the shelter, I advise you to stick close," Mr. Li said. Approaching Han Senator, there was a surprising concern tinting his unusually gruff voice. Han Sun replied, "Yes, will do. We need to look out for each other in there. Our numbers have diminished more than enough." The demigod Su Yanming chimed in, saying, "Stick close so we can protect you, and you don't get in the way. That's what he means to say. You'll be a hindrance if you do anything more." "Oh, that is what he meant. It's nice to have a translator by his side. Thank you for the clarification." Han Sun knew Mr. Li's phrasing was an attempt at putting it lightly. Mr. Li smiled and said, "Can the chatter? We work hard, all of us. We're in this together." Yu Xian and his big sister Yu Miao led the humans across the still plains to the shelter, and left them near the gate. Han Sun believed he'd be able to see things with a lot more clarity upon nearing the place. That turned out to be an incorrect assumption. When they reached the shelter, another group arrived. Amongst them were that woman and her dog. "Goddess, you're late," Yu Miao said. Before she responded, her dog snapped. "A doggo is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to." Han Sun observed the humans that had accompanied them, and he noticed that 2 of them were extra strong. He believed they were also in possession of gemstone Geno cores. The dog sniffed Han Sun, then said, "Pa, you guys crack me up. You've enlisted a human with a bronze geno core? You think he'll help? Haha. More people always equal a greater sum of power, Yu Miao said, in surprising defense. Han Sen then realized why Goddess and her dog had come to Shadow Shelter. He assumed they had gone there in search of Nan Litian. Little did they know he was dead. Deeming Han Sen too weak, they hadn't bothered recruiting his replacement. A weakling in a group is a weakling still. Regardless, let's proceed, Goddess said. Yu Miao allowed the humans to meet and greet, and ready themselves for entering the shelter. When the first streaks of sunlight beamed over the distant mountains that dressed the horizon, they could see the shelter a little more clearly, and some of the fog that spilled over the walls boiled off. In total, there were 9 going into the shelter, Han Sen included. Outer Sky Shelter's people consisted of Han Sen, Mr. Li, Su Yinmeng and Old Qiu. Sacred Shelter contributed an additional 5. Their names were Wang Zhao, Zhong Sanxiao, Yu Jiu, He Ji and Xiao Liuyu. Mr. Li was the leader of Han Sen's sortie, whereas there was a joint leadership for Sacred's collection of people, in the form of Wang Zhao and Zhong Sanxiao. There was a surprising amount of uneasiness creeping between the two teams, despite them all being humans, and in a precarious situation that would require cooperation. It seemed as if there'd be fierce competition once inside. Han Sen wasn't too surprised though. Whenever something was up for grabs, people of different factions were prone to compete. Little Han, don't draw too near to the mist. For all we know, it might reach out and grab you, Mr. Li kindly advised. Han Sen thought to himself. Yu Xian and Qing Li did not mention that the Dongxian aura would not work here. Mr. Li, might we be forced to retreat if the mist grows thicker and becomes too heavy? It already hangs in the air like a suffocating mucus, Han Sen asked. Mr. Li replied saying, it should lighten during the afternoon. The mist will return and thicken eventually, blocking our exit though. It isn't a normal fog. Once we enter, we won't be able to return until the next day. Yu Xian and Qing Li hadn't mentioned a single thing about this to Han Senator. It seemed clear now that Han Sen was the one going in with the least knowledge. He wasn't sure why he had not been informed as much as he could have been, but it wasn't fair to put him in such a situation. Han Sen chatted a bit more with Mr. Li, and he realized they were the only two talking. The others were dead silent. Once they were done talking, he noticed that the gate of the shelter was slightly ajar. Han Sen thought he might be able to see the life door with a peek beyond, but the fog was incredibly thick inside. His vision couldn't pierce the gray. It's just us now, stand easy, Mr. Li said, turning to face Wang Zhao after the spirits left. If we're to go in and make it out alive, it's best we pool our knowledge and come up with some sort of a plan. Cooperation is in our best interests, gentlemen. I agree, Wang Zhao responded. None of them had been in the shelter before, so everything they knew was told to them by their superiors who were spirits. Yu Miao and Goddess had delivered both sides the most of the details they could share. After the discussion, the desire for competition settled to a hardly noticeable simmer. The two human teams had merrily converged into one, wanting to cooperate and ensure survival first and foremost. They approached the shelter together, with surprising unison. After hearing them talk, Han Sen had managed to learn much he had not been told before, concerning the shelter. Qing Li had told Han Sen the humans reached the coffin with little to no trouble, but he had in fact glossed over the fact they were almost all practically at death's door by the time they got that far. With all this additional knowledge, and a mental map formed, they decided a route they should all take. Han Sen only had a bronze geno core, so he was not allowed any input. No matter which way they went, though, their course would take them past the tower Han Sen had studied on the scroll he had been given by Qing Li. And according to Mr. Li, that construct was an extremely dangerous place to venture. Han Sen followed Mr. Li closely, as they all entered and ventured between the narrow pathways of the shelter. They said that as long as they did not approach that one construct, their passage would mostly be fine. Still, that was no reason to shirk caution. Everyone was on high alert. and their eyes remained peeled for the slightest foreign motion, intently scanning every new viewpoint they could. This was not a place they could afford to let their guard down. The mist was encroaching on their right, so they sidestepped to skirt a few buildings on their left. They eventually got within 10 meters of the tower. Just like the scroll had depicted, the mural upon the construct displayed 10 humans. Well, he may have been scant on details, but at least Qing Lu wasn't outright lying to me. The worry in Han Sen's heart lightened a bit, and his pace quickened, upon learning that the authenticity of the drawings checked out. When they saw the other side of the tower, though, they were all struck with a gut-punching shock. There were 3 people in a sitting position, except they were dead. Eerily, it was as if they had been placed there. Han Sen was easily able to understand why Mr. Li had told them to exercise caution around the base of that tower now. Whoever approached might have very well been killed. Han Sen examined their bodies the best he could. From the distance he was standing, he was unable to determine a cause of death, and the bodies hadn't been ravaged in any way. But there they were, lifeless and sitting. Han Sen did not know why they were in such a position, and while it would have been a ghastlier sight to see a few corpses mutilated or decapitated, it would have at least been easier to suspect what sort of foe might be awaiting them. This was unsettling, and it made the group even more wary for what might lie ahead. Their stomachs were churning. Eventually, his eyes turned to the mural above. He studied the images carefully, hoping to glean as many details as he could. He was viewing another side of the tower now, and there was text just like what he had seen in the drawing. The text, however, did not offer an excerpt from Life Door as the first did. My life is my life. Your life is my life. Your life is forfeit to me. Yuzhio read aloud. Han Sen did not know what it meant, but when he looked at the carvings he was given a shock. 10 people were shown, all lifeless and sitting like the 3 bodies they had just seen. Then suddenly, before the sight of that could settle in their minds, Wang Zhao shouted, "What are you doing? Get back!" Han Sen didn't know why Yuzhio was walking towards the tower, but he had begun to do so in a trance-like state. Yuzhio reached the wall, turned around and smiled at them. Then he sat down and closed his eyes. A chill ran down the spines of all who watched this act. A living person had just approached the construct and died, with no genuine cause to be discerned. It was as if, like a zombie, he had accepted death. Yuzhio was not the strongest amongst them, but he had a gold Geno core. For him to merrily die in such a way was strange, to say the least. He was sitting in a position just like the ones shown on the mural, and just like the 3 they had passed. Whatever you do, do not read the writing, Mr. Li said to everyone. It was then that everyone realized Yuzhio was the only one who had read the words written in the text. It couldn't have been a coincidence he was the first to kick the bucket. Wang Zhao then said, "Be careful. For once illiteracy might be a boon. If you read any text here, it could lead to your death, and none will be able to save you." Everyone was afraid following that freak occurrence, and no one dared to look at the tower now. People believed that if you were strong in the 4th god's sanctuary, death never came easy. Seeing someone die in such a simple, strange manner was unnerving. It was by some magic none had witnessed before, and it was the inability to know and understand that always scared mankind the most. Han Sen, however, made sure to take a mental photograph of the murals he had seen thus far. With haste they managed to pass the tower by, but from that position, if they chose to turn around, they could view the back of the mural. Only Han Sen dared to stop and get a good look at it, an action that displeased the rest of his company. There were no words written on that side, just the depiction of a congregation of humans. Many of them were sitting, while many others were standing. Han Sen made a note of it, and then felt desperate to see the 4th and final side he had yet to get a look at. "What are you doing?" Mr. Li believed Han Sen had read something, and been robbed of his will to live as had just occurred. He quickly grabbed Han Sen's arm to pull him back. The tug was strong, and he was sent staggering a few meters back. Everyone stared at Han Sen with wide-open eyes, thinking he might have been possessed. "I'm fine. I just wanted to take a look at the other side of the mural. It may have information we'd be better off learning. It is obviously a construct of great importance to the shelter," Han Sen explained. Why can't you just shut up and follow us? You'll get Mr. Li and the rest of us killed, Su Yinming sternly said. I want to take a look. You can stay here, but do you mind waiting a moment? Han Sen asked, addressing Mr. Li directly. Mr. Li answered, okay. You might be correct, and examining it might indeed prove useful. You can go there, but we've already been told what's on the other side. I'm not risking things any more than I have to, Zhong Sanchao said. Wang Zhao chimed in agreeing. No one else wanted to risk venturing there. Then I will go there with little Han, Mr. Li said. Su Yinming blurted out. You're crazy. Don't listen to him. We've already cleared the tower, and now you want to return to it? Mr. Li patted him on the shoulder and said, I just want to take a look. I'll be fine, okay? We both will. Me and old Chiu can come then, Su Yinming said. It's fine. Stay here where it's safest, Mr. Li said, already walking away alongside Han Senator. When Han Sun reached the other side of the mural, he was delighted at what he saw. On the final side of that construct, there were no diagrams or depictions. Instead, there was only text, and a lot of it. Han Sun believed this might have been the second half of Life Door at first, but he soon realized it wasn't. It was a simple, poignant text that concerned itself with destiny. They both read what was written there, but it failed to provide any revelations. Nothing transpired. Following its reading, Old Chiu and Su Yinming ended up running over to them, as they had been fretting with worry ever since they departed. The text speaks of fate and a cycle of sorts. Perhaps it is associated with the shelter's Geno core, in some way, Mr. Li said. With a lengthy sigh, Han Sun drooped his head in disappointment. Then, they returned to the primary group and continued with their expedition. Caution and wariness of the fellowship were still at red alert, following the events near the base of the tower. No one dared to speak, in fear it might provide the moment of distraction necessary for an evil force to swoop down upon them. They eventually came to a very tall wall in front of them, behind which was a winding maze. This wall was so tall, its top was buried in the clouds someplace, obscuring any estimate of its exact height. There were 3 entrances in the wall which they could use. They decided to enter the path that the previous group had gone through successfully, which was the middle way. 3 people had made it back taking this way. After all, even if they were on the brink of death when they did, they believed this would be their best course of action. Mr. Li pulled up a map and led everyone through the entrance. Not long after, they found a dead body sprawled on the floor. Strangely, despite its haphazard placement, there were no obvious wounds or signs of injury. Is this guy from Outer Sky Shelter? Zhong Sanchao queried. Yes, Su Yinming answered. How did he die? Wang Zhao asked. They assumed he had suffered a similar fate to their own compatriot near the tower, but they could not find any carvings or text on the walls. This was an even weirder death. The 3 people who made it out informed us that if you accessed the incorrect passage, you would be attacked by a strange force. Yet we have taken the right path. The presence of the body is disturbing, yes, but fret not. We are where we're supposed to be, Mr. Li explained to the group. Maybe he triggered a trap and was killed. Strange murder force or no, we should still watch our step, Su Yinming said. They followed the map, and it wasn't long before they came to the exit that had correctly been indicated to them on the parchment. Mr. Li was leading them from the front, and just before they reached the end, something suddenly rose up out of the ground. What is this? Nobody mentioned anything about a wall prohibiting our passage, Mr. Li said with a frown. It looks like there is text on the wall, Old Chiu said. The wall had 2 lines of text on it. The first consisted of 4 words, and it said, "The Wall of Destiny." The other line said, "Destiny reveals the way for the fortunate. Only the lucky ones can get by." What is that supposed to mean? Wang Zhao said with a frown. He wasn't sure what that meant. Perhaps it means something else, Mr. Li said. No one could offer up another explanation, however, and no one wanted to risk dwelling on the meaning behind any amount of text in that shelter. So they planned to go back and attempt to venture another way. As they walked, They soon realized they were lost. They were struggling to get back to the way they had come in, and the map offered no sound guidance. Mr. Li, you have a map. How can you not navigate your way back? Wang Zhao said. Su Yiming asked. What are you trying to say? Zhong Sanshao said. What do you mean, what are you trying to say? Is he speaking in tongues, man? Your precious Mr. Li has a map, and yet the dunce has led us astray. Who voted this guy should be our leader, anyway? And you have eyes and half a brain, don't you? The path has changed. We didn't come this way. We might not even be able to follow the map anymore. Old Qiu said. We didn't come this way. We didn't come this way, because he obviously can't read a map. The old man is blind and half senile, and thanks to him, we're now lost, Zhong Sanshao said. Mr. Li finally spoke. He turned his head away from the map and turned around, saying, There is nothing wrong with the map nor my ability to read it. It's this place. It shuffles and warps to misguide our way. A strange magic is at work here. Stay vigilant. The map was indeed useless now. Nothing marked on it corresponded to the way they were now traversing. Still, nothing dangerous seemed to occur. They walked for a whole half an hour before Zhong Sanshao suddenly felt the urge to exclaim, Motherfucker! Why are we back here? Everyone looked at him, and then saw what he was referring to. There was a wall with text upon it, one that read, The Wall of Destiny. It looks like we have to go past this wall somehow, Mr. Li said. This place is fucking cursed. Game over, man. Game over. Zhong Sanshao spat on the floor, beginning to lose his composure to the nagging worry that gnawed on the minds of them all. Let's take a timeout for a minute. We need to figure things out a bit. Mr. Li gestured for everyone to take a load off and relax for a bit. Everyone sat down then, bringing out a bite to eat. Han Sun brought out a sacred blood Geno fruit to munch on while he studied the wall. When he was finished, an announcement played. 9 sky fruit consumed, sacred Geno point +1. Han Sun brought the 50 fruits he had been given by Yu Xian inside the shelter with him, bringing them along as food to sustain him. Just one of those fruits could keep a man's belly feeling full for a number of days. So if they were to get trapped inside the shelter for any reason, Han Sun would be able to keep himself going for quite some time. Han Sun munched on one while examining the Wall of Destiny, then he frowned. He remembered one of the creepy mural sides mentioned something about luck, destiny, and a cycle. According to what that text said, it was not supposed to be difficult to determine whether or not a person was lucky. Do you need luck to find a path that bypasses this wall? Han Sun wondered to himself. After the break was over, Wang Zhao suggested he should take the lead, map in hand. There were no grand objections, and Mr. Li thought it best for him to see for himself that the map was of no help now. And that was exactly what came to pass. Before long, Wang Zhao's fruitless guidance had brought them back to exactly where they started, the Wall of Destiny. They did this many times after that, and they didn't encounter any danger. The only thing that threatened them was frustration, for no matter which way they walked, they always ended up back at the Wall of Destiny. They had obviously been trapped there, and there seemed to be no way out except one that involved flying. However, they did not dare fly. That seemed like an obvious way to skip the challenge, and they might be subject to punishment if they attempted to cheat in such an obvious fashion. But that meant they were stuck, and it seemed as if they lacked the luck needed to escape. Most people who had come to this shelter had been forced, after all. That in itself was brought about through misfortune, and being plain unlucky. Yu Zhio's death still hung over them, stoking the fires of their fear. Wait a minute, it's a wall. Why don't we just smash through it and bring it down? Su Yiming said. Don't be reckless. That might seem like an obvious way to get through. But do you think the creator of this wretched place didn't think of that? You might get yourself killed. Mr. Li stopped him, and then he asked Han Sun, Little Han, do you recall what was written on that mural we went to look at? I remember excerpts of it, yes, Han Sun answered. The others leaned in closer to hear what was spoken between the two, as they had all been absent for what was now being discussed. Mr. Li cleared his throat before addressing the others, and he said, "Destiny and a cycle, including the need for luck in its breaking. We seem to be in some sort of loop, so if luck is what we need, it should not be difficult for us to discern which one of us has the most." "Wait, are you suggesting we find the luckiest amongst us and have them open the wall?" Wang Zhao asked. Mr. Li nodded and said, "We can't get out via any other means, so for now, it seems like a sound suggestion." Zhong Sanshao then balked, but asked, "And how do we find out who the luckiest amongst us is? Toss a coin?" The text said a person with much luck can obtain stuff others usually cannot. "It's sort of like the lottery," Mr. Li explained. "Did you see any lottery ticket vendors in this maze of doom?" Zhong Sanshao scoffed. "No, but we can do it ourselves," Mr. Li said. "Okay, we're stuck in here no matter what we do, so we might as well try this," Su Yanmeng said. "If this is the only way, then sure," Wang Zhao said. He then proceeded to pull out a notebook and tear 8 pages from out of it. He wrote the word luck on one of the sheets of paper and said, "Whoever gets the one with the word luck can open the door. Everyone else pick. I'll choose whatever is last." After that, Wang Zhao placed the 8 folded pieces of paper in a bag and shuffled them. Then he said, "Who wants to go first?" The person who went first would have the slimmest chance, but everyone doubted this method would work anyway. "If no one wants to try, then I'll go first." Old Chio went to the middle and picked up a piece of paper. There were no words on it, so the chances had been reduced to 1 in 7 now. "I'll go second," Xiao Liu said. After grabbing a sheet of folded paper, his face changed. The paper had the word luck written on it. Liu Yu was Wang Zhao's best friend. "This is fate. I am sure it will let me live," Xiao Liu said with a wry smile. "Just be careful with whatever you have to do," Wang Zhao said. It was impossible for him not to go forward, as they had all seen him beat the odds and take the winning piece of paper. He seemed like the luckiest, and as such the prime candidate to try to access the way forward. Even those from Sacred Shelter would have forced him to go, and being best buds wouldn't change this. If Xiao Liu didn't go, then someone else eventually would, anyway, and their luck might not have been as fair. Xiao Liu nodded and pulled out his Jino core, which was a jade sword. Xiao Liu's body glowed with the protection that accompanied him on his way towards the door. "Don't do it, you'll die," Han Sun exclaimed. Xiao Liu looked at Han Sun, thinking it to be a strange thing to suddenly call out. "If he doesn't go, will you?" Su Yanmeng asked. Han Sun coldly said, "He picked the paper, and he is now going to risk his life. You guys have got it backwards. That would give him the worst luck." Xiao Liu's eyebrows touched the sky, and he began to produce a cold sweat. That logic made a lot of sense. Everyone could understand where Han Sun was coming from, but someone had to try the door. They couldn't differentiate between good luck and bad luck when it came to this. There were no other alternative ideas or plans they could consult and enact anyway. "You're saying whoever gets that paper is unlucky, yes? Because they have to then risk their life, correct?" Su Yanmeng said to confirm. Everyone else started to become of this opinion now, but if Xiao Liu didn't commit to trying the door, then that meant the lottery was pointless. "If you can promise me one thing, I can go," Han Sun said. There was a certain sternness in his voice, to the surprise of the others in the expedition. They all turned to look at him, confused why a person with only a bronze Geno core would and could say such a thing. "Little Han, these are no joking matters," Mr. Li said. "You are correct. But if you can promise me this one thing, I will try it in his stead." Han Sun paused, having achieved the focus of everyone's ears, before proceeding to explain. "It's because I'm lucky. I always have been, and I believe I have what it takes." "Okay, then what would you like to get promised?" "We can do what you ask, provided it's nothing ridiculous," Wang Zhao said, willing to give the boy a chance. He would also prefer risking the life of another, if it meant his best friend might have been spared. Han Sun responded saying, The shelter must have offered you a lot to come here. If you can pull together to provide me 60 sacred Geno fruit, I will go. 60 was not a small number. There were 7 others in the expedition, and each of them had around 10. I have 16 right here with me. I'll give them to you, Xiao Liuyu immediately answered, seeing as it was his life currently on the line. Then he presented the fruit. Discussions broke out amongst the rest, as they all wondered and tried to gauge whether or not it was a worthy bargain. They eventually decided to go along with it, and they amassed the tally of 60 Geno fruits they could give Han's son upon his completion. Little Han, I must repeat, this is no laughing matter. The stakes are high, but there's always the chance we might find an alternate route, Mr. Li pleaded. He had come to like Han's son, and he was worried about the young man's well-being. Han's son smiled in return, telling him, "It's nice of you to be so considerate, Mr. Li. But me and Lady Luck have tangoed a number of times. The fortunes frequently smile on me." Han's son accepted the fruit and approached the wall of destiny, their door and way forward. He had everything to live for, even a baby on the way. Han's son wasn't going to risk everything unless he was 100% certain he'd succeed. This wasn't because Han's son believed himself to be stronger than the others, or because he actually had more luck. It was because he had a theory he had kept private. Han's son had examined the text on the tower and mulled over it well. He recalled that there was no mention of explicit instructions, and no statement that in order to tackle the door, you'd have to be the luckiest. Everyone had luck, but good luck and bad luck were all tinged measures coming from the same pool. Han's son had already read the text of Life Door, and that gave him a keener insight into the words he had espied on the mural. It helped him understand one thing that was the crux to this entire issue. To open the door of destiny, one must have already opened their life door. Han's son had secretly cast Life Door previously, and he felt his body metaphysically connect with the wall of destiny. It beckoned to Han's son, calling out for him to come forward. It brought ease to Han Sen's mind, and without an urgent need to open it, he thought of a way in which he might net a few extra goodies in the service of others. He really wasn't risking his life. Han's son believed that those who had ventured into the shelter before hadn't even seen the wall. And Han's son believed that was because no one in the previous expedition possessed Life Door. If the wall had shown up, they would have been trapped there forever. It at least proved the shelter wasn't a deliberate gauntlet meant to torture and slay all intruders. Or at least, that's what Han Sen now hoped. But this also led Han's son to believe that they'd end up elsewhere once the wall was removed. Perhaps the others without Life Door had been led to their doom. With Han's son amongst them, they might make greater progress than the other team did. Han's son did not hate the people on his team, and he would prefer to help them rather than not. He just didn't see a problem with extracting a few gifts while doing so. His connection to the door increased and became more voluminous as he approached the wall of destiny. He could sense its tangible aura, and it tingled Han Sen's fingertips. Han's son then summoned his bulwark umbrella as he drew near it. The Dongxian Sutra did not tell him there was any danger ahead, but he still summoned it on the off chance there was. Everyone watched Han's son, and their attention was particularly drawn to his left hand, with which he pushed against the wall of destiny. His hand was brimming with the power of jade skin, and when it came into contact with the wall, electricity suddenly surged through him. Han's son quickly pulled his hand away and took cover behind his umbrella. Everyone summoned their Geno core for protection, expecting a fight or some sort to have been initiated. Boom! The wall of destiny let out a deep sound, as if something had been unlocked beneath the earth. And then it began to sink, receding into the ground it had originally emerged from. Nobody there had expected the process to be that simple. They had half suspected that Han's son wouldn't be alive to enjoy the fruit they had all given him. "Brother Han, you are a man of good fortune indeed," Xiao Liuyu proclaimed, upon witnessing his success. The others all looked at Han's son differently. More than anything, they were just bewildered to see it was he the weakest of their team. Yet he had solved and sorted out their biggest issue in the shelter thus far. There was the sneaking suspicion amongst a couple of them, though, that the entire wall obstacle had been a bluff. And that guts, rather than luck, were needed to near it, touch it and open it. Yeah, it was all luck, Han Sen said, as he marched forward to the exit of that maze. Han Sen wasn't going to tell them the true reason. He was able to remove the wall. The electric shock he had received from the door, however, seemed to have a lasting effect. It did not hurt, but he sensed it had modified his life door somewhat. Han Sen checked out his body, and he confirmed there was no permanent harm. But still, it was a strange sensation. Everyone followed Han Sen towards the exit, which was somehow obscured by a blinding white light. What awaited them, none could guess. Han Sen was not concerned with this, having been in situations similar to this in the past. His feet did not relent, and onwards he went. When he breached the veil of white, his eyes cleared to reveal what lay beyond. But what he saw sent chills down his spine. He immediately wished to retreat, but an invisible barrier prevented him from doing so. The team could no longer see Han Sen, but thinking the way was safe, they followed in after him. Everyone shared a similar reaction to Han Senator. As soon as they saw what lay ahead, they all wished to flee. They ran into the invisible barrier behind them face first. Many of their faces even started to bleed, due to the speed at which they tried to escape. When they pierced through the veil of white, they were met with the sight of a number of vicious wolves that stared back at them with dirty green eyes. It was as if the wolves had been awaiting their arrival. Unable to go back, it was clear they had no choice but to engage the wolves and fight for their lives. Han Sen remained silent amongst the rallying cries of his teammates, and he simply maintained his clutch on the bulwark umbrella as he lifted it against the wolves that leaped towards him. The wolves charged with a greater ferocity and a more intimidating presence than a mana-driven bull. Their fangs and their nails were like blades, itching to sink into the first victim they could. Han Sen held the umbrella to block the initial strike of the first wolf that came for him. The strength and force of that wolf sent him stumbling back, quite a bit, before he regained his composure. Fortunately, the umbrella was as hardy as it always had been. It held strong and did not break. But it was clear to the crew that the wolf pack was in a league above them. As much as they all wished to stand their ground and battle the wolves, they knew it would be a futile fight. Han Sen acknowledged this to be true as well. As he held a defensive posture, he used his Dongxian aura to scan his immediate surroundings and identify any route or passage that might allow him to escape. Then he took off running into the wolf pack. With his Dongxian movements, he managed to sidestep and evade every attack that came for him, until he was clear of the pack and could duck into the clearing on the left. He was racing towards a plaza that had held a number of statues. With everyone else engaging the wolves, drawing the majority of them away from Han Sen, he was easily able to make it there. When Han Sen entered the forest of statues, he took cover and began munching on as much fruit as he could. Slowly, his sacred geno points increased, and he cramped the muscles of his torso to speed up digestion. After eating a hearty sum of them, his sacred geno point tally increased by quite a lot. He would be a lot more comfortable battling the wolves in such a condition. From what Han Sen could tell, there was one person missing from the group of humans that were behind him, still fighting the wolves. That person was Mr. Li, and as much as he might have wished to seek him out, Han Sen had problems of his own. Like coyotes trailing blood, the wolves had sniffed him out, and unless he got moving to secure his own safety, he'd be doggy chow. After fleeing their snapping maws, however, Han Sen noticed something strange about the method they were hounding him. It wasn't as if they were trying to hunt down and kill the intruder. It was like they were pushing him in a certain direction. Han Sen kept on running, regardless, and eventually, he came to a place that was empty of anything remarkable. This was of course bad. It was a plaza devoid of anything, removing the possibility of him taking cover. At least amongst the statues that decorated the previous plaza, he could duck and weave, and provide his enemies a harder time giving chase. Here he was at a disadvantage. But after gobbling down a bevy of geno fruits, Han Sen had earned himself dozens of sacred geno points. If push came to shove, he'd be shoving a lot harder now. He looked to his left and right and noticed that more wolves were appearing, seeking to close in on him. If he wanted to turn around and return to the cover of the statues, or the teammates he had left behind, he'd have no chance to do so now. Bracing himself for a fight, Han Sen closed his eyes. When he opened them again, however, he noticed the wolves were gone. They had stopped chasing him and withdrawn, but as for the reason why, he could not guess. He turned to take a look at his past pursuers, and he saw them standing there, growling at him with their bared fangs on full display. It was as if they had now been stopped by an invisible barrier. They really were chasing me here. But for what purpose, I wonder? Han Sen thought, as he viewed his surroundings. He had reached a garden populated with strange botanical marvels. The things which grew there were crazy, and Han Sen first noticed this when he saw bunches of carrots that were dangling from trees. Strangely, they looked to have been formed from human brain matter, dressed with a bit of greenery on top. He didn't know if he should have looked at it in wonder or in disgust. Han Sen continued on, wandering through this garden of sickly delights. Blood and ghastly violence seemed to be the primary theme of decoration, for there were many intestinal-shaped plants and flowers running with blood. They were all so weird, and the sight of them made Han Sen's skin squirm. He was extremely uncomfortable in this place, as any right-minded individual would be. Strangely, however, Han Sen could sense the life forces of everything that grew there, and he noted there was nothing remarkable. He was detecting them to be ordinary plants, though he had never seen such gross botany before. The wolves were still watching Han Sen tread the garden, so there was no chance of him returning the way he had come. But, not sensing any danger ahead of him, he wasn't too wary of walking forward into the deeper recesses of the grotesque place. The mist was getting thicker, however, and it obscured much in the distance. There was enough visibility to see what was in his proximity, though, and he could watch the plants become more gruesome and sordid the further he went. Eventually, he came to a tree with a man hanging from its branches. His arm, as weird as it was growing a number of ears like a fallen log bearing mushrooms. But that really was the shape of the tree. There was no actual human body dangling from its rotten eaves. The tree had simply been shaped like that. Han Sen's skin crawled, like it was hosting a corpse-feeding party of maggots. After all, he was sensing them to be ordinary plants. They were this strange, but they shouldn't have been. Strange. Why are they so creepy and wild yet so weak and supposedly unremarkable? Han Sen thought to himself. Then, Han Sen heard a noise come from behind. He saw Haji approaching him from out of nowhere. Haji looked to be in an okay condition. He looked a little winded, but that was the extent of it. He was free from injuries. Haji, where is everyone else? Han Sen asked. Haji answered, I don't know. I ran by myself. You're the first of the team I've seen in a bit. Han Sen thought he spoke a little strangely. There was a monosyllabic tone to his speech, and so he took a couple of steps back. Give me all your Geno fruit and I'll keep you safe, Haji stepped forward to say. And how can you keep me safe? Han Sen realized Haji was still himself, but he had come to Han Sen for the riches he carried. Haji summoned a black metal wolf, and the marks upon it showed it to be a gold Geno core. Han Sen was not worried at the thought that someone might come to steal his Geno fruit. Mr. Li Oldqiu, Su Yinmeng, Wang Zhao, and Zhong Sanshao already had gemstone Geno cores and would not need his Geno fruit. Only Haji would need the sacred fruit Han Sen possessed, so it might not have come as an absolute surprise for him. And indeed, Haji had been waiting for this opportunity. He was a bit of an outsider himself, and he wasn't closely associated with the others who were on the expedition, anyway. Now that he had caught Han Sen alone, it was his time to strike. Han Sen looked at his metal wolf Geno core and said, You used this to get away? Haji said, Yes. My Geno core is called Ditto. and it can take on the form of any creature it wishes to. That's a fairly brilliant Geno core you have, but it's a shame. Han Sun stressed an exaggerated sigh. What's a shame? When Haji said that, the wolf slowly began to approach Han Sr., upgrading that Geno core to the best it could be might yield some impressive results. But it's a shame your ascension will come to an end here, Han Sun said, his threat made clear. I was going to leave you alive after taking your spoils. I'll take that as permission to silence you for good. When Haji said this, the wolf immediately jumped towards Han Sun with its maw open. Han Sun used his gold dragon lock in response, immediately tying up the airborne wolf. The wolf was quickly bound, and it dropped to the ground like a stone. It did its best to squirm free, but it was clearly having trouble. You have a gold Geno core. Haji's face swiftly turned sour. Yeah, but it's no big deal, Han Sun said. Yeah, you're right. It isn't. Haji suppressed the sudden flash of fear he had been stricken with, and he summoned a purple sword. It was 3 feet long, and many strange writings had been inscribed across the length of its blade. Haji waved his sword, which sent beams of light shaped like the characters on the sword shooting towards Han Sun, like a number of lasers. Han Sun opened up his bulwark umbrella to block the barrage of plasma rounds. All the lights exploded against the protective shielding of the umbrella. Han Sun had eaten a great many sacred Geno fruits, so gold Geno cores weren't able to deal half as much damage now. How have you managed to obtain so many gold Geno cores? Haji thought the umbrella was a gold Geno core too. It was only bronze, but that spoke volumes about its efficiency. Han Sun did not respond though. He simply summoned his crystal core and tossed the egg at the unsuspecting bandit. You were lying this whole time. You are a liar, a big fat liar. You are a demigod with gold Geno cores. Haji was angered by his mistake, and he swung his sword towards the egg that was headed his way. The crystal egg was able to dodge each and every plasma round headed coming towards it, prompting Haji to swing his sword directly at it. Pang! The sword beat the egg down to the ground, but it ricocheted off the floor at an even greater speed. It walloped his body with the might and swiftness of a bullet. He had been unable to dodge, and after it struck his leg like lightning, it bounced right back to Han. Senator Han Sun had become very proficient in wielding the egg, and when the egg was returned, Han Sun went back to wielding his umbrella. Then he began walking forward towards Haji. Feeling nothing occur when he was hit by the egg, Haji still possessed his confidence. He stepped forward, swinging more and more plasma rounds at Han. Senator the light bullets exploded in a haze of sparks against the umbrella, though, and he was still unable to deal damage to the opponent he once thought would be a cakewalk. Haji gritted his teeth and continued trying to attack. But this time, Han Sun did not even use his umbrella. He simply stood where he was and let his foe try his best. Haji brought his sword down directly on Han Sun's body, but the results astounded him. It did nothing, and the sword itself began to bend like rubber. He stared at his sword in disbelief, unable to grasp why this might have happened. So next, Haji used his fist to strike Han Senator, and again, Han Sun did not dodge. He simply stood where he was and allowed Haji to do his worst. The moment Haji's fist came into contact with Han Sen's skin, however, chills shot through his body, and cold sweat poured from his forehead. He watched as his own fist bent upwards against Han Sun, as if he was made of sponge. Then, like an eerie ghost, Han Sun reached out his hand towards his once pompous opponent. Han Sun was too close, and with a futile reaction, Haji brought up his arm to deflect Han Sen's hand. But Han Sun simply grabbed the man's arms and ran his hand down to Haji's clenched fist. Han Sun latched on and did not let go, as if he was sucking Haji's soul dry. Sha! Haji's body was delivered one strike, and then it shattered and crumbled into fertilizer for the wretched garden. As this occurred, the Geno core was also destroyed. The sword he was wielding, however, dropped to the ground with a heavy clanging sound. Han Sun swiftly moved to pick it up. It was a gold Geno core, and Han Sun needed a replacement for his horn. He quickly pocketed it by placing it in his Sea of Soul. Just as Han Sun was about to turn and leave, he heard more sounds. When Han Sun turned to take a look at what lay ahead, A human-shaped tree was shambling its way over to him. Is this thing alive? Hansen asked himself, as he stepped back in caution. The tree was not that strong, and it gave the illusion of being an ordinary plant like all the rest. But it came to a stop near the mound of dust on the ground that was once Haji. Hansen realized the tree was coming for the man whose sequence structure he had just destroyed. The roots of the tree moved atop the mound of dust, and then it all got absorbed. It didn't take long for the humanoid tree to absorb the mound of dust. Its previously dull and unremarkable life force then began to resemble the person Hansen had just slain. Haji. Hansen was not sure if it was exhaustion playing tricks on his eyes, but he could then swear he was seeing the tree shrink to take on the form of Haji himself. And it did, but fortunately, it did not replicate the mindset of the person Hansen had just killed. It looked like Haji now, but it just stood in place without motion, where it had absorbed his remains. Hansen took a step back, just in case. The last thing he wanted to do was trigger or invoke the ire of something he did not have to. After stepping back a bit, Hansen decided now might be a good time to return to the forest of statues in that plaza. The wolves that hounded him to the garden had dispersed, after all. Provided they stayed gone, Hansen should have no issue returning there. He might even be able to get back to his teammates. But as Hansen began his return trek, he suddenly saw the brain carrots leaping off their harboring trees to stand upright on the ground before him. It looked like the entire garden did not want Hansen to return, for all the trees and plants began to close in around him. The way back was closed off. So, Hansen decided to walk forward in the way he originally had been. He spoke aloud to the garden saying, "Okay, I'll play it your way. I'll see where you wish to lead me." As Hansen walked the path through the garden he had originally been on, the rest of the botanical residents returned to their initial positions, too, as if nothing had changed at all. After walking for a while, however, the garden began to take an unexpectedly pleasant turn. In fact, it started to look pretty. The flowers soon looked like butterflies, and the trees were sculpted like beautiful carvings and wooden furniture. It was like something you'd see in a fairy tale. It looked almost unreal. Hansen soon came to a lake. Its surface was still glassy and blue like a clear summer sky. At the center of the lake was a stone tablet. In front of it stood a man. This person wasn't someone Hansen was familiar with, and as he walked closer to get a better look, he saw that the man was clad in sparklingly white, clean clothing. He wasn't the sort of person you'd expect to see in such a sordid shelter. "My child, you are finally here," the man in white clothing said. "Are you talking to me?" Hansen asked. "Of course, my child." The man seemed to be speaking to Hansen, but his attention seemed affixed to the stone tablet he was in front of. Hansen thought it weird that the man continuously referred to him as "my child." "Who are you?" Hansen asked with a frown. Hansen knew this was not someone whose voice he had heard before, and neither was it a person he had seen before. "I could ask you the same, but only my children are capable of coming here. So that is what I can best assume you to be." The man in white clothing spoke in a very relaxed manner. He spoke as if he had awoken from a restful slumber and was at peace and tranquility. "Speak plainly. It has been a long day, and I'm not in the mood for games." Hansen spoke with a stern voice, primarily because he could not stand being called "my child" any more than he could stand being called "boss." "I am a shadow, and I have waited for your arrival for quite some time," the man in white clothing said. "My arrival? Me? You know who I am?" Hansen thought the man was very strange. If it wasn't for the mist skating gracefully across the lake, Hansen would have been able to scan the man and get a clear reading of who or what he might have been. "Yes, but it does not matter. You are here. Therefore you are my child," the man in white clothing said. Hansen was getting annoyed. The man was speaking quite a bit, but he wasn't actually saying much. Hansen summoned his crystal egg with the desire to throw it at the man. He'd had enough of being called his child, so he cared little for who the man believed him to be. He wanted to shut him up so he could continue with the expedition. Before Han's son could lob it though, the man suddenly said one more thing which stayed his arm. He said, "This is the only thing I can give you." The man walked into the tablet as if he was a ghost, passing through a wall. The stone tablet had once been empty, but was now scrawled with a few additional words. God has returned. Han's son was quite surprised to see the words of Life Door now appear on the tablet. He peered at the tablet a little closer then, and before his eyes, the entirety of Life Door began to show up on the stone. The words appeared one by one. Han's son was delighted though, and he quickly tried to remember everything that was written down. After reading it all, he felt as if his Blood Pulse Sutra was starting to run by itself and generate a brand new Geno core. Han's son always believed he was going to create a Geno core with it, but there was something prohibiting him from completing the process. There was always a snag he was getting caught on. But now, just seeing Life Door written before him on such a pristine lake, it had freed up whatever was hindering his progress. The Blood Pulse Sutra got to work producing a new Geno core, with no trouble now. This place really is connected to Blood Legion. That man must believe I am a part of Blood Legion, Han's son thought to himself, as he read the text and did his best to memorize it. When the text was all revealed, his Blood Pulse Sutra began to fire on all cylinders. The process of producing a brand new Geno core was well underway. The black crystal was also triggered, prompting more of that black fluid to taint the mixture. This was the first time Han's son had the ability to watch the Geno core produce. Before, he had always been under fire and unable to, and he found it remarkable how much the substance created looked like a supernova. Han's son was rather shocked when he laid eyes on the finished Geno core. The Blood Pulse Sutra's Geno core was a miniature version of Han's son himself. It was like a little figurine, shaped to replicate his body perfectly. As Han's son stared at it, his bewilderment heightened, as something most strange occurred. It was as if he was watching time itself rewind around the miniature. He actually watched it get younger. It went backwards, becoming a teenager, a child, a baby, a fetus, and then blood. Bronze Geno core. Bronze real blood. Han's son did not know what to say, and it felt as if his lingering thoughts had been left suspended. It was a strange sensation, seeing a figurine of himself grow younger, in less than a minute. Child, the trail you tread is one you must blaze yourself. This is all I can do to help you. The light that hovered on the tablet then departed the stone, becoming the white-clothed man again. And this time, Han's son was able to see his face. Han's son was certain he had never seen this man before. He did not look like Han's son's father, grandfather, or even his great-grandfather. The man didn't resemble Han's son himself either. They didn't look at all related, so the reason why the man constantly referred to Han's son as his child was completely unknown. Who are you? The leader of Blood Legion? Han's son asked, his raised voice gilded with a certain sternness. The white-clothed man merely smiled, and he said, "Remember, your fate is not predetermined. It is forged through your will and desire. No external higher power governs it." After that, the light on the tablet began to fade, and the man alongside it. All that remained was the faceless tablet in the center of the lake. At that same moment, all the plants in the shelter came alive, crying rivers of blood as if to summon a world-ending flood. If that guy was the leader of Blood Legion, I wouldn't be surprised. But even though he looked human, he carried the aura of a spirit, Han's son thought to himself. At this point, Han's son was relieved that he had taken the time and been fortunate enough to learn and practice both the Blood Pulse Sutra and Life Door. Had he skipped one of those, it was highly likely he wouldn't have been standing where he was at that moment. Repeatedly, people had come to believe he was a successor to Blood Legion, so it was certainly paying dividends bit by bit in his investigations. The strangest thing, though, was that his 9-life cat pendant was a relic that supposedly belonged to Blood Legion. Even here, of all places, it did not resonate any sort of power. It was as lifeless as it had been over the previous days. If that man was the leader of Blood Legion, he should have been able to just sense the pendant's presence. Others had done so before, so this was a given. It was a shame he had gone now though. He had vanished with the silent grace of a wisp. Any more answers Han Sun might have wished to glean didn't seem likely to be gotten right now. Han Sun turned his attention to the bleeding plants, and he watched a certain thicket bend and move aside to form a path for him. If that man thinks I'm a member of Blood Legion, the plants won't want to hurt me, will they? Han Sun wondered to himself. Han Sun walked the trail and found himself exiting the garden, but it wasn't by the same path he had used to enter. He had ended up going further, and he now found himself standing before a palace. The entrance was wide open, and directly beyond it, Han Sun could see a bronze coffin. Strange symbols and enigmatic lines of text were scrawled and inscribed across it, and sitting atop the coffin was a beast. The beast was asleep there, and its fur looked like a gentle fire. This is the place the survivors spoke of before they died. The beast sure does look like the nine-life cat, Han Sun thought. As Han Sun pondered this curiosity, his pendant finally came to life. It began to pull Han Sun forward, clearly wanting to visit the beast. He was going to pull it out from beneath his clothes, but just before he did, Mr. Li and the others came staggering forward from another direction. Mr. Li seemed surprised to see him there. Han Sun, you're alive. That brings this old mind some comfort. I feared we had lost you in the scrape with those wolves. Mr. Li's rough voice was varnished with genuine concern for Han Sun's well-being. I'm lucky to be alive. I can tell you that much, Han Sun said, stressing each word with a nearly winded facade. Mr. Li stepped forward asking, So, how did you escape the wolves? I don't know. There was so much going on. There were so many. It's all a blur. But I went through the plaza with all those statues and reached a garden. I traversed it to reach this place. After Han Sun's half-hearted explanation, he approached the others with a question asking, And you, Mr. Li? How did you and the others get here? It was a trial that was no different than your own adventure. But you only have a bronze Geno core. For you to make it through on your own. Well, you weren't kidding about that luck you possessed, eh? Su Yanming's words were fine at face value, but the tone with which he spoke expressed doubt about the validity of Han Sun's tale. He wasn't entirely convinced, that was for sure. The wolves were strong, and stronger than the average mutant creature. That much was certain. They might have been okay in a series of 1-versus-1 matches, but an entire pack of the beasts had assaulted the group, and the team was fortunate to make it through. For Han Sun to escape their pursuit with no wounds, that was suspicious. Han Sun wasn't planning to explain though, and their doubts did not concern him. He merely asked them, Is this the bronze coffin they spoke of? Mr. Li and the others examined their surroundings. Having not taken them in when they first laid eyes on Han's senator, their faces turned a ghastly shade of pale when they saw the coffin, as was described. The beast was sitting atop it, just like they had heard. The previous team had all ended up dead after coming here. There were more people in that team, so the new team's prospects of making it out themselves did not seem good. It sure looks it. Mr. Li did not take his eyes off the beast that was lounging atop the coffin. Mr. Li, how should we proceed? Zhong Sanshao asked. He sounded very polite and respectful this time around. Something must have occurred earlier on for Zhong Sanshao to regard Mr. Li with admiration now. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.